Não fuga, vai! Não fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Joewin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Joewin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for Nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player and as a team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shio.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champion, so be able to, like, qualify through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect, and, well, it looks like QOR just lining this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still need to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like Nature a lot on that team. So other than that, it's kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. QOR are not careful. GMD, hello! Welcome to Spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and, you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best, so.
Taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and QOR still makes his mark. EG is trying to take angles around, surround, and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh dude. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh wow. 18. Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13. I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7, total like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, there's like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700. Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy a Ghost. I would never buy a Ghost. I'm just gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Plus match shield, 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload, 5.
6. Bro, I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna, right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
Get it. Running into the molly. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1. A very tough spots.
And then initiating the rest of the push now that the interceptor's done, but Giza does find him solo and steps out and
way.
And he's holding that site too. All to him.
One tapped as well. The knife's going to get unleashed. Oh, but 1-2. Moose hiding in the smoke. Nabil's going to bump into him in just a moment, but Moose wins the duel. 1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3.
Just such a unique opportunity that a lot of these players have never seen before.
3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. But right now, he gets 1. In the back of the side, Chloric gives you another. But, no, doesn't get 1. And Scotty's got the cross.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while and I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
But sleepers are around the corner. 5e, they're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down. Not too difficult against the worst guns. Let him form that easy 3, and the rest of M80 can come in. That easy damage. That is 11-7.
It's going to be very interesting to see who cooks up the best strats or the best comms right now.
But GMD will lose his life pancakes. What a delay on this wrap. Unbelievable.
We can beat everyone easily.
Also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps. But SRB had the manpower in the end.
Starting off our stage 1, it was 16 teams, brand new rosters, some familiar faces, some brand new talent, all with one shared goal. Now only 8 of those teams remain as it's time for playoffs to see who is going to become our stage 1 champion. Welcome everyone to VALORANT Challengers North America. Sierra Dawn, Roy, and Gompers on the desk to be kicking off today. Roy, we're in playoffs already.
How? When? Where? Literally when? But it's been a crazy journey here. It feels so short, but also so long at the same time because the last matches that we saw, the last week of matches that we saw was just bonkers. Some unexpected teams have made it here. Some expected teams have made it here. I think we have a lot of experienced players and vets, and we also have a lot of rookies who are looking to make their claim for the spotlight. So color me excited. I'm ready for the games. I'm ready for this to begin. Let's do this.
Gompers, my girl, how are you feeling today? Like, this has been an incredible journey so far. And where has the time gone?
It went by fast. You know, there were a lot of upsets that we were very privileged to see in the Swiss stage. But for me, I'm quite excited. I feel like now we kind of have a really good idea of who the top teams are, who we think are going to be able to surpass certain other teams, right? So I don't know. And we also are starting off with like such a fantastic matchup. So all in all, I'm just really, really excited for the day.
It's going to be a good one. But the ending of our regular season of Stage 1 definitely had us on the edge of our seats. Looking back at last week, there was a couple of powerhouse teams that waited until the very last moment to get qualified for the playoffs. Kicking it off with our first match, if you had told me at the beginning of the stage, Roy, that NRGA would be qualifying in their last possible match, I wouldn't have believed you. Like, what?
Yeah, no, throwback to when they were 3-0 and we were all just, this is the best team in the league by far. They look really, really great. And then, you know, MCE made a really grave mistake and he got baited by Liz to say that, yes, they are the best team in the league. And that was at 3-0, by the way. And all because of that mistake, they almost fumbled it. They almost had the playoff run slip through their fingers. And it was a close one. It was a close one against ADG, I have to be honest.
It really, really was. It's always the jinx, always the host and the caster jinx. Don't fall for coaches, players out there. But you have to give praise to ADG as well for being able to take a map off of them and making that run, considering how the season started for them. I mean, Gompers, when we got into these qualifying matches, it was just so close all around.
Yeah, very difficult for ADG. I mean, they had like a 3, which is weird because they had a 3-win streak and it was kind of the opposite for Energy. So when you're looking at the momentum of things and how exactly it was going to work out, it didn't really seem like Energy was going to walk away with it. But all in all, you know, I am glad that they were able to kind of win with that matchup. But the M80 and YFP one was also a pretty exciting one at that. I feel like this one was a hard one for me to kind of decide who was going to win. And the games displayed that, right? Very, very, very long games to where M80 were really put to the test and, you know, they had to fight for their life for this spot.
Yeah, I think the M80 test honestly is probably really good for them because I feel like the kind of the brutal gauntlet that they had to go through to qualify for playoffs has probably prepared them for this run and given them a little bit more time to get you know, some of their match jitters out of the way, a little bit more reps in the server, and kind of just make sure they're in top shape here for playoffs. So it's gonna be exciting.
It really, really would. Feel so bad for YFP because I definitely feel like the roster of potential. I feel like YFP has always been like always the bridesmaid, never the bride when it comes to challengers, but there's still stage 2 for them. But focusing in on the playoff bracket that we have ahead, the 8 best teams that we had, this was really exciting because if you asked me at the beginning of the season which teams would have been the top, I mean, I would have guessed an NRGA being here, an SRB, Roy being at this point in the bracket. But it's really nice to see teams like Sleepers who really impressed throughout the stage here, and Evictics as well. Like, this playoff bracket could go any way.
Yeah, Gompers was saying that it's been clearer who's becoming the best team. I feel the opposite. I feel more confused now than I've ever been. I feel like in the beginning of this play, I kind of had an idea who the top teams were, but by the end, I was like, okay, I don't think I understand Valorant very much because at the end, I was just I was like, okay, I think the sleeper teams, the kind of the underrated dogs, if you will, the underdogs. There's a name for that. Have been surprised, and they've played so well, and the level of consistency that they've found throughout this meta and just their style has looked so great. And I feel like looking at these 8 teams that have made it to playoffs, I feel like we're in for some very exciting Valorant. There's a lot of different styles, there's a lot of different tempos, and there's so much, you know, differences in experience and kind of the rookies and just like mechanical savants and kind of just crazy strategic gods. I think it's gonna be a really exciting 8-team playoff run here.
And it's not just you. In a lot of the interviews with these teams, it was the coaches, right? And the players actually saying as well, like, they don't feel like there's much of a skill disparity here and they think anyone can beat anyone. So that in itself is very clear as to where everyone thinks everyone else stands, right? Like, this is the competition. There's not someone they're scared of. There's not someone they think they're going to absolutely tear apart. This is the equal playing field. Nobody knows who's going to make it.
And that's what makes it so exciting. So let's start with the very first match that we have for today. SAD Esports going up against M80. 2 teams that, I don't know which way this is going to go. This is a really exciting matchup with 2 very, very different stories for this team. SAD Esports, of course, being that one team to make it through stage 1 flawlessly. And Roy, a very different story looking at M80.
a completely opposite stories for both of these teams, right? SAD was the underrated team. They were very quiet in the beginning of the split. We weren't really, like, we kind of mentioned that they were a bit of a sleeper roster, but we weren't really expecting them to be the #1 seed, which is insane. And then you have M80, right? A super team that was formed with only one goal to win, and they've struggled. It's been a grueling road here, and it feels like the complete opposite storylines. But here we go, converging here in the first round of playoffs. It's going to be a really interesting one, no doubt.
We, of course, have to kick all of this off with the one undefeated team, though, and the one that definitely showed up and surprised a lot of people. Something that, I mean, Stellar even talked about after the first week, talking about how he thought the team was going to surprise a lot of people. It was a big upset up against this NRGA squad to get the spot. But when you look at the talent on the squad, you look at the team comps, this makes a lot of sense, especially too with a lot of credit going to Styles, Cody, for what they were able to accomplish with this team.
Yeah, and like you said, Stellar kind of discussing that they think that SAD Esports is going to surprise everyone, and that partially being, you know, they gave credit to their coach, right, developing talent like Payne and Zaj, who are two people who are absolutely dominating the servers and are getting better every single day. And when you have newer talent like that, you don't know what the fullest capacity is going to look like. So it's scary, right? You go into these new games, you're going against these two players who are being uplifted, you're going against Stellar, who's kind of like a really, really comfortable fill. So it starts to just be really uncomfortable. And I think that's something SAD Esports are looking to kind of push, that exact narrative.
And I think the interesting thing with SAD Esports is they didn't really have an easy run here. Like, yes, they're 4-0, but the teams that they've had to take down to qualify for playoffs was 1, Sleepers, and 2, NRG Academy at their peak. This was before the loss streak started for NRG. So they're quite literally playing the best version of NRG Academy that we've seen in the split so far. So I think SAD Esports, in terms of the Zoomer style gameplay, the raw mechanics on this team, combined with the Stellar leadership, the experience that he brings for this roster, along with the coaching staff, I think has made this team into a very dangerous threat. And honestly, in hindsight, not surprised to see them in #1 seed.
Yeah, maybe if originally it might have been a surprise to people, I feel at this point, when you look back and start to give them proper credit for what they've done, it really shouldn't have been all along. This is a team that definitely put in the work. And it's something too that, looking even just at the stats, the numbers, and what this team was able to accomplish, Roy, on paper, a lot of this starts to make a lot of sense in how they were able to build up this series of wins.
Yeah, I mean, just look at it. It's straight up. It's very obvious, I feel like, right? They're very explosive in the way they start halves. They're winning a lot of their pistol rounds. They're also extremely drilled and precise with the way they find opening kills. They're not getting punished a lot for the first kills. You see, they have quite a good untraded first kill rate, right? Then you look at their plant rates on attack. That's probably where they get most of their rounds, right? It's the attack side success. It's Stellar's calling. It's their execution on these ideas. They're able to plant the spike almost 80% of the time on the attack side. That is crazy. The highest in the league, by the way, by far. And when it comes down to the post plant win rates, they're so good. They're 71%. So not only are they planting the spike more than any other team in the league, but they're also winning a lot of them. So just in terms of their straight up attack prowess, they're very dangerous. They're very precise. They're very clinical with the way they open up rounds. And when it comes to those late rounds, they're demons.
Demons indeed, right? This is a double duelist kind of composition that they like to run as well. So it's, like you say, it's explosive, but within reason, right? It's Jerwin working along Zaj occasionally, and then Zaj being a little more flexible under circumstances where we need it. And I think this team is exactly that, right? Flexible. They're willing to push ahead of the agenda of just playing this like very slow tactical sort of composition, and they're trying to be better, right? SAD Esports being in this position in such a perfect time now that we're hitting like playoffs, and people might be a little bit more afraid of this team and starting to VOD review them just quite a bit more. But I think that's where, you know, that improvement of Zaj and Jerwin is kind of exciting, and Zaj and Payne, who are being once again uplifted. So I'm very excited to see what this team is packing for the playoffs, especially with that 2-week break that they decided to take. So
I'm so impressed also with the kind of the debut of Zaj as well, right? And I mean, Jerwin's kind of a quote unquote vet at this point, even though he's extremely young, but Zaj's debut in VCL has been phenomenal. And I feel like the fact that they have double duelists and we're converging on this like very micro heavy style of Valorant that we're seeing, it's kind of like it puts them in a really good spot to kind of contest a lot of these teams when it comes, because a lot of the rounds and situations are being resolved so mechanically right now. When you have two players that are, one, feeling extremely confident, and two, really strong on the duelist role, it puts them in a pretty good spot.
especially too, Jerwin talked about the trust between those two to be able to accomplish the goals they needed to, and was also talking about just the straight mechanics on Zaj, saying that he thought he was one of the best mechanical players in the league. And that coming from Jerwin is a lot of really, really high praise. So this is a team that definitely cooked during stage 1, and a team that should only get stronger with time. But I think that is a similar story to the opposing side when you're talking about a team that maybe just needs that time to really get things going. Because this M80 team, when you look at it straight up on paper, this is a very, very strong roster, Gompers. We get to see Nismo coaching. We get to see a lot of veteran talent. We get to see some standouts from last year join the squad. Maybe it took them a little bit to get their playoff spot, but hey, it's just more reps under their belt, right?
And Sierra, you said it perfectly. I was gonna say, SAD took a break, and they had said in their interview, like, hey, we're just gonna take a break. I feel like everyone deserves it. But Energy kept learning. I mean, sorry, M80 kept learning. It wasn't a break for them. It was a learning experience. And like Nismo said, losing is learning. And I feel like that's exactly what M80 needed. They have the large variety of players that are trying to play together, whether it be old or young or very experienced or very, very new to the game. And with a coach that's so dedicated to giving this team the space to be better, I think staying at the lower bracket run and like trying to fight for this playoff was exactly what M80 needed to be one of the best and being in a spot where I do genuinely think they are the dark horse that is going to rise even more. So I'm super excited for like what playoff M80 is going to be able to show.
I mean, I don't even really think darker horse. Like, I still have a lot of expectations on this team when I see the team. Like, I can't look at this squad and say dark horse. I think, and it was something that GMD had talked about, that the team needed a little bit of a wake-up call, right? Like, the team has that dynamic. The team has that talent. But, you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit. Sometimes you need that wake-up call. But they were able to figure things out. And I'm excited to see how that's built upon going into today. And looking back at the journey, I mean, learning is losing. They definitely got to learn a lot, but Roy, they definitely came out better on the other end for it.
Absolutely, and I think their journey has been, I mean, it's been grueling for sure, but I think they've learned a ton, and I think that's going to make them a more well-rounded team, because where I'm looking, they're very good at starting up halves. They're winning a lot of their pistols, right? They're also, even when they're not winning the opening fights, they're still really good at trading out, and that speaks a lot to how good they are at, you know, kind of keeping space or moving around the map as a unit and kind of just making sure that things are functioning even when the opening fights aren't going very well. And I think for me, M80's honestly biggest strength is their defensive sides. They're the best team in the league, second best team, excuse me, in the league at denying spike plants when they're on the defending side. 60%, that is so strong. And when it comes down to advantages, when they do have those advantages, when they are trading out, you know, correctly, or they're finding those opening kills, when they have those +2 rounds, their record is 67-2. That means out of every round where they've gone at +2 advantage, they've only fumbled 2 out of 69. That is a crazy stat, and that speaks to the level of experience that they have, and it speaks to how well they can communicate and kind of secure their advantages, you know, leveraging that experience as well as their mechanics.
I mean, when you looked at the experienced players on the team, like, they definitely, that shows in some of these matches, right? Which is really nice. But heading into the series, instead of talking about the more veteran talent, I want to talk about some of the newer talent that we get to see and talk about our head-to-head that we have, because I do want to give props to this double duelist. We're seeing a little bit more coming out of SAT Esports. Sometimes M80 goes for it, but not quite as much. But Bonnie, this is the bigger call up to a bigger org. Jerwin, we got to see last year improving on that, and then Gompers, Zaj with his Challengers debut. But really, all three have been so impressive, and I think this is going to be really fun to keep an eye on them going into today's series.
Yeah, and like Roy said, this is SAT Esports is an aggressive team within reason, right? We're looking at one duelist of Bonnie kind of being like that big reliance of getting those site takes and playing a little more with the util that's being given to them. But then it's Jerwin and Zaj, two players that are working very, very hard together, and two players that have actually said like their partnership is what makes it so much easier to play together, to play that defensive round, to play those attacking halves, right? So when they are playing that double duelist role, it never feels like there really is like something that you can crack at. And I think that's going to be quite difficult for Bonnie to kind of take a crack at as that solo duelist. And, you know, of course, they have like great initiators to lead them to that path for success. But at the end of the day, I really think this gives SAD such a leg up.
And also, Jerwin and Zaj complement each other so well because Jerwin is obviously extremely strong mechanically, but his specialty is opening up rounds, right? That's been where, you know, SAD Esports has gotten a lot of their success. It's off Jerwin's back. And I feel like with Zaj, he might not be as good of a round opener, but when it comes to multi-fragging, when it comes to having a player get more than he should, he's that player consistently for this team. He's the #1 player in terms of rating on this team. Jerwin's up there as well. I think he's the 12th in the league. So in terms of the double duelists, they're very effective. But you look at a player like Bonnie on the M80 side, he's kind of a generalist and a specialist at the same time. Like he's successfully opening up rounds. He's successfully finding a lot of kills and space for his team. And the support system and the kind of the style that M80 is going for, it scales very well with time. And I feel like this is a good moment for M80 to have leveraged that experience and as well as those reps that they've gone throughout group stage to now put it into work into playoffs.
Oh, this one's going to be such a good map, especially too with this journey M80 has been on up against the SAD Esports that just impressed so much here in stage 1. So let's start diving into today's series. Talk about the map picks and bans ahead of us, because at this point we do have a good amount of knowledge on each of these teams. Obviously SAD are looking so strong across the board, and Roy, they're going to be starting off this series on Corrode.
I am not surprised whatsoever to see this pick at all. It's one of the maps that SAD Esports has shown they've looked great on Corrode. The one time they played it against Sleepers, they beat them, and that is arguably Sleepers' best map. So it's a great rep to have on that map. Of course, M80 starting on the defensive side. We talked a lot about how good they are on those defenses, so I'm not surprised to see M80 start there. They're looking to get as many rounds as possible in that first half, and then second half comes. Hopefully they've worked on that attack side.
And this is so tactical. I like this. Okay, so M80 actually like frequently love banning Corrode. This is not a map that they like to put themselves in a position to kind of combat anyone at, especially SAD Esports. So this is scary to me. Like SAD did their VOD review, and I know M80 talked a bit about, oh, we like to VOD review, we like to anti-strat, we like to do this, but SAD took them to their core, and it's hard because you kind of have to decide what's the first map that's got to go, and it had to be Haven. So this is exciting. I think SAD Esports have such a big leg up on Corrode. This is a map that they're pretty strong in. Obviously 2 times played, and they've won each and every time. So this is exciting.
And if we get there, the bind will be really interesting because M80 hasn't really shown that map. We don't really know what to expect from them when it comes to that bind. So if we go to the third map, it's going to be a lot of in-the-moment problem solving for SAD Esports. But in terms of their bind, they're very comfortable on bind. It's looked like actually one of their best maps. They're 2-0 on it so far. They've looked phenomenal. They've had extremely balanced in terms of, you know, they're able to get a lot of rounds on defense, but their attack has looked terrifying on that map.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to a bind, but we'll have to see how the first 2 in the series really go along here. But how we think the series is going to be shaking up before we dive into the map itself, of course, we have to go into our own thoughts and our own predictions. The true fighting words here amongst all of us analysts, amongst all of us hosts. But we'll slowly but surely get there, guys. Slowly but surely. It's a Monday after all. Bear with us. But what Gobbers against the world. I like Gobbers how you're surprised like SAD Esports didn't go 4-0 to make it to playoffs. Why are we shocked, dude?
But that is their downfall. Hear me out right now. I'm gonna analyst desk the desk out of this analyst. All right, I want you to listen to me. So
okay,
it's
listening.
SAD, they said they were taking a break, which is okay. And I think that's really good mental wise. But I think different things drive different people. M80 talked about how like they need to lose to understand. You know, GMD Guimon talking about how they needed they're the most experienced, but they're also here to kind of support. And they know a lot of these people, so they feel a lot more comfortable on this team. And that really all it takes is just a little bit more time to give them time to solidify themselves. And Swiss stage for them wasn't an experience where they had to push themselves the hardest. It was an experience for them to learn. And I think they even said, like, going into playoffs, this was going to be the time for them to show people what they have. And that to me is scary. The fact that they took the time to VOD review every single day, anti-strat, understand, every single team they're going to play against. And of course, SAD being one of them, the top team. So for me, M80, they take it, and I believe so.
I think the work ethic for M80 can never be discounted. Like, all these players work so hard. I know that for a fact, but honestly, I just want to shift the spotlight to Van Silly. He kind of voted against Guimond. That's crazy. You're going against a French Canadian, bro? That's crazy, man.
Oh man, you really just had to throw Vans under the bus there at the last possible second. We'll get Van's words on that in a minute, as we're almost ready to head into our game. We have our agents first, though, everyone. And bringing the conversation back to Crow, this one's interesting because we kept teeing up this double duelist. But what we've gotten to see out of Sad in the past is not that. Roy instead is on the Viper.
Yep, we're not seeing many changes except for the I think it's overall the same thing. So it's going to be really interesting for the Sad Esports side. M80 looks like they are also running the same composition. So I think overall it's just the name of the game is reps, learning, and hopefully they've worked on that attack side, because for me, from where I'm standing, from what I've seen for M80, their defensive side have looked phenomenal. The data backs it up. Everything backs it up. It's been that attack side. So a lot of pressure on this first half for M80, utilizing the double initiators to set themselves up, get themselves in comfortable positions, and make sure they don't lose grip. Because if Sad Esports is left untamed when they're on the attack side, that's been their bread and butter. Do not let Stellar get in your head. Do not let Jerwin and Zaj dismantle you mechanically, and you have to fight back in this first half.
Yeah, but you say dismantle, but there's not going to be a double duelist this time. So, you know, the emphasis that we put on Zaj and Jerwin and the teamwork and the you know, that they tend to show, it's kind of going to be a little bit more of that single duelist, you know, so it does make it a little easier on Bonnie. I also am kind of excited because we did talk about briefly, like, Sad Esports being better on the attack and M80 being better on the defense. So, like, what exactly is the dynamic going to be here, and are M80 going to be able to beat Sad on their best map?
Two teams with very different paths to make it to playoffs, but they're both in the same spot now. It's time to seed with everything on the line. Who is going to take the first strike here on Corrode? It's time to head to the map and find out with the ever so lovely Lemon Kiwi and the betrayer Van Silly.
Oh my God. Sorry, Gimo, sorry. You kind of have to, though, right, Lemon Kiwi? You kind of have to. As much as I love GMDs, the French Canadian as well, but you're looking at two IGLs that have had experience since the dawn of ages. These two guys right here, Stellar on the left, GMD on the right. And if you think about what Stellar has brought to the table in terms of his IGL skills, what he's revamped in Tier 2, bringing out double sentinels at some point as well, that a lot of Tier 1 teams started using, for example, in Ascent. You have to give that edge to the side of Sad Esports when it comes down to those fights of where the IGLs will have to shine in his default rounds. So unfortunate there. Of course, I know Roy's kind of throwing me under the bus, but at the same time, it's kind of factual too. No, you got to go with the facts.
Yeah, and the facts are that Stellar has been incredible, has been really flexible, and is continuously stepping up as that leader. And GMD won't be on the Omen that he's so known for. That'll be on Alvin Boy, but GMD on sort of a different role on Astra, playing that sort of Viper-esque pseudo-sentinel, if you will, on Corrode, and has that big responsibility of creating that delay. And then there's that big storyline between Jerwin against Bonnie, the highest status duelists we have in Challengers. They get to throw punches at each other. So this first match of playoffs is going to be great.
There's definitely going to be, you know, coaches watching into the compositions of M80 or in general of teams playing double bubble comps in terms of doubles controllers, and they're sort of against that. We'll have to keep an eye on it when we have a chance to really look through the rounds. But ideally, actually, let's hold that thought. There's a fight on main about to happen.
Well, you just know how scary Sad can be. They're the only undefeated team, but Zash is going to take his seat early in the round, and Welly's just trying to stay alive and just won't be able to. Not even a trade, but damages. Pretty bad injuries on Bonnie and Paint. Sad won't waste a moment trying to absorb the left side of the map. Already getting a plant going. Jerwin will be the tip of the spear, extending after and going after GMD, but decent enough trade. And Sad are in a good position, but Stellar and Pain are the only ones left. Just need to maybe get some one taps going on M80. Here is the flood in, little crouch, Paint. Good job winning that in the micro. And it's easy to just overwhelm Sad in that moment as M80 will take the pistol.
That's one thing that's very good that GMD does quite well, is be able to hold his angles and just be on fire in terms of these playoff do or die scenarios. So just getting his one where Sad Esports decided to flip the site, push towards that spawn because they were heavily pushed on A main at the start. They knew it was a weak site towards the spawn. So to play that 2 versus 1, but GMD still capitalizes on 1 is a perfect play, allowing M80 to get that retake as well as you just saw here in this replay. That said, we have 10 seconds to talk about the double bubbles, right? So I think the idea what you have for M80 to play this double controller smoke is exactly this. Look at these stars. You're basically trying to hold a similar line as when you're playing Attack Viper, trying to cut lines by leveraging Astra smokes, but then also doubling with the Omen smokes at the same time. So you'll still have, no matter what, more util to use when it comes down to these pops. I think they're going to rely a lot on Alvin's paranoia to go for these pushes on the attack, or for example, for these trap plays like they just did on the defensive side at the start before the wall came down.
M80 are going to leverage those bubbles where Bonnie, his style is a bit different than Jerwin. They're both incredible Waylay players, but Bonnie can sometimes be more independent, even be known to have these solo lockdowns. We saw it even last time on Haven. Now he's going to keep his distance with the Outlaw. Knows Sad is going to be on an eco, and Sad are going to leverage that Viper wall. See, get a sneak up on GMD. Could be ready to brawl and just kind of feed in to Bonnie's sightline. Can excuse himself, and there is the Owl drone. GMD will tuck away on the other side of the wall, so you will have some isolations. Sad, ooh, tried to capitalize on that player recalling. GMD is a victim. Bonnie is just trying to stand up on his own 2 feet. M80 coming in through a link and sandwiching Sad, but they are fighting back. They could safe enough for a plant. Pain is going to emerge. And man, they paint a whole different picture in this round 2. Very convincing.
Thankfully, the players inside the A site there for M80 were able to anchor the way that they did, because the way that they just baited GMD was the classic cartoon style of a carrot under a box with a string. GMD was chasing after Jurin with the Spectre trying to kill him, and then boom, recalls, and then there's 3 players behind him just owns GMD. That opened up the site. You saw how they actually even used the saturate with the molly combination from Sad Esports to drop a second player, but because they've been so active on trying to find the information for M80 in the first place, when they droned in the mid round, when you played contact towards the A main, it allowed M80 to really shift towards that A site and have more bodies into the actual hit from Sad Esports. So very nicely done in terms of that, and Sad Esports has to identify that a little bit more. If you're looking at these rounds, Lemon QE, look at the amount of smokes that are coming out. It's always going to be Omen smokes first, while we still have GMD smokes for the actual delay, for the actual site pops, so that they can actually try to hold down that clock against Sad Esports.
Got a lot of fight potential with the Astra. The fuel from the Viper 2, you can do a lot more as the rounds last longer. Sad already pulled a lot towards the right side of the map. Finally, we'll see some mid presence from Jerwin getting a free lockdown, where usually Derek has been on top of that. Recon with an Owl drone, but he wants to help reinforce B. They're going to leave that open, and Paint's going to check it.
Yeah, we're conditioning here. So right now, with the amount of times they've been hitting towards this main, they still want to try to bait out the drone. As they get this pick, look at the insert on middle. If you get this pick on Jerwin right there, that could open the pivot back towards that B site, or just slap the site because you have player advantage now.
Stellar already noted. Just no one there at the front door, but Paint will kick back in the best of ways. 3 versus 1. GMD is unnoticed, could get a wraparound. Sad's not really looking this way yet. Their sights are forward, but Stellar checks, and Sad will be on the board.
Yeah, you were a little bit more active this time around here for Sad Esports in your default as well, right? So as you're, creating that false presence with the wall coming up on the A side at the beginning, but then you're slowly working towards that B site. You force now Alvin Boy to play back into the B site. So you're creating so many different question marks. And because the amount of early util that was used by M80 to try to take mid control at the beginning of the round was fully thwarted by Sad Esports staying more passively, now you're playing with so many question marks around the map, and you're getting caught off these rotates, and Stellar just called an excellent default round going into their gun round. So M80, I think not only do they have to be proactive in terms of what they find or what they get denied, they have to be more active on defending these lines too, which is why I love here in this round, Bonnie is actually contesting that mid line a lot more.
No command from Stellar. Alvin has nothing to say about it. No paranoia that can really delay this, but Sad will still be halted by all the stars left behind. And M80 just spray and pray, and their prayers were answered. Sad didn't even step into the site. Now the spike is down at the worst spot ever. Dash 1v4. It's not going to be looking very possible when you had mid already checked. M80 pretty good on their read on where this push is coming from, and the Odin will silence Zaj.
very nicely done too, just by avoiding that molly. So the little small mistakes in terms of how much you were trying to throw your util on SAT Esports on the exec to really push your opponents off these defensive lines. So as it kind of covers the alleyway, it didn't cover this spot where Paint was really into the corner, right over here. He's like, oh, well, it's not hitting me. I'm going to give it free kills. And now because of people being focused on, wait, how is Paint still alive over here? It was easier then for his teammate Bonnie to come across the line from Cave and drop the last two. So simple crossfire setup, not enough util to really push out M80 out of their position despite the null command fast pace that was taken here by SAT Esports side. But M80, I mean, this is something that the desk was highlighting a lot, that they're very good on the defensive side. And so far, in terms of like the IGL styling where SAT Esports are usually better on the attack side, well, then M80 is in a pretty good spot at the beginning of this game.
Even through all that Odin spraying, M80 are not going to walk into a false sense of security. Bonnie ready at the trigger. Sad's just still back to their normal default, sending Welly to go recover that spike. Stellar's already used the knife too, so you got an owl drone for Welly. Last chance to get some info there, but Sad are not going to waste any time. They're already stepping into A, putting pressure on GMD, who's going to just huddle down, play off the sightlines of Bonnie, and he gets another one in this round. And Sad ain't got much to say to this outlaw. Bonnie is deadly as ever. B has just been a fortress to try and get through. And Sad's best chance has been trying to get to A. What a shot from Welly, but make it 3 for Bonnie.
I like to say that Derek was a sacrificial lamb. I think Bonnie gets the ult after that kill. Maybe not, but if not, I'm coping here and it's fine, right? But there was just a little bit of gaps, despite them pushing GMD off that line towards elbow, that the scaling should have happened a little bit faster from Pain. I don't know if he had a TP left or something like that, but he just got caught with his pants down out in the open in the crosshairs of Bonnie when that Viper Ball went down on the attack, when they could have been a 2v1 against GMD at that spot. That's it. Everything else was, you know, a smaller buy that we had here for SAT Esports anyways. So they were just trying to continue to throw their bodies away to see where the positioning from M80 could be at the beginning of these rounds. And they're noticing here a lot more mid presence at the beginning of these rounds for M80, and they want to contest that right away.
Would love to see Welly part of that equation last round, especially with the owl drone still up. But hey, they'll go in as a squad and fight through mid. Putting down Bonnie is huge. Big ace up M80 sleep gone as the owl drone. Both are being exchanged. Sad going to keep their position at a link.
Push is nice.
Here. Hunter's Fury 2 is going to make it nicer if Sad need to push back against this. GMD, how much does he get away with? Oh, caught with the star, the concuss, but no one from M80 to really react to it. Smokes up, good delay. M80 just trying to poke and prod their way through, and they step into traps, and Paint gets put down. M80 have angles to work with, but really not the manpower to make the magic happen, so Sad need everything they can get. Obviously conserving the ults that they have. Try and get back into the score. Derek and Alvin just trying to pinch in, but not really standing a chance, outnumbered.
When you're looking at the ult from Paint for M80 to cancel the push from SAT Esports from the A connector to the A site, that was perfect, right? Because now you're eliminating a lot of that util for them to actually execute into A. So it allows the anchor players to really try to go for a fight and use that to your advantage. But the difference is this time is when GMD and Derek are double holding the space into the A site, they're still both watching a different angle. So GMD is watching that ramp, and then you have Derek with the Odin watching the elbow. Why are you not playing doubled up and try to secure a spot on yourself? If you're committed to fight and control one certain angle, you need to play for trades. And then they both fell. Didn't give him a chance to really play that defense.
Ooh, Paint got some good info. Conversion pass activated from Bonnie. It's hunting season. A Sad split apart and try to just run away from this. Instead of trying to fight, maybe last one left, Pain could get a good cutoff opportunity. It's all about timing, and Pain is going to feel just that. Sad, have to worry about the flank. That's one person has to focus from behind, while the rest try and puncture into A, and they don't know what's waiting for them on the other side. Now, hearing that drone come from A, the time is limited for Sad before it feels like this round is over, especially in a 3 versus 5 and not being at full health.
Best thing they have is the information, though, because of the forward position from Jordan in the past. So they knew about the flank, and his dash going into mid control, mid con, sees like 2 or 3 players. So now they have to be ready for these fights.
All right, on Stellar, kind of having a 1v3 into him. Conversion pass now from Sad, knowing that A-Link presence, and it's an exchange, but the flank's no longer a worry. But this A-Link surely is. Last one left, Sad just has to play his life. Play time. Definitely not be in a spot where he could just be poked down by the Odin. Oh man, see when he cooks in that kitchen. Cosmic Divide even invested too, so M80 in a good lead.
That's a small thing, the small silver lining for SAD Esports. When you're playing a 3 versus 5 and you forced out the Cosmic Divide, when it's a 3 versus 1, you'll take that. At the end of the day, M80 tried to go for a trap play. With the amount of time SAD Esports has been now trying to fight back to do the mid control on this very map. And although the 1 by 1 on the side of body didn't hit people anyways, they still tried to push through that, and they actually caught a lot of players off guard, including the flank watcher on Pain, if I'm not mistaken, that was pushing out towards that attack side on A. So it allowed for them to at least get that with the convergence path for that space taken. And then SAD Esports, unfortunately, I mean, it's a 3v5. Very hard for you to take.
Hunter's Fury from Welly. Fish in a barrel, but no one actually pinged, so Sad. You have M80 nervous on the back foot. Mid control, Jerwin looking to get a fight. Oh, and you know just how close that presence is. Derek is gonna watch carefully. Needs to play his life. He's got his role on this team is important. Shot splits too if he wanted to help suppress this, but you don't want to leave Alvin in a bad spot. And if anything, M80's B defense is going to push forward and take matters into their own hands, and it works out beautifully. Alvin with a double, and then you got Sad having to recover the spike. Jerwin, he's trying to bait out this fight. Just no one's really answered him, and Jerwin's going to force Alvin to pick up the phone. Now the site has been liberated. Sad know this, so they'll get set up for a plan.
Even trying to give the ult. They were trying to give it on the attack side too. It's Sash that's going to get it. There he goes. So he gets the pit with it as well. So it will be tougher for them to retake, although it isolates a couple of these players on the outside. SAD Esports deciding here right at the last second to play all 3 players inside the pit. Give me a chance now for the Odin to maybe get some people with the spray.
Oh, and as soon as Welly steps out, he could be picked here from Bonnie. All the angles being taken. Derek with plenty of bullets too in the Odin to just force a lot of fear out of Sad, and Bonnie steps out, puts down Welly, and now Bonnie just ravages into the pit 1v1, and Bonnie at 7 HP falls, and it's Zaj that clutches.
Dude, that was a sick shot by Bonnie though inside that pit. That had to be like a no-scope, something right into the chest of Welly, and then also gets a second one with the shorty. He almost single-handedly, you know, allowed M80 to play that retake and put that to their advantage. Remember, there was a lot of space given when all 3 of SAD Esports decided to play it inside the pit. But I love here, I was questioning a little bit, letting Corrode slide through from M80 going into this week in the playoffs. And you're starting to see a little bit of what they were trying to fix here. Playing off each other a little bit more, as I criticized what happened on the A side, but pushing that B side on the mid round was perfect from both Bonnie and Paint to hold that angle and to give themselves a fighting chance for their retake on the other side, being a lot more proactive here in these mid rounds, you know. So as they go into this mid control once again and they go for picks and they're able to take that first advantage, what happens in the mid round is that SAD Esports will have to start working that map, and as they work that map, M80 is trying to find timings to push back against the gaps. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing and how they're adapting on the defensive side in the first portion of this half.
First blood from Derek. He's got Hunter's Fury, and Sad pretty confident they're not going to push through spawn. They'll leave the spike behind, but this could cause some delays. Someone has to run back, and momentum now created from Saj as Derek just immediately pulls out the Hunter's Fury, thinking there was going to be that flood in, but Sad had to slow it down. But this spawn push from Paint, this is what I was going to be worried about if you're going to leave the spike behind. Now it's a ring around the rosy. Lady Luck on Sad's side, getting away from the flank. Peekaboo.
30 seconds left.
Pain gone. M80, okay, you have clear B, but guess what? The spike isn't there.
That's what we'll be ready for, though, at least for M80. They should play it soft, at least close down one angle, and then hold that spawn. Don't let them push and flip that map, and then you can play a 4v2 retake.
Ellie on his last legs. He's getting a plant down will be nice. Paranoia thrown in though from Alvin. M80 bringing the fight to them. It's time to dance, and Stellar has them all stacked up, but the shock bolt brings them down to half. This is feeling impossible with the amount of util that M80 have, but Welly in a 1 versus 2 does what he can, but it's M80 on top.
Yeah, and I love this little M80 jump across. I think that was GMD that does that, or was it Alvin Boy? But it's almost reminiscent to what we were just watching towards the VCTs. Go for that jump across. I think it was a G2 style. Trent just sacrifices himself as a Sky and then have the second one trade out for a kill. So those types of fundamental fixes that I wanted to see coming out here from M80, who's had a rough start at the beginning of the season. It is definitely starting to look a little bit more ironed out in these moments. But I think the beauty of it and why M80 is able to find so much success, it's because the rounds so far didn't need to be as hectic as they needed to be. As Stellar is so good at calling into mid rounds, it's also a very slow style, right? Because you're playing double initiator, solo duelist. You're trying to find the information and trying to push and pull as much as you can. And M80, another time, they find a gap, they push down towards middle. Paint gets a frag. After that kill onto Paint, they know exactly the hit's coming towards the A side. So I think after this timeout, Styles is probably going to talk to the team and say, guys, we need to be a little bit more quicker and assertive in what we're trying to do here. Not only in a push and pull, but there's too much pull back as we're actually going for the main game plan. If you're trying to finish A, it seems like so you're still trying to finish A no matter what, right? You're not trying to create openings anywhere else, despite the space that's given to you on the side of M80. So I think they have to be a little bit more proactive at that spot to really keep those guys guessing on the side of M80 on the defense. Watch those guys pushing at the same time as well. I think they got punished by 2 flanks so far since these gun rounds started happening for both of these teams.
Just being more careful towards spawn, like you lost that person in mid, you're sad. Then you left the spike behind. M80 got yet another spawn push. This has caused some trouble. Forced Sad's focus to be split. Already picking up the pace. They have the spike in hand. M80 aren't going to have that front presence like before, letting this be a 5-man retake potentially for M80, depending on if GMD can get a good catch. He's already been pressed off, but ooh, a little ping there. It's going to get some injuries on Stellar's side. They are on a save though, so being as grouped up together, this death ball from Sad, they got to kick back and work together. Here comes M80. They haven't had to expend anything. Paranoias, 2 flashes, a lot of M80's disposal for a good fight. Sad, their advantage could be timing, especially with these shorties, these sheriffs. This could do a lot of damage and surprise you. They need to have a good buddy system, and Sad are going to relinquish that choke. Still just try to group up and huddle up. Fortress near the spike. Dash is being heard towards a link, and that's the moment as M80 strikes. It's iron hot. They get up to 7.
It was so good to start for Sad Esports with the eco that they had. Again, because M80 is giving him so much space, they wanted to be a little bit more proactive and quick, just as you mentioned here, Lemon QE. So what do? They actually get into the site they were able to plant, and not needing to use too much util. They had 1 Omen Smoke with a Viper Wall and a Recon Dart for a free plant. Then you still had so much util to delay on the post plant. When M80 tried to flood back towards that spawn, 1 Paranoia from Pain slowed them down. It gave a chance here for Stellar to get that flank into Rooster towards that A connector and almost get a backstab onto 2. But then when it came down to the actual fights, it was the power of numbers and the weapons of M80 that was able to save their round on that side. Because if not, I really felt that it was Sad Esports round to even eco and bring them even closer to tying this game in the first half. But now this is why we had this timeout, to figure out what we want to do here in our gun round, and we want to fight back for the mid control for Sad Esports. And I think playing this 1-3-1 at the beginning is going to try to stuff and suffocate at least the double mid control that we've had from M80 at the beginning of these rounds.
Derek is so good at playing his life. They ping Jerwin, and usually Derek is kind of hiding away, just playing for info, but he's kind of multiple first bloods, being a pillar in the center of the map. Converge past Bonnie, wants to find even more. At least get Sad nervous. Watching towards the right, this may just force them towards the left, and M80 will be ready to greet them with a Paranoia.
We still know it's weak side now towards mid for SAD Esports because of that pop ulti into A main. So punishing Derek would be good here. They're already pinging at the same time, knowing that he jump spots for this area. So the read has been perfect so far in how they're moving towards that mid round.
Strong lurk.
30 seconds left.
Sad, gonna see if they can break into A, and ooh, the resistance is strong from M80. They're gonna smoke it off too, and Sad can follow into the footsteps of Pain. Not a lot of people left though on this post plan, if it even goes through. Paranoia, M80 from the top rope. Get that information on Stellar, but they don't know where Pain is. Shock bolts enough. Disrupt, and here comes M80 to finish off what they started, and it's very convincing for their defensive half.
They almost converted a very nice 4 versus 5 for SAD Esports though, right? After they lost Jerwin from the wall bang from Derek. Again, doing a lot of push and pull, and when they were pulling a defensive line from A over to B, I think it was perfect that they decided to do the audible call to say, let's wait towards Rooster, towards the A link and punish them. And M80 are walking right into that spot. But the difference is that SAD Esports felt that pressure at the time. So instead of just holding their angle and crouching through, one guy walks in solo, dies, the rest feels like they have to swing out the trade right over here. So Saj dies, and you have to swing and try to trade out. All 3 X's fall down at the same time for the side of the attack. If they waited that extra 2 seconds for M80 to walk into the firing range of SAD Esports, it would have been a different story in that round. So it calls a little bit of that inexperience as well from, you know, this new roster coming out from SAD Esports that, you know, the more that you lose, the more that you're learning at the same time. But they're going to have to start learning quick here. They were already moving into the last round of the first half where a couple of these scenarios should have been on their side to make this game very close. But M80 can now really run away with this first half.
Berwin's going to get more support in mid now that Stellar is here too. Virgin pass from the attack. They want Derek bad, and he sits, he waits, and it pays off. Wow. Now M80 will hold back to Sad. At least we're able to trade, and wow, Zash is creating openings left and right all by his damn self, and then you'll get a plant on A. Bonnie with an outlaw will have to wait for the regroup.
Spike planted.
Pain with flashes, ready to fight in. M80 taking a peek off the information. They just gotta finish off Stellar, and there it is. Sad. Just have to create some stall potential. Let M80 chase them a little bit. Pain at 7 HP. Wait a minute, he's gotten a double kill, but he's looking the wrong way. That would have been cool, but it ends 8-4 in M80's favor.
And thank God you have Saj in the end. We wasted one ult just to try to punish one guy. And it was Derek. Jerwin dashes in after he places the slow field from his ult and still gets owned because he gets pinged by the L drone, fumbles the dash as he's hitting walls at the same time, and Derek has ample time to just do the crosshair placement to get that pick. But because of these openers from Saj on the late lurk right after, you're giving up the space, trying to support middle. Those yaps are spotted, and then Saj is able to open that up. So thankfully there's that to salvage a little bit of that half towards the end for SAD Esports. But now it's up to M80. How is this going to look on the attack? How are you going to call this for GMD? And hopefully that break that they took here allows for them to be a little bit more ironed out on how they want to work and focus here into their attack side. And it starts off with a lot of smokes or stars at least placed out towards middle to try to react into what could potentially be pushing down on that side.
The aggro swing out from Sad just confirmed the silence over on the left side of the map. So Sad already throwing shock bolts, smokes, everything, and Pain has used the paranoia, so they just gotta right click to victory, I guess, with the classics. But M80 do a good job not fully losing hope in this round. GMD solo 1v2 towards A link, and it's just one tap to end it all. Eric, he's got the spike down, but hindered with nowhere to go. Sad will convert the pistol. See if they can mount a comeback.
I was scratching my head a little bit because when the hit started coming through from M80, Pain actually threw the cross smoke right at the A entrance, where usually the attacker side wants to do that, so you take some elbow control. So for me, it's like, oh, okay, well, this is perfect. M80 can actually move in towards elbow and then go for a 5 versus 2, a 4 versus 2 through elbow onto the A side. But instead, they walk through, they run through that smoke right into a potential crossfire setup. And then they're just getting right-clicked, running into the unknown. So that was, you'll count your lucky stars at least right there for SAD Esports. that, you know, M80 didn't have any util to work with after that initial hit into the A site. So Sad will be in a comfortable anti-eco. You see this Outlaw coming out already in the second round for Jerwin. It's getting droned out at least, but that is not going to change too much of that tempo for that round. M80 has the Outlaw onto Bonnie at the same time too, or a hero rifle with full shields, by the way, on that side. So they could try to continue to play a slow round and try to get an early pick. Or a long range pick, rather.
Yeah, and M80 can at least focus the rest of their forces on the perimeter if they have this Outlaw in tow. And man, Jerwin takes an L. 10 HP though. Bonnie's wings were clipped in that fight.
That's why you went for that buy, right? So there's somebody bought him. It is Alvin that bought him the Outlaw. He buys full shield so he could survive one shot of the Outlaw. That gives him an early player advantage.
Okay, decent enough spray down for Welly. M80 dance around it, so there's not too many more victims after that. Now it's all up to Payne, or depending if Stellar can wrap around, but he wants to do so quietly. Payne just needs to play his life. He's going to be important for this. He's in a great position for the paranoia, but hey, M80 watch their backs. But there's more where that came from, and just nothing can stop M80, it seems. Not even Zaj. Good enough double kill, but M80 will still convert.
What a big round by Bonnie. Two kills with the Outlaw, doing a Bogdan's Law, giving the Outlaw to GMD, gets a third kill with the Classic when he has 10 HP remaining. That was spectacular from that star duelist now that you have across M80. Going into this roster for this year, some people will probably say, well, why not Paint at that point? But Bonnie has definitely shown the reason why. He's also the main duelist here for this roster, for this team, and that Paint can flex it to whatever he can. Paint's still owning as a KO, by the way. But overall, it's just the nature of challengers where you're literally challenging for duels, and it comes down to those moments is you win your fight or you lose your fight. So losing Jerwin with the Outlaw at the very beginning right there just created so much space for M80, and now Sad has nobody to work with, and M80 can really close out this first map.
Hey, if you invest into Bonnie, you're feeling bonita. I was so excited for this duelist matchup and how scary Bonnie can be with these snipers. Surprising we didn't even see an op in that first half, but M80 with the owl drone already trying to fight off of it. It's got Stellar cowering and now 6 feet under, but you cannot underestimate the power of Zaj. How he's been able to solo lurk, be aggressive. That has caught M80 off guard. He's really aggressive moves even in previous matches. So M80 try to be productive. Shotgun at the front door. Good trades from M80. They're still on a good foot. Now it's Zaj and Welly. You know where Zaj was, towards the left side of the map, but Welly lurking in the shadows can find the back of at least one. Trades there for Derek. He's got the better weapon, the better shot. Zaj will at least get an upgrade, but Bonnie finishes him off, and it's double digits for M80 on Sad's map pick.
Derek with the God Recon Dart 2 to get them both ready on that ping from Welly that is forced to break the recon no matter what. Again, another one of those moments where I'm scratching my head. You've already killed one towards middle. You've seen a push towards B main, yet you're still calling the audible to slam the 8 site where the rest of the players of Sad Esports would be. You think that your weapons are going to be able to take over here against the defense from Sad Esports, but this is also at a level where Sheriffs, Eco Rounds are very, very good for any of these teams from challengers moving forward to the VCT stage because they're so prolific with these Sheriff shots, which actually I'm quite surprised I don't see too many bandits in challengers.
Yeah, right? Barely see it. And Welly's calling for trying to drone and recon to maybe fight for that B orb, get the Hunter's Fury, because you're going to need to put up some resistance. The flood in from M80 is already ensuing. And Sad tried to fight through it, see if they can get some picks, just a small dent into this plot armor of M80. But at least Welly has the Hunter's Fury. They had to fight for that. See if it pays off. Got M80 a little scrambled, but no kills.
They gotta save. They need to save at this point. Why go for this in a 5 versus 3?
Sad really playing with that decision, but I totally agree, especially if Stellar is completely smoked off. There's just no good opportunities. So M80 getting close to the win though, and to not drop anyone here, and where the money is, looking good for them.
Exactly. I was maybe the hopes were for SAD Esports is that they would run into what I was literally talking about before in challenges where people just like to go for duels, right? So you're trying to creep up towards the connector. If some players are trying to force their way into a fight, you could definitely punish them and give yourself a fighting chance and a way to come back. But M80 stayed disciplined within the post plan, keep their 5 numbers up, set up their perfect crossfire setups, and still have util to stall should SAD Esports try to go for a hero play. So a smart move from M80 and a smart call from SAD Esports to salvage these weapons so that they could buy around it. And you're seeing that they're using a lot of it. It will come down to this round right here. You're forcing out a Phantom for Jerwin, a Guardian for Paint, no armor, and trying to win this round, if not potentially a 13-5.
The desk pointed out that M80 in these 5 versus 3s are just so good at closing out the rounds, and SAD are putting up as much as they can at the front door of B. A knife, a smoke, just reestablishing those stops, and M80 stuck at the front door, still with a recon from Derek to work with and a knife from Paint. This could be really dangerous for Stellar. He's going to try and hide away, playing anti-flash. You heard the dash in. Stellar tries to cut off what he can, but M80's trades are too good, and it's just another day at the office as you approach match point.
Dude, am I watching Bobby or am I watching Asuna here? He's just jumping around with the Phantom, just going for kills, spamming through smoke, just creating so much ruckus right now, making it very impossible for Pain with the Guardian. Remember, no shields he brought into this round on a 1 versus 3. And I think because you invested so much within this round, I think this is another one. Lick your wounds, walk away, try to save the Guardian for the next round, but instead he's going to walk to his death.
That's gonna cost 1 weapon, but man, M80 are just so rich, so good, and only a few teams have been able to scratch that undefeated record of SAD. Being Sleepers and NRG Academy are the only 2 teams that have even taken a map off of SAD. So M80 have done so much work to prep for playoffs, and this is not a great map for M80. They have yet to win a Corrode, so to do it in this fashion is really excellent.
You'll be happy with it for sure, because even the first time that they played this map, they used a different composition. Saw that it didn't work out. They went for the double bubble this time around. That didn't work out previously, but thinking that they could iron some things out in this series and get some results, and they do so far.
Teamwork making the dream work for SAD. It's gonna take a hope and a dream to come back into this, but first and second blood is exactly what SAD needed. Try and win mid for once, because they've had these inserts for Jerwin, but then M80 punish him almost every single time, so finally SAD get luck on their side.
And the last 3 will just try to fight in this spot, because after the initial sprays, you're giving up the spots as you're trying to reload. GMD had some sort of a timing, but unfortunately just watches the wrong angle towards the end. So all duels, it's a showdown towards mid, and it allows SAD Esports to collect some easy kills. So we'll take that in the first place. We'll live to fight another round for SAD Esports, but so far it's been quite difficult for them to really get a good grasp here on how M80 is currently playing this attack side half. Again, I think it comes to these big pops out of M80 when they're cycling big ults that doesn't seem to be held by SAD Esports in the first place. So as we have a little bit of breathing room, because we don't have these big ults rather on that side until now, we'll see if they could actually hold down this line for SAD Esports. If they're able to cancel out this null command from Paint, remove that value from M80's cycled ult pop hits, then they'll be sitting quite comfortably on the defensive side to try to come back in this game.
Right, marking M80 still in spawn. SAD had good power positions, but it's what you do with it that really matters. Jerwin has been so solid with openers in the past and needs to find that success again. Convergent paths, he's waiting. Maybe more commitment out of M80 before he goes for a fight. Doesn't want to do so solo. May just have a better luck doing it at A main, if that is where M80 urge from.
I think the best thing you're trying to do here is to try to keep that in your hands as much as you can, because even if he uses it, well, now he can't. He's being stopped.
That's why maybe being proactive could have been good for SAD, and if you let M80 write the story, it's going to end in their favor. 5 versus 3. M80, just the cherry on top. Can they silence that on their map pick? Here comes Stellar with the flash out. Retaliation is strong from M80. Zaj and Welly looking for hero plays. They're pinged on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. As Welly, while he's harassed them from the other side. It's a quick pivot from M80. They don't want a close fight against them.
Yeah. Noticing that there's so much util being used from spawn, and that's identified. You saw the snake bite, you heard the drone, and it's like, okay, well, both players are there. Let's just try to get that plant, play for ourselves. You know they're going to be rotating towards spawn most likely. So you plant for the outside, you have the time to do it, and now you have even the stars to stall. Shock darts. I mean, this is going to be very difficult for both Welly and Zaj.
M80 playing out of sight, out of mind. So much for Sad to clear. At least having Zaj here kind of isolate the fight, you know, now that they're at B main. Spike gets tabbed. M80 not even gonna check it yet. Rely on Bonnie, draw out some shots, not the full commitment, but they are taking some damage across the wall. The time is running out. Sad have to do something, and it's up to Welly and the leader. The cape on his back, M80. 13-8 on Sad's map pick. Now that's how you kick off a playoff series.
Of course it has to start that way, right? The only time where I want to go against GMD, going into against M80 on the predictions, GMD has to call out a great attack side for the M80 squad. But despite even just the calling in itself, just the team play around M80 was much better. Night and day from even past series versus other teams in the past 2 games that they played on this very map. So it looked a lot cleaner, despite a couple of moments where they weren't really playing off each other, especially on the defensive side. But at least on the attack, they look subliminal.
Yes, and Sad only winning 1 rifle round on that defense is so surprising considering all the success they've had. But then teams like M80, they've gone through the gauntlet of the regular season. They've had more matches under their belt, and maybe Sad had tried to keep their cards up their sleeve, and now, well, the weaknesses have been revealed. Their map pick has dropped, and up next, we have Split, M80's playground. But first, we'll hear from the desk, so we'll see you after.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Right now, definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
Might have needed to take the scenic route to get to the playoffs, but they've learned a thing or two along the way. M80 looking clean on the day. 13-6 victory over SAT Esports on Corrode. SAT Esports map pick. I mean, going into it, even highlighting, Roy, the teams and the journeys going into this, that first half was so important, and it was an M80 that truly stepped up to set that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about M80 being a really strong defensive team when this match started, but I think the way that they looked strong in this first half spoke a lot about M80's confidence and about how they're feeling after the group stage. I think the way they were moving around, the proactivity that we saw, it felt like M80 really was playing to win. Like, there was no fear in their movement. They're moving as a unit. We talked a lot about how good they were at moving around, kind of, making sure, kills are being traded and kind of fighting for objectives around the map. It felt like M80 was just so on point, and their read and their where they allocated their aggression and where they wanted to interrupt what SAT Esports was doing was just so on point the majority of the time. And when it came down to those retakes, it kind of just felt like M80 was just very confident and very just controlled in the way they were playing.
Yeah, I will say too, I think Wimon was such a big part of that, playing into the Astra versus, having the Omen. The Astra-Omen combination really just worked so well. I was thinking in the beginning, like, oh, they don't have a Viper, how well are the Lurk's gonna work, or how well is what are they planning to do with this? But I really like the way that Wimon used their utility to almost shut everything down immediately, and it was annoying. I feel like it would be so annoying to play against that, so I do give some kudos there.
I mean, looking just on the day and how the service, like everything that happened, like the start that M80 was able to get off to was just so impressive. And then Roy, we get into the second half, M80 instantly thrifty after SAT Esports get the pistol. And from there, like SAT Esports could just never get anything going.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Sierra. I feel you on that. I feel like if there was a hope to regain momentum, to regain the flow of things for SAT Esports, that second round thrifty after winning the second pistol was so important. But it wasn't even that they played it poorly. That's the crazy part. I can't even criticize the way they approached it. It was just Bonnie. He just decided to force an outlaw, and that outlaw did so much work for them, and just it was crazy. And of course, we talked a lot about how good SAT Esports were in first kills, and we talked about how good SAT Esports was on the attack side, and it felt like they were not winning either of those fronts. So M80 was doing a really good job with the openers off of Bonnie's back, and when it came down to the attack side, and when it came down to the defensive side for M80, they were so on point.
Yeah, what was quite difficult too is like you're looking at M80 winning the pistol round, kind of going off that momentum, and then they got a thrifty, like a thrifty, and it felt like at that moment it really just solidified where M80 were heading in this game, and the way they were playing was just super aggressive, and I feel like that kind of was just the big turning point here.
I mean, looking at the individual step-ups across the board too, I mean, we had gone into this talking about the step-ups we can see from SAT Esports. We talked about Bonnie and this normally solo duelist role, but wow, what a step up from him. And just across the board, like Gomps, I feel like we got to see so many great things out of M80. Like, you get the veterancy, you get the young blood, and it just works so well.
Incredibly well. And I think it was what was the saying, the stoppable force versus the immovable object, was it? So I don't know, but correct me if I'm wrong.
The unstoppable force?
The unstoppable force versus the stoppable force, imagine. Versus the immovable object in the first half. And Roy was saying, like, in the first half, it really is important how many rounds you can get. And I think it showed, right? SAT Esports kind of walking away with 4 and only getting 2 in the second half. And it was quite difficult for them to kind of move from the attack where German was trying their absolute best to kind of pull through, ending off with having 8 kills, right? So that means they only got 3 on their defensive half. So it was quite difficult for them to play a good game against M80 when they were struggling so much against the comp that they had, right? Paint kind of shutting them down, with Guimon shutting them down as well every second they had, with util on attack and defense. So it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I just want to point out how good Bonnie played in the series, right? Like when you're the unstoppable force, when you're sad Esports, the last thing that you want is a player like Bonnie to be dropping a 2.2 KD on your head, right? Like you have these ideas, you have these elaborate mid rounds and kind of all of these things that you would like to do, but then you have a player who's like constantly threatening you. He's constantly fighting you. He's moving the scoped weapons around. He's kind of utilizing a lot of the waylay mechanics, a lot of this like new gen playstyle where there's a lot of scoped weapons. There's a lot of, you know, just kind of disruption happening on the defensive side. And I feel like we're currently in the meta where having players like Bonnie who are just so confident and so precise with the way that they do things around the map, and they're able to find their timing within the gaps of util and fighting on site. And it's like the fact that how versatile he was with playing forward, but also, you know, kiting back on site and kind of playing around the site holds was just so on point. And he just did not relent from beginning to end. He played well on the defense side. He kept it going on the attack side. He was just a beast.
Locked in, I guess, is the exact word that I feel like Bonnie is right now. It just felt completely locked in. They were running through util, and it felt like every single article that they were throwing at Bonnie, it never worked. It was so forgiving too, playing on the way, like being able to push yourself back if you saw that there was, you know, havoc being wreaked on site. And then, you know, they were playing very reactive as well, like rotating to different sites when they had the information of who's on the other side. Do we want to play against that right now? Do we have the utility to combat that? So you could see the improvement. M80, they're really killing it right now.
And being able to see that step up from Bonnie was so nice. Again, that head-to-head is showcasing the normally two duelists from the side of SAT Esports up against Bonnie. Bonnie doesn't need any help, though, to get it done in the server. But looking at the next map in the series, he's going to have a little bit of help anyways, because as we go into Split, what we have seen in the past is both teams kind of gravitating towards that double duelist, but Roy, definitely different looks as to how they approach it.
I'm just really shocked that M80 is the one that picked this map, because if I'm recalling correctly, they played this map against NRG Academy a couple weeks ago and they got 13-2'd by them. So it was like, it's not really like it hasn't quite been the go-to map for M80. So I'm curious to see whether they've either swapped things up or they've kind of found the secret sauce in the way that they're playing the map. It's just peculiar to me. And I feel like if I'm looking at this objectively from where I'm sitting, it must feel that either one, they have a very good read on how SAT Esports wants to approach the map, or they've come up with some insane solution to either their approach or a completely different identity or comp swap on the map.
Yeah, and I guess to support your statement, weird map pick, yes. 3, they've banned it a lot as well, and their attacking side, like 35% win rate, which is awful on Split. Like, I would say, I guess, you know, in recurrence of them saying like, hey, we're like really looking at things that we need to improve on. I guess that could be like the only thing that I could think of, or with potential of, okay, maybe they have something new on Split. But I feel like that might be the only thing to save them, genuinely.
I mean, when we're already seeing a bit of a different M80 on the day with how they're playing, even if Split, there's a little bit of holes, a little bit of missteps in the past, I definitely think that M80 has learned a lot. So I'd be intrigued to see how they approach it. But considering the changes we've already got to see on Corrode, I definitely think that we should see a little bit of a change going into Split, which I think is exciting. But Roy, you were talking about the ways that they could be shifting it up. You mentioned that agents could have been one of the ways. How likely do we think that's going to be?
I think it's probably unlikely we'll see a major comp swap. Like maybe they're moving one of the duelists around, or maybe they're trying something a little bit different. But I feel like maybe not the meta, like in terms of comps, is moving very fast. But I think our understanding of the tempo and kind of how teams are finding success, especially with kickoff going on and VCT stages going off, I feel like people are getting a much better understanding of the tempo and different styles that people can play. Like we saw G2 do it. So I think M80, maybe they've gone a bit of a change in identity or a change in how they want to approach it. And they're kind of just attacking it from that perspective, where maybe they found a tempo that works more so for them. And there we go. We have the compositions. It looks like, to me, nothing is quite different. I think SAT Esports has swapped their duelists, though. They were running the Raze and the Yoru. They're swapping to the new gen Waylay. I'm a big fan of the Waylay personally. I think she's in a much better spot than the Raze. My eyes are on the first half, guys. M80 has not looked great on the attack side on Split. Last time they played this map, they got absolutely decimated by NRG Academy. So I'm looking to see how they've patched up their holes. I'm looking to see how fluid they look on that attack side. But I liked what I saw on the first map. But for SAT Esports, I want to see them regain their confidence, put those double duelists to work. Zaj is here now on the Yoru. Make sure him and Jerwin are in good spots to capitalize early in the second map.
Yeah, we get some double duelists out here. Let's go. Bonnie's gonna have, I mean, for the way that they're playing, they're also gonna have a lot of support coming through from Paint, so really, really good follow-ups with the Yoru. But, you know, we had that head-to-head with Bonnie, Zaj, and Jerwin, and I will say Zaj and Jerwin are just such a solidified, like force. They are very hard to get past. So if you're really doing a comparison between the two, I do think it's going to be a bit harder to get past Zaj and Jerwin, especially with just how much experience they now have playing together and supporting each other on the Waylay and the Yoru. So for me, this is going to pose a very, very big threat.
I mean, the double duelist version of SAD Esports is definitely my favorite version of the team. It's time to see if it's going to be enough, though, to go up against this M80. Already up a map. Can they close it out? Let's find out and send it back over to your casters, Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, CR. Yeah, that's the big question. Can M80 close it out? Because the last time they were here was a 13-2 loss to NRG. So, yeah, you wouldn't expect M80 to pick this one, but they're cooking up something good for us, Vans.
I think it's going back to what Roy was saying before, which, by the way, I'm quite surprised and chuckling at the desk talking about like the game's already over. Saying that it's already over for SAD Esports. M80 won their map pick, and then there's no way that SAD Esports is going to come back. I still believe my prediction is still good, but I think what it comes down to and what it brews down to is understanding what this comp and how it works on this map at the same time. So despite the loss that you have against Energy Academy of 2-13, you still iron out those kinks of like, okay, what space do we actually get with our Waylay and what space do we actually lose, and how the defense currently plays against this Waylay now. You don't snipe as much, right? So we'll have to talk about it as the rounds go down, and we'll have more chance to illustrate that point, or at least hopefully get more chances to illustrate that point. We'll start at least with the piss round where M80, we're looking to play the contact play through the smoke, but that's a nice little spray to kick things off for SAD.
And he's still getting bullets in people. Like, Jerwin, I'm looking forward to see him get more active. And Bonnie is the opposite of that, looking very, very dead. M80 have barely gotten any work done. Haven't even seen an opponent. And they're dead in the water. M80 really struggled against that early aggression in previous matches. Get completely caught off guard. At least they have the spike back, but feeling very stuck when you don't have Bonnie that could dash in and kind of be that entry point. You don't have Derek. This is an uphill battle. Actually a downhill one, because they're not going to take any high ground space at all. And Zaj with a beautiful double leaves GMD out to dry. 1 versus 4. That's all she wrote. SAD with a commanding start on the pistol.
So I'm pretty sure we're going to see on the replay, but the first blood that was scored here by Jerwin, or actually, should I say the second one, when he's playing on the boxes at that E ramp, that's exactly what I was trying to talk about. When you have like a Waylay going into the comp now for split, it's a double dash to try to get a lot of space in as much as possible, and it's still limited by the space that you can really take. You can't really play Judge and Mail or something like that anymore, because that could instantly snipe you down. But you see that positioning right there. He plays it so further back for Jerwin's side, so that when Bonnie comes in with the double dash, he can't really get too much information into where the opponent could be to throw a saturate down, so you can catch some players off guard, just like over here as well.
Jerwin, another first blood, and he's got support with Stellar, who loves to buy these judges. Kind of come up with these fun gimmicks, and we're still just poking through the smoke, getting more kills. And the round is over just like that. What a pushback from SAD compared to how their previous map's defense was.
Yeah. And that's a second example for, by the way, of how Stellar got that kill, right? So when you're playing close Veil in the past, that's so strong with a Judge, for example, a Waylay's perfect for those occasions to go in, judge you back, bucket you back in a recall. But now he's playing out in the open. He places a smoke down, plays around that at the same time, and now he's out of range of where he could be heavily dashed down by a Waylay, but also catch some players off guard where they're walking up. So that's the what M80 probably had to learn playing against other teams on this map, despite a 2-13 loss against Energy Academy. So you're hoping now onto the attack sides, there's probably going to be a lot of space given on the defense, and the util, you could save that up a little bit more for your actual sight hits going into the extremities.
Trying to do as much damage as they can, but at a distance, it will just end in a whisper for M80. And if you thought the pistol was dominant, how about a flawless? SAD definitely need a response on this map. They want to stay alive in the series, and I don't think any team wants to encounter SAD in the lower bracket. So it's time to turn the lights on.
That's true. Sad getting knocked down to the lower brackets early. If they do so against M80, the silver lining is that they've done so well against other teams that it should still be a walk in the park for them moving into lower round 1, 2, 3, all the way back to the grand finals, right? So other teams that are currently watching this are probably praying that SAD Esports are able to come back in the series. That said, the rifle round comes through, and I like that we're throwing these one-way smokes at the beginning for SAD Esports. We're taking full control of garage, and now even the control in the extremities. So you haunt, you proud. You know there's such a heavy lean for middle. You're not really set up for a crossfire or a hold, but I like that they're playing a little bit more passively this time around here for SAD Esports. Give up that space, let them in, win these duels. Exactly what's happening so far for this Jerwin pick. So that's what, 3 first bloods for this man so far.
And M80 are throwing everything at him and trying to up the aggression, if anything. And SAD adjusts perfectly. Payne even gate crashed into vents, expecting a 1v1 against Jerwin. And then you had Bonnie kind of watch to see if that swing out from Stellar was going to happen, and respecting the fact he still has that judge. So M80 will force their way into heaven here shortly.
Night and day of how they're calling their defense so far, but this is a bonus round still for SAD Esports, a chance for M80 to still come back in this round, especially after that first pick that just got into, again, the man of the hour at the beginning of the first 3 rounds, Jerwin. Yet, you know that they're committed towards the A site because of how much you've cleared towards B main and middle this time around with Sag and Payne together. Hopefully they'll be ready here. Bonnie's still low on HP, but M80 is setting up here for post plant.
And you saw Bonnie recall out of vents, so something that SAD are going to double push into. M80 running out of time and warm bodies. So SAD, see if they can hunt down where Bonnie went. Cleared out through heaven towards spawn, might be in ramp, might have just dropped down towards the point, and Bonnie surprises them, but SAD's teamwork is still better. Welly with a nice double at the end too. Gets SAD converted on the bonus.
And again, night and day of how they're being more proactive for SAD Esports on the defense versus what they did on Corrode. So the double push they had towards main, giving up the space on middle as they had also the insert onto A main and haunted at that spot from Welly. So that allows Jerwin to isolate a fight to get ready for this fight right over here onto Payne. What do you do after? You give up that spot on the defensive side. They're calling the audible on the attack. They're walking right into where the stack should be because you've already gained all that space in the beginning from SAD over at B main and middle. So they were just ready for the flood back and not give a chance for M80 to set up into their post plants and even win and convert a bonus. And knowing that you have a lower buy here on M80 side, you could just keep investing into Outlaws.
And you got dashes with a Bucky for Bonnie, but just trying to walk down any path where convergent paths could be right on top of you. Is M80 going to take advantage of this window after smoking off heaven? Prowler within the site. M80 set up for success while leaving Alvin with the sheriff to watch for that ramp walk down. Well, he still gets a chance to peek through before you have Alvin do something about it, and he chokes while he stays alive, and it's a Payne sandwich. Bonnie and Derek tried to hold down, but they're on an island with no raft. So a flawless one. SAD are really taking over. I'm starting to get worried for M80.
Yeah, on an island with no raft, and even the island got flooded. So there was nothing you could do there for M80 after all. But yeah, I think it comes down to a missed timing on the setup for M80 side. I love that they were pushing out towards the screens, but as you get more space, you have to identify where the gaps could be of what you're leaving behind. So you counted onto Alvin to really watch that A-ramp flank, but he was watching it so passively that it allowed for Welly to walk down and even get the surprise pick into screens. So that nullifies any type of aggressive lines you were taking on the defense as you're trying to gain more space in the post plant. And then you're forcing players to fall back to convert back onto Welly, converge back onto Welly, hence therefore being shot in the back from the rest of SAD Esports flooding in. So an important timeout coming out from Nismo of M80 for the crew, because they really need to fight back and claw back in this first half, where again, SAD Esports, they kept it very simple in the first place, and M80 were just getting picked off in these scenarios.
We haven't seen any B pushes. It's been kind of a lot of A, a lot of mid presence, and then the round's kind of over before M80 really develops. So maybe you can fight for the B or get Derek's Nightfall and take a chance at trying something new, because M80 are also losing rounds by also not really killing anything. There's 4 kills over 4 rounds, so I'm worried about the ult economy too going forward for M80.
I do agree about that main push you're talking about too. So you could definitely fight back into the one-way smokes that are being thrown on that side when you're playing Saj and Pain together. You could still double dash with the Waylay. You could still Omen TP and go for more pressure. You have a Euro to play with as well, right? So there's still a lot of util available for you to fight back despite, you know, the space that's given or that's attempted to get taken by SAD Esports at the very beginning. But for this round though, we've flipped the sides for the side of SAD Esports. You're playing both the Euro and the Omen on the A side, and then the Prowler find over on B main with Welly. And as they understand that, they still want to try to punish that side because they know that it's only info gathering utility that's being displayed by SAD Esports going into the defensive rounds, so it should be the weak side.
I really want Derek part of this fight. Maybe Alvin lurking more. Garage push though for M80 while the rest take the high ground. You have Saj who's cowering in cover, but Sad still get the picks and enough to get M80 a little bit destabilized, but Pain gets them back in a position of power, and a Nightfall sensing that fight in mid. And Stellar will hold his ground as stoic as ever for that leader of Sad. Finally, M80 get one on the board, but by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the double swing was actually a lineup that would have given a chance there for Pain. It was 50-50 on who's going to win that fight in the end. And thankfully for M80 fans, it ends up being the M80 score that they just won. But again, I think they almost fell into a similar mistake and gap going to that round for M80, because as they're trying to fight and split into this B main site, they're rushing up towards the staircase. Nobody's watching that flank. Stella runs out and drops the spike carrier, and then they had to use an ult to retake. Thankfully, they still cleared out the B site at the very beginning to give him a chance to fight back on middle on that 2/3 versus 3 on middle in the first place. So now for this round though, M80 are switching out a little bit of their tempo lurk. They want to go for an instant pop at a certain time to get into A. All 5 of them converting on that side, and literally a convergence path potentially to even open things up on main. And they're waiting very closely down that clock to see where the Fade could be playing. And as they realize the eye just got thrown on middle, they know they're playing similar setup for SAD Esports, but they could fight against the Omen and Euro on A site.
M80 don't want to commit to teleporting in. Okay, the gate crashes. Pain will be joined by the rest. You got Bonnie dashing, recalling that push and pull. M80 need to capitalize on this, and Sad choose the perfect moment to fight. And now you got the convergent pass. Bonnie try to bite back, but man, Sad are just all over them like butter on toast as soon as they recall and teleport in or out. It's kind of crazy how much Sad have bounced back from map 1 to map 2.
It's beautiful how they played that as well. So as M80 are like, okay, well, the Haunt's being thrown towards middle. They're not going to throw a Prowler to know where we're at towards the A side. We could try to go for an instant pop, use our ults at the same time. What SAD Esports does instead, though, is that they're once again playing more passively in the back lines of the A side. Let the Waylay in, and then try to just converge towards the rest. But as they're doing so to fight towards that A main side, you have this Nightfall that's thrown from middle onto Welly that allows for them to queue how many players they hit on that A-Rem into A main. So they stalled everything, and what is Paint looking at?
Oh,
he's literally watching paint dry.
It's like this prick is really interesting. M80 were on a save, so at least Sad will end it near flawlessly. But GMD won't be able to collect his prize or keep it. Yeah,
got a bandit kill
rifle,
finally.
But yeah. I got something out of that round, but man, Sad are demonstrating just how good they are and why they were undefeated throughout the season. This was the level of confidence I thought they were going to show us off the rip.
I agree. And I think also maybe why M80 chose this map too. I'm just thinking about individually though. GMD, for example, loves this map, has played it in the Gen G days in the first years of Valorant, where we had like what the Gen G TSM 24-22 scoreline on split. That was like the longest OT we were ever witnessed pre-VCT. So he definitely has and knows the ins and outs of this map, although unfortunately falling into the same type of things that he's being criticized for, or at least M80's being criticized for in the first place, where they're lacking to find opportunities to really salvage some rounds on the attack side. Everything is being shut down from A to Z. on the side of SAD Esports, and everything that they're trying, they always have to keep guessing. Because look at how SAD's playing this time around. They're playing a 1-3-1. They're about to walk down middle instead, but finally, as Pain spots feet, goes for one ways, and now they already have a perfect stack in that spot.
Ooh, Pain could be in trouble. He's hindered, but Bonnie's focus gets split because here comes Dash to the rescue. Got a deep teleport from GMD, so he'll at least take the position that's Pain left behind, and the door is still being shut in M80's face. He can't win any duels. This is insane.
And it had 3 different types of entries going into that B site. And that's what's missing a little bit, right? So you have kind of like the Timotino dash right into the spot. That's a very good pathing for Waylays to try to fight into orange, is like to call it, but there's no util to help out Bonnie in the first place. Then what happens? A solo TP from Paint in the back of the site, where even if you called a player was saturated there, that TP should have happened way earlier then, so that Paint could get that kill. And after he dies, then there's finally the TP from GMD. So like a little bit of miscommunication, and there weren't timed well enough to really go for a clean execution towards that B site. So every single time you gave SAD Esports a 2 versus 1 on any type of entry you're trying to do. So that's going to call the second timeout already for the side of M80. That means that Nismo will not have a chance to talk to the rest of his team until the end of the game, unless they're able to turn things from here on out and force a timeout out of Styles that would give a chance for Nismo to talk to his team once again. But they don't need to do so far for SAD Esports. They've been, again, very prolific on their defensive setups and shutting down here anything that M80 is trying to do.
Yeah, just the structure from M80 seems to fall apart of who's capitalizing on what, as you pointed out. Have all this different type of calling. Okay, someone on the right, someone back site, and the wires are getting so crossed up. Be exciting map 3 at this point, but M80 are able to convert their first round off of the first timeout, so put on a not the best save. 1-2 goodbye from Jerwin on the Outlaw.
And always had that dash ready to, or refract at least ready to go. He's gonna alert search for more. Easy. Stuns the last 2 and a flawless incoming. Leave some kills for somebody else, Jerwin. You already have your ult, no? Give it to Welly, give it to Stellar. But we're chasing kills for our stats, but it's fine. We're winning 8-1 and confidently at that point, and you're really sending a message versus the performances of what you've shown on a defense for the set of SAD Esports from the first map.
Yeah. Oh, that's not inspirational.
Listen, he can't talk to his team, right? So it's just like he has no choice. It probably is even more gut-wrenching to now have to watch this unfold and not have a chance to talk to your team potentially for the rest of the game.
I think it's the mental battle, the confidence war between the two, because man, SAD are just on a run. Dimensional Drift, and you got Viper's Pit for M80. If they can just get a plant, which has been quite rare to see in this map. Bonnie and friends so committed to this A site. Now you get a Dimensional Drift from the defense to kind of assess the situation, test the waters, converge past SAD, reacting to that information given by their Yoru. Stellar jumps down from the top rope, hits M80 with a haymaker. Derek, man, you even get a chance to really blossom on this attack. It's in a 1v4, knows one below, heard one at ramp. Eric just trying to balance all of the plates, and they're going to come crashing down very soon. Unless mentally he can just win these ones, but a shotgun up close. Not much to do about that. 9-1.
You're just talking about keeping things very simple, and I thought the idea was perfect, right? The double ult to get into sight. The at least a Dimensional Drift and then try to get Alvin in, but he was so far behind once again. Once Bonnie went for the double dash, once Paint came out of the ult. But I think towards the end of the day, it was still going to be very difficult for M80 to hold the pulse plant because of the retake that was shown and displayed by SAD Esports. They went for the Dimensional Drift and Convergence path, very similar to how you play like the Yoru versus Hunter's Fury. You use that ult to spot where the opponents are at. You throw at least your ult, the second ult of what the Yoru pings out, and then they've already stalled, I think, 2 or 3 players into the flood retake. So nothing that M80 could do, which would have been similar stories of the players being caught into a pit. So that gives them a chance, at least now with double ults this round, to use a pit towards this B site. And again, Alvin's too far away.
okay. Bonnie at least can address one problem. But M80 just don't really have the weapons and good advantages going in unless they could have been successful in that B flood and now having to re-hit. At least you've pulled Sad really towards the left side of the map, so M80 can make the most out of this time that they have.
Not ready yet. It'll be keeping it simple once again. Pop into the site. That kill gives you conversions paths, and no, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Didn't want to join your friends, huh?
Well, I was gonna say the real ones remember like the paint days on Duelist, and then you had Bonnie who had a pretty good corrode, and you're like, okay, you got so much firepower on the M80 side. They've chosen this map. They've gotten their plans well drilled. They had a very hard lesson against NRG. So they really perfected the book, but we haven't really got to see the strat book because I don't even know how many times they've really planted.
Well, the issue there when they were running back from M80 to hit towards the A side, it almost felt like, Derek, you have to ult into A heaven and we're going to pop into the site, but then nobody's watching towards elbow. So they're also hyper-focused on trying to get that nightfall down that they're just getting picked off by a single player out in the open. So there's no real pivot on the fly of how M80 is currently playing until finally we see an op coming out for the first time. Make that even a double op on defense because you still have util probably weapons towards the ground right after. But here's M80 going for that hit towards that B site.
Bonnie makes the space, confirms that kill. You need to see the layers from M80 and GMD will assist. So Sad do get to just take a seat as M80 are here to play. They're going to go out kicking and screaming if needed and hopefully dodging the score line that they had against NRG. But it's nice to see it up 11-1. So we'll go into the second half with a fresher look.
Whoa, we finally used our pit. Oh my gosh, it just makes you question as well, like why we're not trying to play into at least the better chances on our side because we're getting literally handled on our first side attack here for M80. So try to dumb it down sometimes, try to get this out too with the ults, but then again, 10-2 scoreline that we have for SAT Esports now on the attack side. And we talked about how SAT Esports, at least I was noticing that SAT Esports was quite slow on corrode, which is very normal because you're playing double initiator, trying to find the information, you're trying to play inserts. Now they have a chance to play this double duelist duo between Jerwin and Zaj, sorry, to start really pinpointing which player they want to take down for M80 on a defense, and then try to bring this quite early into a third map of buying. And it already the reads there. 5 players looking to hit towards the A site, but we're being proactive for M80. A triple push, looking for a triple flank into the A site in the pulse plant.
And they'll finally wrap around towards A, and Sad just gets stopped and tripped at the front door. A big double from GMD. And Derek will have his back too. This is a must convert for M80. But now you're given a chance for Sad to leave the scene of the crime and taking fights that they maybe shouldn't in solo situations. Sad have time to play with, and this was a little scary there during that fight, but will be M80 with the pistol.
Nice little anchor hold towards the end too. 2 players holding towards the A site, yet they're still dropping those numbers. That was perfect from the side of individual plays on the side of M80. I think that was GMD in the first place, right? So very nicely done. Look at him go for these picks. I was being told that at the beginning of this pistol round, we had 3 players on Pie Watch, and GMD getting 2 kills out of that one allows for him to skip that. But they're still avid in paint. There's still a chance here for Sad to get some dessert in this second map.
Still a scary situation to be in. You're on Pie Watch, you're on map 3 watch, and an anti-eco that still has to be well drilled. And these first bloods are beautiful at events, and now Derek's gonna respect it and just give up all that space and just be able to clap back on the climb up. And now we're just kind of staggering. Derek's just that guy.
Yeah, simple too, going up and down on the same rope. At some point, some shots are going to connect, and but the way that we're throwing away our lives, at least in this bonus round for SAT Esports, or should I say your eco for SAT Esports, gives a chance for M80 to start cycling up some ults here. Derek's 3 away from those, and after these kills, now there's only paint left here on the Pie Watch. So as I keep calling them out, they're just getting so many kills. So this is working out. I'm actually blessing M80 so far by calling them out in these on the KDA feed. But let's focus at least into the round. A bonus round for M80. We have a martial up for Bonnie, and he's currently watching it all the way back towards this B site. So we're trying to leverage this bait and switch between him and GMD. So GMD getting his first pick, you might think you want to try to play some contact plays right after, and gives potentially an opening for Bonnie to get something with the Marshall.
Derwin getting aggressive and already going to get Derek to disengage. Cherwin thinking he's going to have a close confrontation with the shotgun, and doesn't really want to walk into an M80 trap again. Sad though will be ready to scale up through A, and he just heard paint there. So Sad are like, we should just outnumber him. We should try to get that pick. You forced the gate crash out. Now Sad should absorb all the space. What can they do with it? See if they can get some picks. That would be ideal. And okay, just deciding to abandon this after thinking they got a little too much of M80's attention. Maybe a good cutoff opportunity for GMD. And catches Jerwin with his pants down.
Oh
the
my
rest
God.
Of Sad will retaliate. Beautiful double kill from Welly. And it's just a back and forth affair. Back to A we go.
Dude, he swung that with the spike. Thankfully, he got the kills, though. Paint's in the sight. We're trying to push down. Oh, no more paint. Watch for paint.
Spike down.
Oh, what a flash. What a triple. Now Bonnie versus Zaj, who is the better duelist. 8 seconds. At least Zaj is the better planter right now. Bonnie, oh, just peeking. Knows he's still out in the open. Oh, got some good damage into Zaj. Bonnie's like really testing if he's gonna repeat it, and I guess he does. So Bonnie gets rewarded for that patience.
Yeah, that's the Spectre damage he just did against Saj in the very beginning. And then he's just gonna play out in the open. ADS, make sure you win that fight, and he does so. But that's all on paint towards that back of that A site. Beautiful hold that we just saw from him. They rushed it down. Again, big question marks from Side Esports. This first pick right here from Jerwin, the fact that you have somebody swing out right after with that spike from Welly against 2 or 3 guys that he doesn't know, of course, but we saw right there that it was not a winnable condition for him, and he still gets it. That gives a fighting chance for Side Esports to pivot back towards the A site for a plan, but no, it gets shut down by, again, beautiful anchoring that we've seen since the second half piss round from Paint, from GMD, from Bonnie too, who's starting to slowly pick up the pace here on the second half. And now you're counting your graces, because as much as you shut down Sad Esports in your last 4 rounds since round number 12, you force a timeout from Sad Esports, and now finally Nismo gets to talk to his team again. And this is the momentum that you need, that allows Nismo to, you know, he took a step back, was able to absorb the series a little bit so far in the second map, and now he probably has some strategical things that he could talk about around the M80 roster moving forward in the second half.
Yeah, and you get to just treat the second half like that refresher, but the Sad fans have not lost hope, but the realists can maybe remember the Sad series against NRG Academy, where they won in that reverse sweep, but the first map, Sad were up 10-2 on that defensive half on Haven. I know a different map, but they were still up 10-2 and ended up losing that map to NRG Academy. So Sad don't want to relive that experience. You need to close things out, and this is the type of momentum swing that NRG Academy did, where they converted the bonus, went on this insane win streak. So they need to kind of ice out M80, get back to what worked best. But what works best is not this buy from Sad, but talk about the future rounds at least.
And the future rounds now for this round number 16 is just maybe try to get a plat down, orb control, try to figure out where Bonnie could be set up. He's in range enough to not get hit by the Prowler. Should be some easy oh, never mind.
Oh, you just had to say easy.
Yeah, he's got support. He's got a team behind him at least.
Got Pain, Welly's, Ash, all there. I'm surprised Alvin got anything, and now Derek's taking the helm on the high ground. 5 HP. Welly's just a sneeze away. Bonnie finally finds him. Spike down, Stellar 1v3, and basically 1v2 if you want to combine Bonnie and Derek, just like barely being alive. Very doable for Stellar, but the high and low, just a whole stack. M80 deny it.
Don't miss me too much.
I was starting to see that both teams are looking pretty good on the defensive sides. Forward answer rounds, similar patterns of what we've seen from SAT Esports at the very beginning. I think the difference, at least from what I've noticed so far on the defensive sides, is that it was very surgical for the side of SAT Esports. This time for M80, it's a little bit scrappy, but at least they're still there to play off each other and help each other out in these moments. So Nismo's getting a little bit of a chuckle, seeing that there's a slow comeback coming through from M80's side, and he's starting to see his star players starting to activate too. So the grinds are definitely turning. The gears are definitely turning, rather, for M80 to have a strong hold on their defensive side. Paint out with an operator, which I love to see, which we haven't seen too much in this series so far, with the exception of maybe one round for Jerwin when they played that double up with him and Zaj, and now this time for M80 in round number 17.
It's usually only Bonnie that buys ops and outlaws and stuff like that, but you're gonna get him dashing about. That's something that can fight a little bit better. Payne gonna call out that orb tap from M80 in garage. Sad. And in a similar position as Corrode, where they have these good power positions, but then don't really get picks, engagements they hope, but maybe they can scale and still make the most out of this, as Jerwin has to just be careful in that heaven engage.
Selling a fake towards the A side is what Sat's trying to do. Now the insert towards B, but there's a crossfire from M80 instead, and it's beautiful. That's spike down. Everything gets denied. This is wrap it up. Let's go into the next round. I think it was too obvious at that point. They had two players just thunderfooting towards the A site. You already forced a TP out here from Paint after he got the first shot, but you haven't done enough to really pull out a rotate, where now you're just executing while running instead of trying to walk contact play towards B main, which should be the play when you're defaulting this or in general here in Valorant. If you're gonna thunderfoot, the crossfire is just always going to be ready for you. So yeah, let's rewrite that round.
Win streak forming, though, from a 10-2 start for SAD. M80 are starting to catch up and be on that tail, so SAD gotta get it together. And it's gotta be maybe not the best of buy here, but hey, you're one away from Dimensional Drift and Nightfall. You could fight for the orb. Don't think you're able to crack the minds of M80 on that fake, and Welly's involvement pretty important as the only initiator on this team.
Well, they'll try now, so Welly solo towards this B side, and when these walls come up, he throws a C's and runs back towards the A side. So they're trying to force the Yop to walk down the line where they're playing high-low to try to punish it. And if they do so, then that's already an opener for them to explode into the A site.
You're going to feed the beast. Oh, okay. Now you're fighting with Paint for those picks, and Bonnie already has to disengage.
Oh my God.
Bucky, that's damage, but not enough. Bonnie gets the pick with the op. It drops, and now M80 get hosed down by a Nightfall, and SAD flood in very successfully to break that streak and to get their first round of the half on the board.
Literally the masterclass call from Stellar. He already knew that as you're trying to sell a fake and they're going to try to be aggro somewhere else for M80, just like they did on Corrode. So even if you're going for this peak from Paint, you're able to TP out. Well, that's a call. Just dash across. Worst comes to worst, you're now playing into 3 players. You sacrifice 1 player and you could trade it out and open that site. So they have a much lower buy. They're able to just brute force their way through inside the A site, get the trade off onto Bonnie, and then go for the instant victory in that round. Thankfully, though, so many rounds won for the side of M80, so they still have money to work with this round here. The op is still available and out this time. As you were mentioning before, it was Bonnie usually the one buying the op here for the team. And now he has no choice but to anchor up the spot with no ways to really escape. Please don't walk contact into main. Please don't walk contact into main.
Mid-dimensional drift. Wow. M80 put a stop to that. Bonnie is not even going to reposition. Hey, but Welly, I thought he had something up his sleeve to throw at him. You get caught with your back out. Okay.
That's no smokes. Nobody's on ults either for the side of SAT Esports, and this will be a very difficult round for them to take. I respect it. You didn't really technically try to go for a dry peek. You tried to dimensional drift into main, but You're doing it, popping it while you're just running through. That was a slight mistake there, and that will cost them around for SAT Esports unless they're able to pull something, some magic out of the hat. Especially with this insert, though, onto the A side from Jerwin.
Oh, Jerwin, the solo heroics again. Left. You got GMD injured. You try to make the most out of M80. And man, Paint claps back at Jerwin. Sad need to pick up the mantle. And Stellar will clear heaven. Dimensional drift from Paint. Watch the spike get planted. You can also see where everyone's holding in these post-plant positions. Now we'll decloak on the other side of the sign. Takes a 1v1. Beautiful flash from Paint. And M80 live on.
Wow. Again, it had to come down to that first pick. Maybe even a second one, as you saw Jerwin spot a second player. I think that was Alvin towards that spawn. Alvin plays it smart, falls back, stays alive, and now they allow for the team to rotate across the end and to get the round. So it really comes back to the power of numbers that they had, small mistakes that got punished right away towards that B main. And it's very difficult to convert back. Again, it goes back to that, what they were mentioning on the desk one more time too. The amount of times you're able to pull through with a 2-man advantage, you're able to close that quite easily here for M80, but definitely starting to see a much closer game moving into the later rounds of this second half. A pit to close out one lane for M80 and stacking 3 players towards the A site, because that's where SAT's been defaulting a lot in the beginning of these rounds.
Let's Derek just focus on ramp, and he's going to need that because Jerwin is getting real close with the Bucky overhead and behind Derek just like that. SAT have good positions to work with, except Bonnie with a knob. It's something that SAT have had to fear before, and they have a reason to. The Prowler trying to chase down M80. You give up all that space. SAT do not want to walk into that sight line, but trying to cross the map with a pit in the middle makes that not a very good option for SAT.
This op on the side of the defense seems to be a pain point for SAT Esports to deal with so far. Even if, you know, on an eco they're able, or a lower buy, they're able to convert into the A round hit. But when it comes down to these even weapon scenarios where SAT Esports are slightly slower on how they're executing or taking space, you're finding great value out of the operator from Bonnie. I think what's missing is to hold that W key a little bit more here. You're playing this double duelist, especially with the Waylay. Seeing a lot of super aggressive teams with these type of double duelist comps get tremendous value by just brute forcing as a team. 5-man hits, trade off as much as you can. Kind of how G2 revamped themselves when they played against Energy.
Oh, GMD saw an elbow and Stellar good protection, and all he needed was to get this plant so the pit could come online, and Stellar's gonna get greedy. Ooh, that was dangerous. Love the shorty play. And now Bonnie, how are you gonna go hunting when you can't even see the targets unless you jump in? And Bonnie does just that. The pit comes down, and so does SAT. M80 take over.
And Bonnie's just swinging his wand around, literally, so that Paint can come across and get the kill with the Phantom, because you had an op to retake with for Paint in the first place. It was, or sorry, for Bonnie in the first place. It was almost doable though. What I liked from M80 was that C's that was thrown into the pit from Welly. It actually did get the tether. That's where you're contesting that. You're jumping up with the shorty for Stellar, because you already decayed your opponents, and then at the same time your opponent's got C's. You know he's low on HP, so you're trying to get that value. But then it comes down to the other 2 players jumping inside that pit. Another one of those scenarios where you're at a disadvantage that you couldn't convert on your side for SAT Esports because you had to do nothing but heroic plays to attempt these rounds. As now Stellar.
The switch.
Yeah, a change of pace from M80. That's nice.
Yeah, SAT did the most dangerous thing, giving M80 hope and a leg up in this map. Alvin hit by the conversion pass, still trying to drop. Jerwin has cleared out Paint. And SAT ready for the flood. It's up to GMD and Alvin, and now just the leader, completely surrounded with nowhere to go. Having a 2 versus 4 push is not gonna be easy, especially with the nightfall that Bonnie tries to dodge.
Have to be disciplined here. Comes down to what you see. They saw Derek at Heaven, and you're trying to retake with a knot. So just let them walk into you.
Oh, quick shot from Bonnie. Welly at half health, and Sad just trying to take the solo duels where they can. And Derwin with the 3K gets Sad to match point.
Dude, the spacing from Jerwin is actually quite awesome on how they played the pivot right after. But this is what I was talking about. The experience now of seasoned IGLs. As Stellar is getting run down on the A side by double util and also double duelist, he's like, okay, I know that they're pushing hard on this side. They have to be weak on B. Just pop into this B site, ult into that spot as well. Worst comes to worst, you're playing a 4 versus 3, and thankfully he reads it perfectly. That allows Sad Esports to play a 4 versus 2 for the take into the B site, because again, Jerwin did an excellent job entering and even creating that space up on that staircase so that the rest of Sad Esports could get their dominance and power of numbers into that B site. That puts them at map point and gives them a chance now to push us into a third map where M80, this is thankfully another round where you still have a pretty good buy because the amount of rounds that you scaled up here in the second half.
I'll say don't dry peek Garage, but looks like Bonnie's just gonna dry peek you. Sad being ever so careful. Presence of that op. Maybe Welly can throw something, and Bonnie's too far forward and gets clipped. The smoke from GMD backs him up. Bonnie at 38 HP, denied the Omen teleport there from Pain. Stellar, the lurk, pulls the attention towards A, but Derek could have a good cutoff point. This is an important gap that Stellar is left behind. You hear the stomping. You got Jerwin at half health already. Gets caught with util in hand, so Derek will only injure one. Kill one, I should say, but wait. What else can Stellar do on the front lines? Ooh, now you've let the defense get back into this game, and Bonnie with the op, it rings true. Zaj in a 1v3, can't do it all. This is as close as it gets.
And you are going to count your lucky stars. Again, Derek being the sacrificial lamb. 11 assists so far on the board. As that sees delayed the time to allow M80 to rotate towards that spawn. And because we had, a nice lurk from Stellar to open up the A site, but he has to stay within the A site. And he has to stay hidden because he's going to walk into an op. That sees that forces now Sad Esports to be off timing for the re-hit towards that A site. Got snuffed out. Players could be easily picked off on a rotate because M80 by that point already had 3 players inside that site. Now 2 more rounds to go to try to bring this into overtime. It looks like the second map will be decided in the last round of regulation because we have an eco for their side as well. They're trying to sell a double fake with double Yoru into the B site. So a fake clone and a walk across. Nobody bites into that. GMD's already rotating back towards this A site. They have a strong hold towards A as well. Sad Esports are going to have to be good in trades to manage to win this round.
Zaj really needs to get that dimensional drift online, preferably by the time the next round hits. That'll be the big win condition for them. Just gotta be careful not to walk into the Bonnie sideline with this op and the bait and the switch. Beautiful with the clone. GMD catches Sad by surprise as he'll pivot into ramp. And maybe will hold passive positions and no one in mid, but Bonnie could at least call if they go towards B.
Yeah, the best thing you want is a plan at this point, but you're being closed into a box.
Ooh. M80 from a 2-10 deficit on their way to try and force overtime.
And it's just simple tech too. When you're trying to re-hit towards the A site, that Viper wall comes down, and then you cycle out your defensive smoke from GMD, but it's a drop smoke at the same time, and that allows for you to spot 3 players trying to take control towards A main and also ramp. They had the confirmation that the re-hit was going to be towards A at this point, and all their players were there. Perfectly done. They deny here a plant for this last round, which is also very crucial because if you're looking at the buy before this timeout comes out, 2 of them have half shield, 1 of them have regen shields. So if they do want to go into this scenario of Bonnie going into an outlaw because he's been unstoppable with the op, that allows for him to again go for much more value with this type of buy. But that said, they're also very confident in how they're playing the defensive side with the op too, and they're doing a tremendous job to shut down the A side control of Sad Esports throughout this whole half.
Kind of surprising that both teams running double duelists have only won 2 rounds on their respective offensive halves. So defense has been ever so strong. And Bonnie's op is still in the picture. Something that Sad haven't bought into, haven't had a good response to. Zaj doesn't have the dimensional drift. I don't think he got the orb when he was doing that garage little clone play. Maybe not wanting to take unnecessary risks. Thought maybe he'd get a kill, but or enough kills, I should say. And you don't have that off the rip, so it's not going to be as simple as Sad would hope.
Yeah, we're playing the most default of rounds for Sad Esports. So they haunted that spot. You're trying to get your Yoru to move forward against base. You could TP out, and then Stellar could still stay inserted towards the A ramp. After that, you try to pivot towards middle, and that's where that second wave, the second step is coming. It's a take control events this time around. So you're trying to thin out the defense, at least from M80, to rotate them out from the A site with the amount of presence that you made. But because Stellar fell back towards the A main, they can't really go into the contention of inserting towards that A main and cutting off the rotates. So now it comes up to the duelist, the side of Jerwin, to try to open things up and give a chance here for Sad Esports to open up the A site and plant in their final moments here of regulation.
So you'll have to worry about that Nightfall from Derek. Paint really needs to live and use his dimensional drift, and he's kind of tired of Sad's games.
30 seconds.
M80 trying to force overtime. They know where the push is, and they're certain of it. Pain will be left behind on a lurk. The plant goes through. It's an opening pick for Jerwin. High ground in their favor. Maybe even some cutoffs through spawn if Sad want to get active early, but they're just going to hold their positions, hold these entry points. Alvin will be the one to receive the op to create some threatening presence. Oh, trying to actually challenge the op. Jerwin, the guy that you are. Alvin will keep the high ground at bay, and while M80 trying to retake on the foreground. Oh my God, Derek, those are the type of plays you need. OT could ensue. Zaj is down. Derek defusing. Pain has to stop it, and he does so right at the end with a clutch. 13-11. We're going to the next map.
I thought he was going to miss the last few shots and somehow we get a defuse and we go into extra innings. But in the end, it comes out into a Sad Esports scrappy victory. And I love at least the fight towards that 24th round. It was nice from A to Z on how it played, you know, utility control, information gathering on the defense, on the reaction from the attack, and how to play your post-plan scenarios for both of these teams. And they had to come down to those moments. I want to see a lot more of this throughout this third map of Vine, which we haven't seen yet from M80. But I think there's also a reason why, for me, as a spectator of this sport and as a fan of M80, as to why we kind of just leave Vine as the last thing. Remember the amount of times that M80 were actually not good in past iterations of the roster on that map of Vine, and it was actually the map that didn't allow for them to ascend going into the VCTs against 2G, if I'm not mistaken, because they kept losing Vine. I hope that they finally fix it, because that has been their cursed map forever.
Yeah. Sad at least picked it against NRG Academy and were successful on that. It was a close one, and speaking of close, this series is just that. The first match of playoffs goes to map 3. Let's visit the desk, and we'll see you for Vine.
Yeah, Roy, I'm still right.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out
no way.
and he's holding that site too. Fall to him.
1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Right now, he definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one. And Scotty's got the.
Awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
M80 up 1 in the series, but heading into the second map, it was sad Esports to get a strong lead. M80 claw their way back. They make it so close to getting into OT, but in the end, sad Esports scrape together the last couple rounds they need, 13-11 to take us into a map 3. I mean, Roy, you might have jinxed it because when we were sitting at around the 10-1, you're like, man, this might be one of the fastest games that we've had, and it might have missed the mark there a little bit.
Yeah, I also jinxed it as well when I said this could be a fake comeback, and it actually was a fake comeback. So I jinxed it and then I unjinxed it. I don't know. Anyways, I think both teams defensively played well. Is that crazy to say? I'm not sure.
No. No, not at all. No, I agree. That was scary. Honestly, I feel like there was just like a lot of fundamental issues on the side of M80. I know I voted for them, but I'm gonna respectfully hate on them a little bit. The positioning was just really crazy. All over the place, dude. Like, it felt like there was never like they just didn't know how to play. Honestly, sometimes like the positioning was wrong. The way that they were peeking these angles were way too wide. They were almost like not really thinking about who could be there, like oh, okay, I just got to pick, could there be a follow-up? What's happening here? Oh, let me just walk out of heaven with no gun, you know? Like, I feel like there are circumstances like that happened a little bit too often, as to where M80, sometimes they got a little too comfortable with the wins that they were receiving, you know, in the second half, and then it just kept happening again in that last quarter. So quite sad, quite disappointing. But I will say the comeback was pretty cool to see. Overall, I think they did slowly start to, especially Bonnie, start to kind of, you know, feel a little bit more comfortable in their role.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is like desperation can sometimes look like teams looking foolish, but ultimately when you have such a good approach to the defensive side, it honestly just creates a lot of desperation. And I'm specifically talking about the fact that the counter to these double duelists, the counter to these like new gen explosive comps is space. Like, space minimizes the explosive power on the when you're on the attack side, right? Like when you're defending, you want to challenge A main, you want to challenge B main, like you want to deny the core spots that the attack side is looking for, right? Because they have so much util, they have the waylay dash to get out as well. There's just so much explosive like pressure coming in on the attack side, and I feel like both teams on the defense kind of were tapped in on that, right? Because they both had the exact same approach. Bonnie was, you know, doing the same thing. He was constantly regressing with the op. He was challenging a ton of space. They're running crossfires up close. They're fighting through the Viper wall at A. A lot of these things are like, these details are what causes teams to start to get desperate on the attack side, and they start to like look like, you know, they look disjointed, where, you know, people are starting to make desperate plays through smokes and stuff like that. So I feel like they both just had a really good defensive approach, and then it just made the other side look a little tough.
I mean, for M80 to go into the second half sitting at 2-10 and then having to flip it around and so close to taking it into overtime, if it wasn't for that 3K from Pain, I mean, we could have been just sitting here singing M80's praises now. But we did get to see a couple of fun little step ups. Golfers, we're taking you off your hater arc now. Let's talk good about these players, all right? Because like, we got to see the waylay and like, yeah, I know you were talking praise about them when we were sawing the bub off.
Oh yeah, Bonnie was killing it. I will give credit where it's due. I think M80 were doing absolutely phenomenal on Bonnie, but Jurin was just, I wouldn't even say they were stronger. They were pretty like equal in regards to how exactly they were playing. Obviously, again, I feel like it was mostly just like a fundamental issue on M80 side, where a lot of fights and 1v1s were just completely lost out, and it was a big disadvantage. But I think Sad took really good advantage of that. Like, Jerwin absolutely killed it with just the entries that almost like disassembling M80 and being that secondhand distraction while Zaj goes in and takes those eliminations, right? So for me, it was very, very cohesive for Sad, as to where it did sometimes feel like it was kind of lacking for M80.
I feel like this map, we kind of got to see a lot of players shine. Like, it wasn't just the Jerwin and Bonnie show. Like, yes, they are the MVP, and while Jerwin did open up 6 out of the 24 rounds, a quarter of the rounds is crazy. I can't lie.
Yeah.
I mean, Bonnie did also really, really good with the op. I feel like there's so many moments where Derek was popping off, Welly was popping off. Like, so many players got their moment. Even despite Pain being at the bottom of the SAD Esports side, he still got that 1v3 to close out the game. So there was a ton of value kind of being put up by almost every single player in the server. But I think in terms of the MVP, I think it's deserved for it to be the Waylays. Just the way that Bonnie was reaggressing space and just putting so much of that macro pressure on Stellar when he was on the attack side. It felt like it was a job extremely well done.
And a job that gets them over the finish line and into a map 3. A very interesting map as well, because 2 very different looks at this. For SAD Esports, this is a very strong look at Bind, right? On the opposing end, for M80, we haven't seen this. And Roy, when SAD Esports has been a team where the coaches have put in so much work when going and reviewing all the games, they have no relevant tape here on this map.
Yeah, that makes game planning extremely awkward, obviously, right? Because you have nothing to go off of. But I feel like the hard part is the fact that you're going to have to problem solve against a potential comp that maybe you're not expecting. Like, we don't really know what M80 could pull out. Are they going to lean into the Yoru Waylay? Are they going to lean into a more traditional comp with a chamber? Like, we're not entirely sure what meta they're going to be running. But just looking at SAD's record on this map, it is so crazy. They're 15-2 in rounds 1 on attack side. Out of the 17 rounds they played on attack, and those 2 officials that they have on this map, they've won 15 out of the 17 rounds on attack. That's crazy. Now we're looking at, of course, M80 being on the defensive side. It's going to be SAD Esports in their bread and butter, running the composition that we expected. But then we're looking at the comps for M80. The double duelist is out. The Sky as the initiator. It's a ton of utility to work with. There's a lot of flashes, a lot of exploding power. And of course, the name of the game has not changed from split to bind, guys. It's still the same recipe. You do not want to give space at this explosive comp. I want to see M80 challenge short A. I want to see him, challenging showers and kind of fighting towards hookah or towards long B. Make sure there's parts of the maps that are consistently being challenged, because you don't want the SAD Esports composition. You don't want the Waylay Yoru to have full util for those site takes.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the fact that we're now seeing Guimond on Astra. I feel like it was very, very uncomfortable on Omen. The blinds, unfortunately, really just weren't hitting. The swings were too wide. It felt almost like they had to adjust to playing their own character. So now having a bit more util to selfishly play by themselves, to be the fragger that they're meant to be, and also support the team, I do feel like that gives M80 a big upper hand.
I'm just looking for the lock-in coming out from both of these teams. It's been talked about from M80 that they could be one of the best teams, if not the best team in the league, if they just wake up. Can they do it now when we get into map 3? Time to find out. SAD Esports have been looking so good here. It could be anyone's game. Let's head to Bind, find out who's going to be the taker of this series with your casters, Levin Kiwi and Van Silly.
It all comes down to this. Who's taking a trip to the lower bracket? How will this end? And is this the sad comeback of all comebacks? It's going to happen on Bind regardless, on some pretty familiar compositions, at least with the double duelist. But what sticks out to me is GMD returning on the Astra, not the Brim, similar to Corrode.
Yeah, I think they're trying to add a little bit more util for the Astra too, especially when you're playing this composition of you're potentially trying to sight down some players again with Bonnie and Paint together. And if it forces Stellar to call for SAD Esports to pivot quickly towards a different spot of the map, well, you have Gravwell, you have a Concuss to delay even more so that the TPs allow for you to rotate a little bit more quickly to support. So the idea around that is still quite there, and bringing out the Astra. The pulse plan's still very strong with the Gravwell instead of playing lineups with the Brimmy. So I still like the choice of the Astra and this composition. Therefore, see if it matches into the play style of what M80 is trying to do on defense. So far, they're perfectly stacked for a B anchor where SAD Esports currently starting.
And he dodged the flash, Bonnie. Oh, he was smiling from ear to ear before this map, and you don't want to see that man smiling. He will turn up. And SAD don't want to let M80 have those funds swell, because you saw how dangerous and really uncontested Bonnie on the op can be. And classic versus shotgun. Well, that ended a different way than I expected.
Yeah, but somehow Jerwin makes it out with a lot of health. But there's that flank from Bonnie. That's perfect. We're probably going to have a lurk on lurk. Hell, actually, he's watching that flank.
Okay, quick little pivot, and Sad have to salvage this, and it's not going to be for free. Derek with a cutoff opportunity, making Sad real nervous on where they're going to take that next step. Well, he's going to check near spawn. I like this read from Sad. It's wide, and it's pretty bloody. And Stellar, 1v3, would have really liked to have that teammate still involved, especially when you're in a 2 versus 1. You wish that was cleaner. You wish his pistol would have gotten it differently. M80 just got to wait to see what Sad's move's going to be.
It'll be one of those games where it looks to be very bloody. Some mistakes are bound to happen at this point with how many lurks and backstabs we've gotten. How Derek was able to walk down towards that long B side and still get an open duel and win that against his opponent. So M80's in, or I guess both teams are going to be struggling to figure out how to play against their opponents. At least he went on time, so that's good enough. Stellar was looking to try to build up some orbs if he get a second pick, but great delays coming through from M80, and that's exactly what we're talking about going into this game here, Lemon Kiwi, how M80 is looking to potentially be a lot more aggressive. I just didn't expect that to be around even Derek walking down to that spot, but I think it's because Bonnie's already gained so much of that space in the first place from his lurk through Spice that it gives that opening here for M80 to put a wrench in the wheels for Sad Esports on how they wanted to default around that map.
M80 have won every defensive pistol thus far. It's a comfortable position for them to kick off in. And you got the Outlaw from Bonnie helping through showers while GMD plays his life. His life being ever so important as that caller. U-Haul now being pressured, double duelists coming at you. And look, M80 just passively lets them creep up, lets them get comfortable, and then a swing out, a double. M80 with the full takeover. And not too much kickback from Sad, yet anything at all. It's flawless. That's exactly what you need on the anti-eco to bring all of these juicy guns to the bonus.
Yeah, looks like we had some sort of timing coming through from GMD from that kill feed, because I saw some players from Sad Esports walk contact into U-Haul with shorties. So GMD is trying to drive by with the Spectre back into that spot. He should have been taken down right away, but it seems as though maybe we're a little bit more antsy. Yeah, right over here. So instead of just waiting into the corner, they tried to push out towards that spawn, which is surprising because of how they executed towards that site. They saw zero aggression or opposition from M80. You should know that their opponents should be rotating back from that spawn. So if you want to try to fight towards that spawn, there's got to be more util. You're playing a Yoru and a Sky. Bring some flashes out in there. Try to fight into that spot to give yourself a fighting chance. But I guess it wasn't really ironed out to that point of what happens in a pulse plant when we still have 5 players alive, that they kind of just topple down into their own strategy. At least they get a plant down and a strong buy against the anti-bonus.
Ooh, Judge does a lot of talking there for Alvin. Paint does get the orb and showers, which gets him a round 3-dimensional drift. Then we are not going to see it. Sad are quick to retaliate. Alvin still has full control of Hookah. And Sad are left in the dust despite having a chance to respond that round.
All right, this map is going to be a back to you, Lemon Kiwi. We're walking out and getting into crosshair placements of your opponents and dying. At least now they're grouped up for Sad Esports to try to play some sort of pulse plant. Remember the amount of orbs we're getting on the side of Stellar. Well, now Zaj is also cut up halfway, both of them to their ults. Actually, the space is quite nice for Zaj. They just need to identify where the third player is going to be at.
Oh, the lineup is right there. It's easy for Stellar. It's been pretty consistent on those clutches. GMD, 1 versus 2, very doable. Oh, he gets caught hopping into his own smoke. Make it 3 for Zaj. He still had that dimensional drift for Paint, so that could be something that gets M80 back on their high horse in this round.
Hey, so it was somewhat doable there for, then it was GMD, right? As the Astra holding towards the U-Haul. Nobody's clearing in the first place. But when we TP across, we didn't check the deep corner. Stellar gets 2 easy kills. And we're just seeing some very traditional style of fighting under the chaos. That's what I was mentioning before on Corrode in the past. When the play styles of, on one end, the first map was fairly slow on defaults, it's easier for you to react to check these corners. Second map, you're playing double duel, is super aggro. It's nice. But now you're playing with inserts and aggro. There's going to be some corners left unchecked. And M80 still falls into that type of mistake. But thankfully, they get first blood in this round. puts himself in a comfortable scenario to maintain their lead by 2 within this round number 4.
And another first blood for Bonnie, a big MVP in that last round with the Outlaw. That's something Sad has to mark and try to pressure back. And we have not even seen a bind from M80 since, well, their old former roster.
Yeah.
Sad at least showed us that they could win against the best. And they still have to prove that they're the best when it comes to playoffs, because now the stakes are at its highest. All the teams are peaking. Sad don't have that entry point of Jerwin, and they don't have a dimensional drift to just make the round easier on them. So Sad are slowly scaling.
Smokes down. Just want to be ready for the Saturday defense. This is going to be a confirmed pop with the double smokes to try to commit towards this B site. They slow it and they slow things down with Yuto behind the wall, and now it'll be easy pickings.
Sad tried to spam through the wall, trying to react to Alvin, who was shooting down a haunt or something that Welly threw, and then Bonnie just lines up all the ducks like it's duck hunt, and Sad get cooked on the entry.
Yeah, and also they're playing duck hunt where when you're playing back in the day, you're actually putting up your gun right into the screen, so you're guaranteeing 100% accuracy to shoot down the duck. That's basically what happened there for M80. Super easy kills on set execution, and it forces out the early timeout, which also brings to piggyback on your point where Blind has not been the strongest suit for M80 in past iterations. So the past iteration was when you still had like the Okeanos, Caillou, Sato on this map, and I think they went 1-3 on Bind. But the iteration before that, where Nismo, who's currently coaching M80, that had like Koala Noob, Xander, they were losing every single time as well on Bind. And again, going into Ascension was their weakest map. They kept it as the trump card going into the 5th map of the series of Ascension and still lost it. I think it was Saucy that was mentioning it over to a stream to 2G saying, look, if they're not going to ban Bind, just let that float as that 5th map, and we're just going to crush their dreams. So we don't want to run into a similar scenario here for M80 where you're leaving Bind, you're floating it as your 3rd map. You want to close this out with confidence to give yourself at least a fresh, at least room to breathe, sorry, going into the end of stage 1, back into stage 2, knowing that this iteration of M80 now has a stronger map pool by winning this map of Bind here against Sad.
And it's still early in the map where Sad haven't really identified a weak part to the map. Alvin got, what, a 3-piece into Hookah. You got picked from Bonnie and B main. Showers you haven't really explored, so that's something Sad can check out. Here comes Zaj and the double duelist, the push and the pull, and, well, Bonnie still benefits despite being in a sort of 1v2 situation. Here we go.
We're missing those things. Where's the haunt? Where's a flash like TP across? Get some aggressive control into Showers. You can't wide swing into that spot. There's 2 guys swinging at you. You get the pick, and now you're at a player down. But I guess I respect it. Sad's on a Nico. I'm not gonna harp on them too much on how they're trying to gain space at that point. Try to get a plant down. You're still in a good spot here in the next rounds.
Yeah, and those sheriffs, Shorty can still hurt. We'll see if they want to invest the Viper's Pit. I guess you're not going to invest in nothing because you can't even plan.
Yeah.
So it's a flawless for M80. I guess I was hard coping, but yeah, hey, it's cool to see. Like maybe you could pit up, you know.
Yeah, expensive way to get a plant, but you know what? I'm there with you because Sad Esports is looking very similar to like Corrode, where they can't really find real ways to penetrate on their attack side on this very map of Bind. Although I think the story was different on Corrode, where it was their defense that was lacking a bit, but still the point still stands that they're struggling to really find an answer on to play against their opponents on different maps. Bind being this one here. But thankfully, though, there was a convergence path that was wasted on the side of M80 that gives a little bit of a hope for Sad Esports once they get their own ult cycles on their side. This pit is still available for them in this gun round, but because we're adding so much pressure into B at the very beginning, I think it makes sense, right? You're looking at piss around until now. They've consistently tried to prowler and take control of Hookah and always failed at it. So you have to continue to create a diversion and condition towards that spot. You can't give it up. So now you're seeing a dog that gets answered back by M80. They know it's clear. They know the hit's coming towards the A side right now. So GMD has a chance.
So many retake options for M80, and it starts with a dimensional drift, and even the Seekers are thrown into the mix. Sad walk into a trap, have their backs against the wall. Now their backs on the ground. Stellar is going to be left behind, but he's able to shoot back, and Jerwin will join in that beautiful duo ship to give Sad back a lead despite eating 2 ults to the dome. Sad are still left standing and with some site control to work with. Just got to worry about this flank. Alvin will be coming from the other side of the map, and well, he's looking the other way.
Oh,
He's
no.
got protection of the wall, gets caught off guard, and now this spells trouble. Sad, the advantage is gone. They didn't do anything with the advantage, and now it's plan B.
But at least it's our tried trusty IGL. Pit will come down after this plant, and he's gonna hear both TPs.
Oh God, he might not. He doesn't have time to use the pin. No more, catches them on the drop down. Oh, a little bit of timing, dancing against Alvin, who steadies and is stoic and helps M80 get back in control.
And that's why I was sighing a little bit here, because what they did against the 3 versus 2 for Sad Esports was perfectly called by Stellar, because they've already identified Bonnie at triple. They have to identify where the last guy is going to be. So Welly goes through the wall that Stellar pulls up, trying to catch where the rotate could be. But as he loses that fight, the idea was like, okay, if we get that pick, we're going to TP across, and then we get an open B site. If we don't get that pick, we should flip the map and play a 2 versus 1 against Bonnie at triple instead. But what happens there? Welly dies, and we're still running knife out trying to TP into the B site, and then we catch another player down for the side of Sad Esports to rotate towards B. So again, we're not reacting the way we're supposed to react for Sad Esports on that very round.
Oh jeez, he almost caught an elbow, Zaj. Or it was Paint's dimensional turret. Either way, Sad are now pitted up, using every ultimate they can, including the conversion pass. You have Jerwin leading the front lines, and now all huddled up within the pit. As M80 circle the perimeter like sharks. Got a flank 2 from Derek that's going to come through A short. Could be catching the back there of Pain. Knows his job well to watch for that mid lurk, and catches Derek looking the wrong way. Pit is still up. Comfortable spot for Sad. Now you got a counter pit from Alvin to layer it through. Talk about chaotic. And that's where the Bucky is gonna ring true. As powerful as ever. It's a hide and go seek. Sad have numbers. They just have to survive long enough for the spike. And then you got the Brimstone coming in for the post plant. More delays. Time running out for M80, and Paint will just dip and save the gun.
Which is fine. 5-1 scoreline that you had before Sad Esports got this one after. They were fairly explosive, as I was yapping throughout the whole execution, but they were very quick getting into the U-Haul control with all of the ults available. And again, we were talking about trying to keep things simple back on Split, by the way, like for M80. They ulted through, they pit it down, they play within the pit, they won the round. And also they understood how M80 is trying to rotate around the map. Derek is like his 3rd or 4th time flanking since the piss round. From pushing long B back into the short A side. This time you're ready for it, especially when Welly lost the fight in the last time. So that was an easy kill for Payne to get himself on the scoreboard here against Derek, and they needed to do that a little bit less this time for M80. Yep.
Ton of flashes. M80 get something out of it. Maybe get to rejoin with Derek to heal Paint back up. He'll be on his way. Sad are left to pick up the pieces, but if you're going to drop anyone, I guess it's okay for it to be Stellar, since you're heading to B anyway.
Yeah, because usually if worse comes to worse, it's your lurk wall. But for M80, they should know that means nobody's going to be lurking, so they could still stronghold 3 players on the B site. So this is quite good.
Ryan Jerwin with the nightfall sandwiched in, and Derek just corners himself. Still picks off Jerwin. Sad cut off on the entry. It's just a brick wall when it comes to this B defense. M80 looked nearly untouchable. Sad even through the nightfall, and that still wasn't enough to fully win out.
Yeah, I wonder if we missed a saturate. Did we saturate for Jer when he was dashing in? Or were we just counting on the tethers from the nightfall that was thrown out by Welly? And that had to be that win con too for them to get that space. Because if you're looking at it from Derek, it only looks like so far he's decayed and marked. So that means he hasn't been saturated. There was nothing being thrown at that spot. It was potentially used at the beginning of the round when they were getting crunched down by M80 with the hit towards that long B side. I missed that small detail. But I think that then shows that M80 is well prepared in the defensive round with how they displayed their attack side on 2 layers to hold up the B side. So that was very nice.
A shifted approach from Sad to use Prowlers to get Showers control and to just overwhelm Pain up close. Sad Gonna play off those tethers too. GMD. What about a surprise swing? Did just hear? Probably didn't hear anything at all, actually. And that means M80 will cower away. Let Bonnie at a distance find an angle. Seekers helping M80 guide in. Now they're chasing Sad across the map. And maybe a chance for Alvin to catch them on the drop down. His impact is felt. And he's not going to go for a repeat. Not until M80 are ready. That gets Sad nervous. Want to see a bandit? Well, he got Zaj with one. But he's on his last leg yet again. Really worried about Alvin coming through the elbow. This retake could pack a punch, and Alvin, he's doing it again, but he's still to get through this doorway. And Stellar doesn't have enough help to fully suppress and put up a resistance. And now M80 are getting hyped up again, and that was the kind of hype that almost got them back into split.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of playing the Astra too. When you're playing the Brimmer, you could maybe molly down towards that window that slows players down, but now you're literally pulling them back with the grav well at the window. And it almost allowed for them to get a pick out of that. Right over there, Zaj. That's what we're talking about, the low HP. That's thanks to the grav well from GMD, also allowing M80 to rotate into a great spot at as soon as you go for the pulse plant with no util for SAD Esports. It's easy for players to pick you off as you're rotating to better positions. You'll take whatever you can. A lower buy, putting the op down, or sorry, putting the spike down, allowing for you to get an op on the attack, which is a very rare sight.
Even with the Sky Flash too, kind of gave a disadvantage to Zaj, who was trying to get showers going. Now, finally, you're going to see Sad try to come up with a solution for that op by buying one of their own, as you pointed out, but Bonnie has been a problem for Sad. Now with hookah control, there'll be ways to converge on to M80, but to choose this next fight carefully. Now Derek and Friend are gonna back off into elbow potentially. Alvin perhaps exposed, but Derek's dog will keep Sad anchored. Maybe even trying to rethink something else. Or now they're nervous about the flank. Sad are taking too long to really develop, and maybe that pick will inspire them. Cherwin with a double with the up. What a flick! Now M80 completely give up the site. It's all up to Bonnie and GMD.
I didn't expect that. A re-hit with a walk-in with the op to open up 2 kills from Jerwin to allow SAD Esports to probably win this round. Because now you drop a Brimmy smoke, you're delaying the spike, giving your team another 20 seconds that you're running off the clock of that spike, and there's no way to retake that site on a 2 versus 4. That's a very nice entry being done here by Jerwin in the first place. I was just literally about to commend how M80 is doing an excellent job on the defense, because whatever SAD is trying to do so far in terms of taking showers control, you have pullback stars for Bonnie to take the pick towards that B site. You have triple pushes down long B that shuts down any type of defaulting from SAD. And when they're trying to prowler into hookah, they're also still being shut down. The best look that they have is going for a 5-man hit towards that A site, yet the pulse plants are never guaranteed for that side. So M80, again, doing a great job on defense in terms of stalling the first layers of the hits of what SAD Esports trying to do within this round of binds. So they're definitely scrambling for these rounds. And you have to turn back into hero plays. And it was Jerwin with the op for the first time on the attack set of bind that allows here SAD to get 1 point. Are we going to try to snipe them down?
M80 got to repurchase another op, so you'll have another round of pain. Converge it past
all double
Bonnie.
dash down. Based off the dog.
There is the activation and even the well too, or the star on
So nice.
top of that. Man, blood on the floor. Successful for M80, especially to deny 2 big ultimates from SAD that could have come out that round, and the star timing is a little awkward and may allow Pain to just escape.
Again, like I said,
for SAD.
M80 just excellent on the defensive rounds when the barriers come up in the first 20 to 40 seconds of the round. Now going to the mid round, you have no choice but to walk up and just go into cross replacements.
Oh, we caught Bonnie still trying to readjust, and I like that aggression from Pain, and they did not watch their side. GMD strikes back 8-3 for M80.
In the half.
had me I remember, I think it was in a VCT game. I don't know what happened exactly, but it was like a Whaley ult right in that very spot that Bonnie did, and it was just a solo guy going through and just dying. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Why is he just solo dashing through? But now I see what's being cooked up from the side of M80. You're going with the dog through the door, that you're using that as basically your ult, so you get to slow field right into the area. It catches 2 players and allows M80 to pick up 2 kills and not allow Sad to really set up here into, again, another short A that's always given up by M80, but always won by M80 in the end.
Bane very low, and Jerwin won't be able to use the convergent pass. Would have liked that to just fight into hookah if you're expecting some trouble. Dash with the dimensional drip gives them information. As soon as he decloaks, he's dead. Sad have the tools, but they just can't use them. M80 bring the fight to them. Bonnie just jumping through smoke with a shorty, recalls out, and Sad are victims in this situation. 9-3, half it shall be, ending with a 3K for Bonnie. It's just op supremacy for that guy.
100%. And usually when you were talking about paint with the op, I think it was on split before, I was like, this makes total sense, because you want to play the op on your Yoru, just like it's a fast rotate for you to just continue to lock down a line. But with the way that they're currently playing here for M80, they don't really have too much util from their opponents that pushes Bonnie away from his line with the operator, that you could just keep it on him the whole time. That allows Paint to be more self-sufficient too, using flashes for himself, using flashes for his teams for the retakes, and really flood in with the team. And it's just really nice to see that M80 is taking full advantage of what's not being challenged by Sad Esports in the first place. And now, hopefully, on the defensive side, Sad Esports could display similar things, as they almost have similar comps in terms of at least a double duelist and Viper.
Zaj forced to disengage quickly, giving an orb for M80. Got a lot of good tools to fight, to get information, with Derek utilizing that sky, and Sad still put a stop. The showers swing out. Derek and Alvin tried to bait and switch, and Payne will focus down at 14 HP. He's gonna need help, and Stellar couldn't trade in time, and GMD ducks into cover, and Stellar ducks at the wrong angle. Welly 1 versus 2. Doable. 70 HP for GMD, and Spike hasn't been planted, so you're at a stalemate.
Did such a good job anchoring the sites in the first place, but with the dash that came through and the space had to be given up, it gives a chance now for M80 to convert back into the man advantage.
80 is trying to sell it. They've gone elsewhere, maybe. Just taking their time. Plant gonna be up close. Welly silently walking up, and we could just catch them on the retreat, and he does. Taps the spike. Alvin won't fall for it. Stay steady. What a shot from Welly. His moment to shine, and a much, much needed pistol win for Sad.
Big clutch coming out from Welly. And that's a seize and haunt that was still available for him that he doesn't use. I think it's just one of those scenarios where the spike's already planted close to their doorway. You already surprise your first opponent. You tap on a spike, you count in your head 3.5 seconds where to like 6 seconds where your opponent could swing out of. That's your window to try to catch your opponent off guard. Then it comes down to who gets the shot when you're swinging back through. And Welly right over here, as you're about to see. Boom. Nice little flick towards Alvin, who had the crosshair placement into the entrance the whole time. Now those are, yep. Those are basically getting ready for LAN fist bumps if they're able to qualify here to champs at the end of the year. But that definitely gives a lot of confidence for Welly going to this game.
Love that. Friends are always nearby. Or the ghosts that haunt your house, I guess. But anyway, it's really haunting M80 is Sad winning this pistol, and now Bonnie with an outlaw.
Exactly. Going back to that corrode round, right? So you have somebody buying him the outlaw. That's Paint. He goes full shields, and he almost went into the 1v1 against Jerwin again, who was using the outlaw himself towards short A sled with the small shields. So he could eat one bullet, still win that duel. But Jerwin understood the assignment, falls back, gives up that space. And now it's up to Stellar's judge.
Yeah. Similar position to Mail back on split. This guy could do a lot of work, and he waits for the right moment to unleash, and you're feeding the beast. And it took, what, a concuss, a seize, everything to put the GOAT down. And that's just the first step, one of many that you have to take to get into the site. Now you have to kind of drop, and another, so the only person that could see what was in the site is now dead. M80 just gonna wait out this smoke, but it's not looking good, especially if you'd have to re-clear to create another option. I don't think there really is another option. 12 seconds, here comes Bonnie, the judge, but the spike is down, and GMD's too low. The crossfire, power of friendship, strong with Sad.
Wait, they don't pick up the outlaw, so they want to leave it behind. There was no plant coming through, so you know at least one player is going to be on small shields, maybe even two, because Paint had to buy the outlaw for his teammate. These are nice kills coming out from Stellar, but I like the idea towards the end. We tried to switch out the outlaw with the judge so that dash can come through, but he goes in with the judge. He goes in with the spike, so you can never really go for a plant. You're just trying to go for econ damage at that point, and they've done it. But the thing is, right after, you're seeing the buy. They actually have to go for full shields because they think that Sad Esports salvaged the yacht from the previous round, but it's Welly only with a Marshall. So they have an advantage on their gun round for M80, despite going to like, oh crap, we got to buy full shields. Look at Alvin. He's got full shields and a bandit. But thankfully, Sad didn't pick it up, so they have a chance.
I respect M80 not cruising through hookah anymore. That's just not really gotten them advantage they were hoping for.
Oh, no.
And dry peeking into a Marshall does not help either. And you really want Paint part of this picture.
It was supposed to be an outlaw in the first place, but he gets a headshot with it. So gets full damage, full value out of the Marshall. And that's a player down for M80.
Okay, the recall. Stellar.
Might force a TP. I think we're over rotating for Zash too, because we've already gotten that space for Stellar. Oh yeah, Bonnie's looking to re-clear it.
Where are you? Stellar could do the most. 14 HP with a Bucky. M80 really want at least full vision. They don't want to go in blind, and even they lock eyes with Stellar. Gives him a wink, gives him a Bucky to the dome. He's doing so much on such a small buy. And this is the type of win streak that would get M80 nervous, the one that got M80 sort of back into split, even though it was a fake comeback. It does start off of converting the bonus, and Eric keeps the hopes alive. 6 seconds, you could deny the plant. Stellar really worried at 14 HP. But here comes Zaj, the hero of the day.
That was so close too, because Derek just tucked in time so that the Bucky cannot get full value off him. And if he turned around, maybe would have won that because Zaj only had a sheriff to work with. But Stellar, beautiful plays. So the space taken of that part. He gets the first kill with the Bucky. They knew he was hiding inside that corner, yet still, bam, right there in GMD's face. Vulnerable with the snake bite, double damage, swing out, bait the shot off the outlaw, and gets the kill on the Bonnie. That's just beautiful display from your IGL. And that's an eco round, a bonus round on your side for Sad Esports, where it wasn't as strong as the bonus rounds because you've lost 3 players in the process and also lost your outlaw from round number 2. Yet you're still able to win that round. That causes a timeout here for M80. So Nismo talking to his team, looking to reset things for round number 17, because this shouldn't, I mean, with this timeout, I wonder if they're going to try to buy around this, because you have Cosmic Divide and the slow field from Bonnie. A Stinger buy could actually be very good for you here in this round, and leverage those 2 ults to turn around back into your favor.
A lot of good ults coming out. Does that make you want to fight for an orb if you're Welly or Derek? Especially, I think you can get a lot of long-range pressure with Derek and these birds. If you wanted to take a B-long fight, if Sad take a more passive approach with a Viper, we'll see.
I think if they buy around this with a shotgun on Bonnie, I think the idea is trying to find a scout with Derek's util. So dog up, go for flashes, you find something ult and get that space. And once you get that space, you have map control, you have site control, you go for a plant for Derek, then you have seekers in the pulse plant. So I don't think orb control should be the name of the game. I think it's trying to punish on where they're trying to deny the orbs for Sad Esports in the first place. So there's a dog. If it sees nothing, I wonder if you blind ult into Octagon.
Ash out in tandem with Bonnie. Birds right into that corner. Sad expected a very different fight, but still come out on top. And even through the flash, Stellar still gets a kill. And he couldn't even tucked into the TP, and he confirms the 3K. Clean as ever for Stellar.
Yeah, imagine how much value you're going to be able to get, though, if you actually ulted in that spot. Because even the Prowler came out towards long on the defensive side for Sad Esports. Yeah, so it would have been cool to see if they could try to answer back on their side there with that type of play, but Stella just holds it down perfectly with a Phantom against the rush from M80 that didn't work out on their side. Saturate was not really in range to punish those players in that teleport area at Long B, so becomes a clean round for Sad Esports, closing that gap by 2. Yet at least now they have double ults, big ults for site taking, make that even 3 with the Cosmic Divide for M80 in this round number 17.
No early pit into A short because Stellar has just been on hookah duty. He's been making that nearly impenetrable for M80 unless he's just straight up not there. I like that sort of switch up. Now the Nightfall from Welly. Going with all that silence at B that M80 were readying a hit. And you know what, that can come in fast. And Cosmic Divide, Seekers, and I'm surprised Bonnie doesn't just ult, because why not? And he's not going to get to. It's a little solo swing on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. M80 could have just played it safe, but they risked it and got punished. Now Sad have to also face another ult thrown out. Paint with the dimensional drift. Recess was on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, and as it comes down, Sad ready to swing for the fences. M80 just have to patrol the spike, but on the flank, Stellar is just going to end this round. This is really good stuff from Sad.
They were trying to go for a Viper Wall dog into U-Haul so they could actually punish with the convergence path on the side of Bonnie. But it sees nothing. They go for the execution instead, but then they're also blocking their own line of sights when they're trying to get full sight control and fight towards the back of the site. Where are we getting the flashes? Where are the flashes to fight through? All those no's being called up by Nismo. It's like, why are we trying to brute force a way through with no util to support the bonding swing through the Cosmic Divide? So it ends up being very costly. Even the dimensional drift, when they were trying to time that out to double swing into U-Haul. What happened there? Dimensional drift disappeared. Cosmic Divide rather disappeared as well. And there's no flashes to double swing through, and they just both get punished. One round away from tying things up. Sad Esports dissecting the attack side of M80.
Conversion pass to try and retaliate against Jerwin. That did just,
oh my god,
recall out, tries to switch the weapon away from the off, and Pain just sprays and prays. And that's apparently what you needed for Sad after a 5-man flood in through showers. Alvin found a different angle through all of that, but I don't think you're going to get a different result. Bonnie has a Guardian, hoping someone just gets a swing in front of his crosshairs. That would be the only thing that could go M80's way. Got the Brim ult out. Thought that was a moment to swing for Zaj, but Bonnie, as attentive as ever, 1v3 will try to race Sad to the other side of the map.
He might be able to outduel Welly though. He's already watching it. There it is. Wait, win con. It's still Bonnie.
Spike planted.
Oh, about this, and they're about to double swing. Oh, he had a nice little head glitch, but Stellar finishes him off. We have ourselves a tie game.
I gotta commend both Waylays in that round for the chaos that just happened into showers. I think it was the double saturate on both sides, so really both threw a span in the works for the exec and the hold on either teams. It really came down towards the end that we're so hyper focused on trying to take down Jerwin on the top of the boxes that Pain's just able to swing through and get this type of spray. And why? Where's the flashes? What are we doing trying to come out of this smoke? And that's what I was talking about. We get into these moments into the third map where it's going to get very chaotic, that you lose a little bit into the fundamentals to try to get the rounds back into your favor, and mistakes are forced to happen. And when these mistakes happen, they can be fully capitalized by either team. And this time it's just easier for Sad Esports because you're just running into crosshairs again. They've been undefeated so far in the second half. 6 rounds in a row on the defense. Another broken econ for M80, and a chance to take the lead in this series for SAD Esports, where M80 looks so good on a defense in the first place on this third map.
If you're M80, you just got to trade out, though. You got 3K'd by Pain, who just held down the left click. So it's got to be on top of it, and I think don't even want to start that again. Just grab the orb and left. You got a pit. Good read from Sad to just get that done early. Use Prowler if you maybe wanted to climb into hookah, but I think Welly just wants to support Stellar in this pit.
They want to fight this. They want to try to maybe dog dash through, saturate, and just plow through with the stingers.
Air gate crash within it, maybe on the other side of it, and M80 find themselves inside now with the recall. You know where the Viper is? What do you do about her? Stellar remains alive and standing. M80 now can take into hookah, find an alternative, but now you got the rest of SAD coming in to help too, so M80 maybe not liking those odds and gonna head elsewhere.
They're gonna play soft side for SAD too. So control showers, let them plant, yet dimensional drift for the retake too for Zaj. And interesting enough, Jerwin's using his double dash to rotate as fast as he can and keep the op. There's 13 seconds left. Oh, they get the spray kill.
And the planter's down. Alvin has to take over. And now it's just a bloodbath. And SAD, we're ready for them. Pain has been clutch as ever. And you don't get to see him too often in the spotlight, but when he is in it, he is shining. This is now multiple times that he has gone 3Ks just existing on A.
Yeah. Literally M80 feeling the pain. But they did try to really throw everything that they could into that B octagon to fight against the Viper's pit. I saw the clone, a dog, the dash through, but then we never really saturate into that spot. I wonder if we saturated into the front of Shed, because we also saw Stellar's teammate at that spot, which allowed the player inside the pit to get full value in that. And when you have no solutions right after, you have to try to contact play or just rush through and try to get a plant, and you're just getting sprayed across from a phantom from Pain. That's just sheer luck from the side of SAD Esports they're going to take at any point, because now that also, you know, shatters the morale from the side of M80, who's had, again, a very strong start on the defensive side, but not finding value on their attack at all. And it comes back to that scenario as I was talking before. It almost looks like we flipped the tables, where we were talking about how M80 were so good when the barriers come up at the beginning of these rounds to shut down SAD on the attack. SAD's doing the exact same thing, although the corridors are in different areas, but the point still stands. You can't really get into these scenarios to have strong positions in your post plans. Because if you're looking at this, Levin QE, the diffuses that come through from round 13, 15, 17, 18, those were all rounds where they had to scramble for these plans for M80. It was never really clean in the first place in the XX.
SAD throwing more into the TP, knowing that showers flood in from M80 has looked scary at times. You can't rely on Pain to 3K every single time from that spot. 7 unanswered rounds in favor of SAD, stealing away the lead that M80 had at the half, 9-3. You still have that retake ult from Zaj if things go awry, but I don't think they want to retake. I think they just want to take this round clean as Paint flashes, and a good read on that person being close. Zaj still wins that 1v1. Now Zaj is kind of sectioned off using the clone. Now it's cerebral plays, but against the star, Zaj gets caught. But it took a lot of effort for M80 just to get into this position. They're still not even on the site. At this point, you just take the TP and leave. This is so sketchy for M80.
And they can't, because they have no showers control for M80. So if they TP, they're like, well, we might get shut down. So that's Jerwin fully taking the line on the short A side. So they know this hit's coming towards B. So a 3-player crossfire setup on this B site is perfect.
Gotta do what you can, what you got, and you got Bonnie on the team, so surely it's a win, and the conversion pass. And the delayed flood is successful for M80 to get back into the driver's seat. Jerwin could afford a few ops, so but being smoked off, why pay unnecessary bills?
Yeah, or maybe not even give away the op on the attack side too, because Bonnie's been prolific with it in the first half. But yeah, I was talking about how they had the perfect stack towards this B side for SAD Esports, but what really threw them off was Bonnie still had what was available to double dash to break crosshair placement, and it flipped through behind that and got full control of the site. And with his skill, was able to get convergence pass, opens up the A site. They went for high efficiency with their ults, and also being able to save all of their weapons in a pulse plant gives them a good look here going into the next round for M80. I gotta say, you were talking about how like you had no choice but to TP after that fight. I think both teams played the stronghold on that B side perfectly, because as much as they were fighting for a 2v2 with 3 versus 3 out towards that long B side, the other two players couldn't really help out towards Hookah because it was being stalled out by smokes from Paint, cycled with walls from Stellar. So there was really no chance now for them to really commit for an M80 side, and it had to come down to a slow rehit into B and just go for your star duelist to get openings at that point, and it did that perfectly for M80 in the end. So to me, that was actually a very nice round of Valorant.
Very good. We'll see if we'll get another one. Now a aggro fight from Sad and Jerwin. No connection on that. But gets M80 excited, and Pain just the first victim. Okay, a little bait and switch. Works out for M80 to scratch the surface of Sad. The armor remains. Jerwin, nothing will hinder him now. And a jump out. Okay, the only thing that hinders him is actually hitting a shot, but hey, Stellar will hit his. And M80 threw flashes at him. Now you have the lineup, and all you need is Stellar to protect the site.
that octagon fight from round to round is so scrappy, but I love it. There's players playing anti-flash as in the previous round. There's players now being fully blinded from a clone to a Sky Flash, pushing out the defense. But then you get a blind shot through a wall from Jerwin with the op. Impact frags too to slow down that M80 push when they had a bunch of util to try to flush out their opponents playing close range, denying the spots. That's exactly what Roy was mentioning at the desk before on Split. What makes the composition so good with its double duelist is that you're allowed to contest into space and try to fight in those areas. And they were trying to just limit that space taken from M80 side, and yet SAD is still able to hold their ground. This is, again, very nice from what we're seeing from these two teams. And now I'm liking this. It looks scrappy right now into these fights on Octagon, but the macro and how you're setting up to play and the antes from each side is quite nice.
Thought maybe M80 were going to try and sell a fake at A, but Spike will come back up, and Zaj kind of assess the situation here with the dimensional drift, calling out at least 3. So M80 feel like their hand is forced. They're already dogging up towards U-Haul. Cosmic Divide. I'll fully seal it off, so I'm worried about Pain swinging out, and he just gets to play peekaboo, and that's an uncomfortable position for M80. Nightfall into the mix too for Welly. Now M80 are definitely nervous on how to react. They just have to have their head on a swivel, and Jerwin's trying to Goomba stomp people. It's a bloodbath that Derek fights do pretty well, but Pain is as stoic as ever on this site, looking for the ace, the 4K, the unexpected hero, getting almost an ace before it was stolen by Stellar, of course, but he would have got it. Close enough.
Traded out. He died, so it was traded out, but dude, you're right. He is on fire so far for Pain at triple. You can't take him down. But I gotta say, M80, remember a couple of rounds ago when they did the Cosmic Divide hit towards the A site, and they're like, let's try to fight through this wall. And they didn't use any util at all and got 0 value of fighting back towards that CT side of that Cosmic Divide wall. This round, they throw the wall up, they use 0 util, and they also do not cross that line. So SAD is actually using that ult to their own advantage. They flashed through. The util that I said was missing for the side of M80, used by SAD, and they shut down M80 on the hit. And now you have the most broken buy for M80 with backs against the wall at the end of this series.
Semi-final spot on the line here for SAD. They're dropping that first map on their map pick 2, 13-6 for M80. And SAD pull it off again. So many strong points on this map. We'll leave Alvin on the insert. He's got 2 walking up, and he's looking. Almost had the flick on Welly. As quick as ever. First blood for the defense. Here comes M80, pressuring in through U-Haul. Zaj playing with the spacing well, respecting this push from M80, but just can't stop it. And Pain will lurk in the shadows. Dimensional drift. It's not even gonna go towards Pain until now. Yeah, Pain is still there, but no one else. So you get a safe plant off of it. Safe-ish anyway. Pain is gonna wait for the pinch, the crossfire, for teamwork to do all the talking. 3 versus 3. Is M80 play at a distance within U-Haul, within main. They're gonna get sealed off, and where the spike is,
Beautiful.
Sad have access to it, and M80, they peek out, they get the 1 taps. It's Welly that could save the day. Or the teleport now has to just make a decision, and M80 stall well enough.
A fighting chance for M80. A scrappy fight that you just saw from M80 towards that fight of A site. I was just about to mention the beginning of that round though is just a nice little stellar type of call. You never do these type of plays and then suddenly you're gonna walk 2 players through the orb at long B and then actually punish 1 player. But then what happens after is those players on the A site were on the weak side, you had to try to stay alive as long as you could, which they did. Fair enough. Now you have to go into the protocols of the retakes for Sad Esports on that 3 versus 3. Unfortunately, you kind of just peaked out 1 by 1 in the end. So M80 took advantage now of the weak side and played to their strengths and traded off each other quite well. Now it moves down to another last round of regulation.
Some presence after the haunt was shot, so Sad were ready to receive. With that pressure back from the bird, you're just tapping the orb. We didn't even really get it, but you were just trying to see how close Sad were, because sometimes you like to play in that octagon, and that was Zaj being such a nuisance earlier on.
Portal closed.
So M80 invests some util through that, and we'll go elsewhere.
2 big prowlers being used, 2 on the defense now from Whaley. That's going to allow Jerwin to just be prepped up and ready for the re-hit towards the A site.
And Jerwin has an up, and would like to be at the top of heaven with that and could be accessible. Doesn't fall for the clone. Bonnie retracts. Pain nearly dodging a shot from the op. And M80 have sectioned off. They even have the Viper speed to try and get a plan.
Oh, no.
GMD removes an angle. Zaj will trade and panics with Pain, and it's just panic central. And Sad will relish going to the semifinal.
It's Pain again at that spot at triple, although this time had a bait this time around, but there's no way you're able to come out of showers and lock down the A site when you have nothing to utilize and push Pain out of that position. And again, it comes down to a slow start from Sad Esports, but a nice comeback in that 2nd and 3rd map. But unfortunately, again, the curse continues of Bind being M80's pain point, as they can't close it out with such a strong start in the beginning. But it's still Sad Esports moving forward, and looks like everybody that's been trash talking me in the green room between, hey, man, silly, is your prediction still good? Yeah, it's still good, guys. It's still good.
Yeah, mine too, guys. I went tattoo if anyone cares, but whatever. Good effort from M80, despite, you know, never seeing Bind from them, and Sad that had that win against Energy Academy. Man, they were pushed to their limits, and that 3-9 comeback is real this time. Congratulations to Sad moving on to the semifinals, and M80 will drop to the lower bracket, but it's not the end of them yet. But it is the end of the series, and we'll have an interview, so don't go anywhere.
Então fuga, vai.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. Fall to him.
1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Check now, definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
They're just standing down.
What a crazy series, and what a crazy way to be ending off the series. We almost again get into overtime, but sad Esports, the efforts of Zaj and Payne to close out the map. 13-11 for sad Esports to move along within this upper bracket. That was a crazy victory. I mean, there was doubts along the way. There was a Gompers completely losing it in the green room. There was a Van Silly losing it on the cast because he forgot that we all made the same prediction. I mean, I don't even know Gomps where to start with this one.
Bro, that was, I genuinely, and listen, I got anxiety, but that caused like an anxiety that I've never felt before. That was a lot to handle because it was such a strong start coming through from M80, right? Like they were absolutely dominating the defense. And I will be honest, it really was a battle of the defensive sides. Like every single map that we saw, these teams were dominating on the defense, but were struggling so heavily on the attack. And I mean, I guess that goes to show what exactly M80 is going to have to take away from this, and VOD review maybe just a little bit more regarding to what their attacking halves are looking like, because it did feel a little lackluster. All in all though, like this was such an exciting game to watch. You can see both these teams obviously are really putting in the work, and M80 holding up against a team this prevalent and this strong shows so much to how much they're going to improve later on.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that both of these teams kind of understand the assignment on the defensive side in this current meta, right? We talk a lot about how explosive it is. We talk a lot about, you know, just like how just mechy and kind of like how compy it is. And I feel like both teams kind of tuned into that fact. Like you have to fight for space, you have to deny, you have to interrupt, you have to draw a lot of the utility early, because holding sites against these comps is almost impossible if you have to deal with the dash, the dismiss, and the bubbles, and all the flashes that come along with it as well. So I feel like in terms of the defensive approach, felt like both teams were quite on point. But when it came to that attack side, they just couldn't crack the code, whether it was Bonnie with the operator, whether it was Bonnie fighting for space, whether it was, you know, the setups that the M80 had in mind with the Yoru and the kind of the dual fight that they were doing, or whether it was sad Esports kind of doing the same thing with Jerwin on the lines and kind of pressing forward, and also Stellar holding it down along with his teammates towards the B site. Felt like both teams were so good on the defense side, and yeah, I mean, it was just about who was able to squeeze out more rounds on that attack side.
I love that we got to see some more of that individual expression too coming out from the players. I mean, I think back to, I think was it Payne, Welly? I don't know. Both did so well this map. The clutch over on the A site with the 2K showers. Think of just like the multi-kills near the end. Payne had multiple. Zaj also popped off. And I felt too that was something that really got to put that Esports over the finish line at the end. I mean, Roy, this has been a roster with some very rookie players coming into this stage, but the fundamentals are so strong. They've been putting in work, and like it really showed up in today's series.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it almost immediately throughout group stages, right? Like it was very obvious it wasn't a fluke. The way they were playing, the way they were moving, the confidence, their cohesion as a unit was just so on point for SAT Esports. And of course, M80, we definitely are seeing progress. I still think they need a little bit more time to kind of flesh out that attack side and kind of be on the same page with how they want to approach it and how to maximize the value of each of their players. But their run is not over. We're still going to see them in the lower bracket. So by all means, we're still going to see M80. It's really no questions about it. But for me, for SAT Esports, when things are this tight, they have such good players that can step up to the moment, that can be the heroes of this roster required, whether it's that Pain 3Ks, the 4Ks, whether it's the clutches from Welly in such crucial, important moments in the game. SAT Esports, they stepped up to the plate, no doubt.
Yes, they did. Again, like you said, it really did show within their performance. I don't know. This was a hard one. Like on their attacking side, there was a big struggle with Zaj and Derwin. I know they had emphasized like how well they played together and were able to follow up with each other. And you did see them like almost attempting to do that, but it was missing something. Like the util really wasn't connecting. It almost felt like they didn't have enough information to follow up. Either that or like there were circumstances where it was like. It was insane. Like, oh, sorry, apologies, not them. I'm sorry, Pate and Bonnie not really connecting too much in regards to getting themselves onto the site. So it really did feel like it was quite lackluster. You know, allowing the duelists to do. I mean, leaving Bonnie to do everything is not really too helpful, right? You can't rely on one person to really lead the team and lead the pack and then ace every single round. So it did feel like maybe there's some synergistic things that we need to fix here for M80.
I mean, still, big congratulations to SAT Esports. Again, this is the team, this is the roster that Stellar was saying might surprise some people, but I mean, to see the work that they've put in, this result should not be surprising at all. And to talk a little bit more about that, we have none other than Payne on the line to talk a little bit more. I mean, big congratulations on this series. I want to start at the end, that final round to close out fine. It's looking a little weird. Looks like maybe overtime. And then you and Zaj hop off. Like, what are the comms? Like, what are the thoughts? That was crazy.
The comms are chill. I mean, we're just sticking to our game plan to just on A. And it just kept working. And they just never stopped it. So we just kept doing it. And it just ended up working out. We're just always calm. There's no like flooding of comms or anything.
I love to hear that. It was a complete 180 in the green room, by the way. We were freaking out when seeing you guys get all those kills. I mean, for you, we get to see you in Challengers. You've been really impressive so far. How has this experience been for you so far, especially being able to work with Style and him getting you and Zaj up to speed?
It's been great. It's great having an experienced coach in IGL that really just helped me get better every day. All of my teammates are my friends, so I'm so happy to play with them every day. And yeah, it's just great.
I mean, that definitely is a big difference maker there. And talk to me a little bit more about the team, because this is the only team that went undefeated in the Swiss stage. Now you just won your first playoff match. Like, this has been a phenomenal run so far.
Yeah, it has. When we hit 4-0, we had a big break. We went straight back into practice, just working on things, just refining things, just like getting better at what we're like lackluster at. And yeah, we just, sorry, we're just getting better every day.
And with this team just getting better every day, how are you feeling going into the rest of playoffs? Because I'm sure you've had this opportunity to see that the other teams are also trying to catch up.
Yeah, I think we're definitely the top team to look at right now. We're just gonna focus on getting better every day and learn from our mistakes from this match. Try to just get better.
I love to hear that. I mean, it's been a phenomenal run so far. Sticking to your games worked out so well. Payne, keep crushing it out there, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. A phenomenal series to be starting off our day. But of course, another one to go. It's going to be a matchup between QOR and Evictics after this short break, so stay tuned.
Então fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
One match down on the day, a fantastic win coming out from Sad Esports, but now the face-off between QOR and Team Evictix. Two teams that got to face off during the Swiss stage, but have grown both so much since. So Roy, time to see who's going to be taking this one with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, Evictics on one hand, a team with lesser known players. They're coming from the depths of ranked. They've surprised so many of us. Of course, Traded was a little bit more popular. We saw him in VCT. But for QOR, on the other hand, it's a nice mix of very experienced players between Moose and Flya, but they're also bringing in the hot shots with Smoke, Kumi, and Note. It's going to be an exciting game for sure. I think the map pool is strong for both of these teams. Stylistically, they're very similar. Tempo-wise, they're very similar. So I think we're going to have a pretty exciting game on our hands here.
Yeah, pretty different story too with Evictix. Like Roy said, kind of coming from just playing ranked games, but also working so hard to come here from NA qualifier. So the spot well deserved. Evictix, honestly, they even now coming into playoffs, showcasing themselves in such a bright light. So it's exciting, right? Going up against QOR, another top team. So I feel like we might get the same result maybe that we got last time. I don't know.
All right, okay. Gobbs is just calling. We flown a roster and Gobbs wants to call the series. All right, Gophers, chill out just a little bit here. Okay, we're gonna please talk about the teams before you start making claims. Okay, let's talk about QOR first. We're not listening to any results naysayers in the past, because this QOR roster, I mean, Roy, you're talking about this young talent that they brought in. You're talking about the veterancy of the team. And I feel like when you have that combination, it is a winning one. This little stumble against Sleepers week 1. They're the new envy. We can't fault them for that. But then a great run to be finishing off and making their way to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, on their defense, they had a stand-in the first week, so I'm not sure how much stock I put into it, but regardless of loss versus Sleepers is no joke. But for me, this team has a very impressive resume. They're coming in, they're in group stages. They beat 3 teams that have made playoffs out of the 4 wins. YFP was the 4th win, a team that we considered to be a very strong team overall. I feel like this team is interesting because they have so many win conditions on different layers of the game, whether it's, you know, whether they have a great caller in Flya, whether it's Moose on the very experienced lurking, opening up branches, opening up backup plans, and you also have the core between Note, Kumi, and Smoke, who are mechanically so insane. So I feel like they're able to win on many different fronts when it comes to the Valorant warfare.
And I like that you bring up Note, because this is a player that's honestly just absolutely amazing playing on their Astra, right? Incredibly aggressive, and I feel like they set everyone up for success playing more like an initiator and a sentinel, right? So I think all in all, everyone on this team meshes so well together, as we can see based on like the wins and losses that we've seen. But they've also played against Evictix, right? Like this is the rematch that they're going to be able to kind of pursue after they played them. I think it was like their first or second match coming into stage 1. So this is like very familiar to them heading into this game.
I mean, it has been a long time since that match, though. There's 3 whole matches we had afterwards, right? But still, when I look at QOR, I see that win, I see that run they've been able to make. And it's looking really strong, especially too, Roy, when we highlight the team, we highlight difference in talents. They've had a really good teamwork that's really been able to show up in the numbers.
Yeah, and I think that for me is kind of the brand for this team. They're very good at getting those early starts. They have a pretty high pistol win rates. And when it comes down to their defensive sides, they're the best team at shutting out the plants. That's a 57% plan rate. This is honestly insane, because if you think about it, almost half the rounds that people are playing attack against them, they're only getting the spike down in 1 every 2 rounds. That is so strong defensively speaking. I think that speaks a lot to their you know, their ability to read the game, the way they approach it, and kind of the experience that they have along with some of the mechanical players that we talked about. And when it comes down to their map pool, they're very also extremely strong. They're undefeated on 3 maps. They're 3-1 on a 4th map as well. So when it comes to the vetoes, they're very flexible, and also they're incredibly good at closing out rounds once you know they've traded out. When it comes to the 3v3s, when it comes to the 2v2s, they have over 60% win rate. 63 guys on the 3v3s, 62.5 on the 2v2s. That means they're winning so many of these rounds once we get into the team play, once we get into the kind of the uncharted territory of Valorant, if you will.
I think it's kind of cute too because they had said it really is the power of friendship for this team, right? Like they keep the energy high. It's the stats and it's being able to like be mechanically really good, play together, have that cohesion, but then it's also being able to like laugh about it and have a good time regardless of the results are, and that really does carry the game, right? The only game they lost against was Sleepers, as we had discussed. So for them, that's not a loss. It's a learning experience, right? So like playing against one of the top teams and losing against them and learning from it and then beating everyone else after, it really does feel like an ego boost there.
Well, especially too, when you highlight more of that experience on the side of core, I think that definitely does play a part in things. But when we look on the opposing end at Team Evictix, I think this is a roster to be really excited about, considering that these are maybe names that wouldn't be quite as familiar to those that have been watching at Challengers, right? But it's really interesting once you dive into a little bit more of the history. I mean, Roy traded, being able to show up for crew and actually holding his own. I mean, that's so exciting. And these other talents have really been able to pop off too.
Yeah, I mean, aside from traded, this team is interesting because they're not really forged in that experience and like in the matches, right? They're forged more in the frequency of how often they play tournaments and how much rank they play and kind of how much Valor they're constantly exposed to. And when it, for me, like the kind of the brand, the identity for this team is that they're very confident, they're very flashy, they have a lot of high hero play potential where any player could pop off. But they also work really well as a team. When it comes down to closing rounds, when it comes down to those retakes, they are so strong in those scenarios as well.
Yeah, only 2 games they lost were in the beginning of the season, but then they've won against like really respectable teams, right? Like Energy, YFP. So it's not a team that I feel like, you know, doesn't deserve a lot of credit. I feel like everyone here in the playoff stage is incredibly strong and can beat anyone, right? And I think Team Evictix, with the, like Roy said, like the cohesion and the synergy that they have portrayed and that they're going to continue to portray is just going to keep getting stronger and stronger, especially like when you look at Traded and Shaw's and what exactly they have to offer with that double duelist. So for me, this team is quite deadly and aggressive.
I mean, a team forged in the fire of ranked and being able to have that pop-off potential, I think it's just made them so exciting to watch. And looking back at their journey and looking at the team stats, Roy, that's one of the most interesting things about them, in my opinion, is that hero potential this team has.
Yeah, and they're also like, you can just see that immediately in the -1 rounds, right? Like usually when teams are losing players or they're in disadvantages, their win rates tend to drop a lot, but this team maintains a 31% chance. That means they're winning so many of those disadvantages, so it comes down to a lot of those hero plays that we talked about. But then you look at things like, okay, I mean, if you can't just be an individual team, right? Like you have to have the team play, you have to have like the retake ideas. You look at their plant rate, it's one of the highest in the league. That means teams are planting a lot against them, which normally this would be a bad thing, right? You'd look at that, you'd be like, oh, that's not a good thing. Their sites are like McDonald's, open 24/7. But then you look at their retake percentage wins, and it's the highest in the league. They're the best retake team by far. No one even stands close to this team. So yes, they are giving up a lot of sites, they are giving up a lot of plants, but when it comes to those retakes, you might expect them to be puggy, but they're actually extremely on point as a unit.
And that exactly makes sense. I mean, right, we see Scotty, who's incredibly flexible within any role that they want to play. And then, I mean, Raccoon is just an overall outstanding initiator. So having 2 really solidified players who can not only just fill in for any role that really seems to be missing or someone's not comfortable on, while also having Raccoon be so solidified and allowing Traded and Shaw's to go in for these picks to be able to get these retakes, to post plans, whatnot. I do feel like it really just boosts the morale there.
And talking a little bit more about individual players from both of these teams, looking at this head-to-head, I think this one is really cool because Traded is already somebody that we talked about on that roster sheet, and it's so exciting to see him play here. Again, someone who has been able to hold his own against some of the big names that we know. But Smoke too, Roy, you want to talk about that potential? Like Smoke, there was a lot of hype with him entering this league, and I mean, he even tweeted out that once he learns how to play attack, it's absolutely over for everyone, and I believe in it.
I mean, at this point, I think if any team in this league can figure out attack side, they might be good to go. Yeah, I think for Traded, I mean, he's the 3rd highest stat player in the league, by the way, just for reference before I move on to Smoke. So I think it's kind of what we expect, right? He's been that duelist. He has so many reps. He's always locking in and ranked as well. In terms of just raw, straight up frequency, it's kind of what we expect from him. He's a beast, and I think he's been a very crucial piece of this roster's success. But for me, when I'm looking at Smoke, I'm seeing stats. So yeah, they may not be as good as Traded, but it feels like this player is heating up throughout the split. Like he's getting more comfortable. He's getting those reps as a duelist, because he never was a duelist. So he just needed those reps, and I think he's starting to look significantly better here.
And I like that you say that. Not like a newer duelist, right? You can't expect someone to be so comfortable on such an aggressive role so quickly. And I think Smoke is holding their own to the extent of everyone else is also supporting Smoke to be the duelist they know that Smoke can be, right? So, I mean, comparing Traded and like their lifetime stats and being able to play a duelist role, I also, again, having Shaws to support them and be that secondary duelist to kind of lead them in front of the pack to get the kills that are necessary and get the trades, right? So it's very different. It's such a different standpoint, and I think Smoke in their own is really holding it down.
And I think for me, like the fundamental differences between these two teams is that it doesn't feel like Core ultimately relies on Smoke. Like as long as he's doing his job, they're good to go. They have Moose, they have Flya, who's very clearly able to pop off in the IGL role. Whereas for the other side, for Evictics, it feels like Traded is really dependent on to pop off. He's been like a very important critical piece for their success.
I mean, another key piece for the success here in this story, especially when you are looking at a team that might be a little bit more fresh to this best of 3 challenger environment, is going to be our map picks and bans. So heading into that, I think that might be one of the more deciding factors of the series. And to start it off, Roy, it's going to be Core taking us to Pearl and Evictics taking it to Bind to follow up.
Yep, not surprised to see the Pearl pick from Core. They're 3-1 on the map. They've looked phenomenal when it comes down to their performances. They've recently had their most recent success was a very clean win against Shopify Rebellion. Now, Evictics picking the defense side does not surprise me. I think they've looked great on the retakes. That's been where they've gone the majority of their rounds. It's been those defensive sides. So lots of pressure on that first half. And for Evictics to pick Bind, it absolutely makes sense. They're 2-0. They've taken down YFP. They've taken down Energy Academy on that map as well. It's their comfort zone. I'm excited to see it in action.
Yeah, I feel like everyone has gotten their favorable bans out of the way, so it doesn't feel like there is a specific map that I would say feels favored, right? So in regards to like what Pearl's going to look like, what Bind's going to look like, I really do feel like it's going to be heavily compositional based, you know, as we talked about Smoke and the dynamic between Smoke and Traded and Shaws, right? So how exactly that's going to work with the attacking side, because apparently nobody can get it down. But I guess we're going to have to see. I do think this is going to be a very different dynamic though, because Evictix is such an aggressive team that it never feels like crazy to me, right? Like it feels like it really just does mesh well in their head. So starting off on defense, getting as many rounds as they can, and then kind of like closing it out on attack is a plus.
I think where this is also exciting is 2 of these 3 maps we've gotten to see before. And starting off on Pearl, this is one that Core was able to take off of Evictix. So we do have a little bit of prior history. And that split, if we get there, was an overtime. That was so close. So if we get there in the series, we are in for a treat. But do we think we're going to get there? How do we think this series is going to be shaking up? Gomps was very quick to claim that she thought it was going to be a Core win. Like she ripped that band-aid. Then
Wait,
she...
no, hold on. Okay. Listen.
What just happened?
Listen, psychology, guys. I said M80 was going to win last time, and guess what happened? Like, exactly. So if I, reverse psychology, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, I think Evictics are, I believe, and listen, Vansilli's with me, and he wasn't wrong last time. I can't be wrong this time. Do you see what I mean?
No, I can't say I do.
I just don't have words.
Whoa. Who changed me? Hold on. Take me back. Take me back. That's so rude. Core, please don't hate me for that. But
I
don't know what team she's on at this point. I'm not even gonna lie. I got lost
no,
somewhere.
I don't either. I am lost for words. I mean,
crazy.
I don't know. To bring it back, I think it's gonna be an exciting series. I think it's gonna be a lot closer than last time, but I think Core is looking so good. But getting into it, we'll have to see on the first map if we can have any changes to make this a little closer. But okay, we're getting okay. Team Evictix changing a lot of this approach, Roy.
I actually really like this swap. I feel like they have two solid duelists, and I feel like Vito's in a pretty good spot on this map. And I also feel like the understanding and the pacing of this map has evolved slightly since that we've seen more recent matches in tier 1. So it kind of makes sense to see the pivot. Evictics obviously did not have a lot of success, and I feel like that throws a little bit of the game planning from QOR away, right? Where they may have had an idea of how they're approaching this map and how they're playing it, but now they're going to be facing a completely different set of problems, a completely different set of pacing, and they're going to try to have to figure out how Traded is working in real time and where Shaw's is as well. So on the defense side, expect a lot of aggression, expect a lot of disruption from Team Evictix. That will be name of the game. And when it comes to those retakes, they're spot on.
Yeah, big reminder too. Like, they had played QOR, so they know what QOR plays like. They know exactly like the firepower that goes behind it. So I think the veto is very strategic. I like it. I'm very interested in it, especially like it was like what, a 59% defending win rate for Team Evictix. So it wasn't the best, right? Like, they had a lot of trouble on the defensive side. So I think this is going to kind of uplift them quite a bit.
I mean, it's a rematch, but it's a rematch from early on in stage 1 and the teams with a lot of growth since then. It's time to see with the rematch on Pearl, what team has learned the most and who is going to be taking the map? That's the question to ask, and the answer is going to come from none other than Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly. Have fun.
Thank you, Sierra. Well, with what we got gifted in our first match of playoffs, I think this is going to be exciting, especially that we're treated with a rematch between these two. It was a sweep for QOR. Gomper's early on the call that she thinks that they could do it again, but man, every team levels up for playoffs, fans.
Exactly, and the level up is a compositional change, because when they played against each other here on this map, QOR was actually playing with a Sage and a Chamber. But following that matchup, QOR stuck to this agent composition for the next 3 games. So when it comes down to the element of surprise in this one over here, it's Evictis, because they now not only learned how they could play against a Chamber and Sage, but they also learned how QOR plays this very composition with the tape that they had on them, where QOR now doesn't have anything on Evictix going into this comp for this map. And that's also the reason why I also went for Evictis, because they absolutely convinced me after winning against Energy A with the looks that they had, the fights that we're doing. They definitely are a sleeper pick going into Challengers so far. So it is still 50-50 in my eyes, but Evictix could be ready for QOR's aggression starting off on Arts with the already lost right.
Man, this team's aggressive, just immediately dashing. The Sheriff makes contact. There's only one left in this saloon, and Raccoon could not dip away. Some good damage is done to QOR, but you gotta finish off your food. And here comes Scotty, the 1 versus 5, to see if he can even just get any of these 1-taps to start to generate some ult charge. I won't be so ambitious for the ace, but they stagger in. That could have been fun. Flawless for QOR. What a tone setter.
Definitely, when it's just a one-man army to do these type of openings, you're just trying to hold a sliver angle to start for Evictix and try to answer off what you're spotting from any of these players. And already when you drop a player in the first place towards Art, the other one's left stranded out in the open, and there's nothing really you could do against Kumi's aggression with a double dash as this agent on Waylay. So that really opened up that defensive side. Didn't really give a chance for Evictis to really sit up here, and they were caught backpedaling every single on every single lane on that defense. So now we're just going to try to bait this. Raccoon is going to make a lot of noise just to try to give his life away, and is hoping that the players will be running through right after the hit into the B site. So there's not going to be any type of like noise being done. Should not be any noise being done here in the mid round and late round. This will give hopefully the gamble stack the right call for Evictis that they hits towards this A site. But the difference is smoke over on A. He's already walked through all of that util that should be there on the A site. He's scouting through with the Marshall, looking down towards Flowers, and sees absolutely nothing. So unfortunately, the stack is not going to work out, but dying to spike would probably be the next best thing for Evictis, because you can't let Flyer come up with the ult.
Already seeing just the hints of how mechanically insane QOR can really be, and how they have that experienced IGL of Flya to help them work the map. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You have 2 first bloods in favor of QOR, both times from a Sheriff. And now that Evictix have to basically cross the sea to go to the other side of the world, they may just choose to go down to the spike to not give any ult orbs, but Smoke is not going to blink once, or maybe once there, before Evictix. Dude, I cannot blink when playing this game, but QOR got to hold their breath. they'll be able to hold on to the win. And Smoke really is going in back here. Okay, just narrowly dodging the stack, but love this start out of Core as they narrowly dodge each other.
Still gets 2.
Hey.
Still gets 2.
That's good
You'll
for the
take
dimensional drift later on, yeah.
That's exactly it. Now that you got money, you get 2 kills, you get value out of the Marshall. That's beautiful. And Fly, you see him trying to just chase down some kills if he can and dies to Spike as well. You drop 2 players, that's okay. Some good econ damage, I could put it that way, going into the NT bonus for Evictics in his 3rd round. But again, yes, as much as you've seen Core really dominant on the pistol round and into a 2nd round where their default to snuff things out is actually greatly called by Flya, we'll have to now see Evictics, or with this new composition, if they can really fight back against Core. Roy talked about a lot of aggression. It's definitely coming in this form of having both duelists tied hip to hip with that initiator, so they can really get some good aim main control, because the interceptor that you have here from Scotty is definitely going to nullify a lot of that util for the actual sight pops, especially when you look down towards like the haunts, prowlers, and the flashes from the Euro, even the clone. All that's going to get decimated by Scotty anchoring towards that back of that B site.
And Core have played a veto, so they know how to, I would imagine, know how to play against it and how to counter it as well. So Evictix, there's only so much you can stop as Scotty will hide away. Core won't be able to isolate him before he fades away, and you like that retake from Evictix. And you've heard from Traded, he's that supportive duelist and wants to enable Shaw's, and you need this team to work together. Favorable trades now for the retake. They're an aggressive push out from Core towards mid. Raccoon could still throw a Seize or a Haunt if they really need to, and I think Core should just try to play out of sight, out of mind. The clone has caused some noise and some distractions there for Smoke, but Shaw's will see all right through that mess. Not enough time really being bought for Core on that post plan, so plenty of time for Evictix to defuse.
And some of the things that you would like to see from Evictix, right? They talked about at the desk there, like the embodiment of ranked players, just like the sleepers, just like the envy of today. But the thing is that they're very meticulous on their retakes, and which is why it brings back to the point of what Roy was mentioning. The Core gets a plant going through, but then not only do they get the shutdown that the player is trying to flip the site towards street, but they also made sure that they clear it with the Prowler back towards middle to ensure that nobody's really lurking around, so they know that everybody's playing or on site or off site B, and they work as a team to retake that site, and that was just beautifully done. You'll see the same look going into this round though for Evictus, because it didn't get challenged in the previous round, so the name of the game stays the same, but Haunt gets value on both ends. 2 players getting pinged, 2 players getting pinned on the other side. This is the advantage for Evictus still, because they are holding orb control towards the defense, and there's a smoke to prevent Core from getting any value here.
Because of Dre's deep smoke, yeah, Evictix are the ones that can choose to take a forward position and that fight. Playing with your food and Core. Want to chomp down on this. A decent flash, and Core get completely caught off guard. Traded 2 for 1. You take those and the finish. Core just still trying to scrap through just to get position on the spike. And Note will be on his way in an uphill battle, downhill technically, but will be Shaw is just like he's ready to sprint away, make quick work of this round. Note can just now play for picks and maybe just play to keep his rifle too.
It's about to get closed in by by Scotty. Easy kill. So well done. And it's always difficult for me to try to go against Core in terms of predictions, because I love Note as a player, inside and outside of the game. We don't really know each other, so I'm being parasocial here, but he's a huge fan of Hollow Knight and Silksong. And he actually 100%ed Silksong before going back into playing ranked games when the game first came out. So that's mad respect to Note, because Silksong is a tough game to complete at 100%. That said, back into Valorant, you're definitely seeing that some sort of, despite the experiences coming out from Core, there's still some mistake that comes through. Flyer walking down as a fade, not checking the right side corner, just allows Traded to get the flash, swing onto 3 players, and get 2 kills on top of that. So they need to make sure that they iron out these positions here coming out from Evictics.
Abandoning that, a lot of aggression from Evictix. And I think they were punished initially when this half started, but Now you have more of a buddy system. You have more opportunities to trade. You have better weapons too to actually fight against it. So on the other side, QOR, Sheriffs, A. Those got first bloods both in first and second round. So it's something to scoff at. Now, not really fully taking out the Prowler, and maybe you're kind of letting QOR use this util to get into the site. It's the Prowlers, the gate crash, it's dashes, and all in for QOR. While, okay, they get picked apart on the perimeter on these lurks outside of the site, so the duelists will just try to be the tip of the spear through the front, and everywhere QOR steps, they're met with death. That's when you thought something was going right. Unfortunately, the Sheriffs are not really getting to shoot back too much, so pretty decisive round for Evictics.
Clean 100% in terms of the damage received. 0 for Evictics against QOR on that round, and they were just ready for that. I was trying to figure out what they're going to do when you have this forward position out from the veto, right? Scotty's pushing all the way down towards lower B, yet Traded still stays into the cubby of that B site because Street was still a gap. The rest of the team were on A site. They were ready for the push towards the A site, but they're still playing semi-passively, so not really trying to stack within the A site. All they wanted to do was spray with the Odin when the smoke comes up to get some damage out of that, and then you just flood retake, because they are well protocoled for flood retakes as well for this defensive team. They didn't need none of that because they won every single one of their duels and got perfect flank.
Be a big fight with 2 Nightfalls online too, and QOR expected more people to show up to their A main party. But only one emerged, and it was Shaw's, who can easily activate the speed and leave. Now you got the Prowler, Dimensional Drift, QOR setting up for an A hit, Convergent Pass to follow through, even though you would think the info from Smoke would tell you no one's home. And it still works out. Those Smoke isn't able to keep withstanding. Nightfall retake for Evictics. Nightfall on the offense, and QOR try to huddle down, but the objective not being planted does not help things. So Moose is left to pick up the pieces, 1 versus 3. Raccoon at 33 HP, but how the hell do you walk into this crossfire?
Yeah, especially with the spike down. Moose will hopefully is crossing his fingers that he catch some players off guard, but it's first contact. Shaw's isolates 2 players, but we're in a prime position to win the round. Yeah, that's very nice. It looked a little bit shaky for Dre in the first place at the top of the staircase, where technically he should have had 2 free kills from how he had 2 players turned against him, but couldn't get the RNG in his favor as it was spraying across. But Raccoon gets his RNG, which allows you to combo overdrive with Nightfall while people are actually decayed on top of that. It's very hard to hold that spot. And so far, you have to give a commend to Shaw's on how he's able to recreate the space now for Evictics every time they're trying to go for fights. He has his slides at the right moment because he's not really being contested in those areas where he's forced to slide away for a tackle. And he just isolates good fights here on his retakes.
Oh, and off
nice
in a
pick.
wide swing. Sit down. Smoke with first blood. Or have had success when the rounds start in their favor like this. In the slowest of swings. Now a response from Dre. And mid completely shut down. Prowler re-swing, and QOR will humble Evictics, and Dre will have a buddy. They wanted to re-peak this. They'd go into Kumi's sightline, who's recovered the op, and QOR don't have as much going for them, and especially now that the lurk is gone.
Your players are low HP too. Kumi is not even with his teammate. So it's up to Fly to try to win a 3 versus 1 on site. But Evictics, they're making sure here that they're playing the cleanest Valorant G2 style in the old school days. Well, looks like they're grouping together, play the retake, force them to come against you. And boom, 3 players will spot you. And now Kumi's even lower in HP. That gives a chance now, at least for Flyer, to rotate across towards the A site for a plant until he moves in this spot. He's going to get seized.
Kumi was already injured. I'm surprised he even just peeked into that high-low and is alive to tell the tale. Getting a plan to work towards another Nightfall is always nice, but now Fly is about to get killed after that concuss. Okay, I had jinxed it, almost.
Dude.
But I mean,
look
this is
at
going to be
that,
an entertaining series.
100%. You saw what happened in terms of like, oh, we want to try to run it down, but at the same time, we're also being very protocol. That's what I was talking about, the G2 style of the old school days. Like, if he spots his opponent, he just went for a walk peek, misses a shot, goes for a stun, following the after stun, by the way, in the first place, and then he misses that, but there's a seize right there at the same time just to make sure that you confirm the kill. So to see so far the amount of util that's still available for the defensive team on these retakes, on these fights, shows to me that QOR are losing a lot of these forward engagements when they're trying to play default to insert with each other. They're not really forcing out util on the side of Evictics to allow for them to get good positioning into post plants. Yet again, they can't even cross these sites for plants in the first place.
Offensive op for smoke. Dangerous spot if Evictics decide to swing in a flash, and it's subtle for Evictics, but the pressure is there. They want to put up a resistance, and regardless, QOR will recover the op. If it for some reason takes an L, Clone not gonna draw it out. The crossfire still holds, and just two people against the world, and it's enough to put a severe dent into QOR.
Can't believe they still wanted to fight that. The interceptor blocked so much of the util in the first place, and you made so much noise with smoke. With traded as a Euro at the pillar. You couldn't flush him out, force out the TP, so you're trying to walk down for contact, and well, Shaw, they fake checked into the corner. Shaw's got so much value on the first blood, and it allowed for Evictics to really collapse onto QOR. That's a big mistake here on how they were trying to approach the stalled out Evictics was trying to land in the first place, and now Moose once again up against the world, but in a crossfire setup that he cannot get an opportunity to even get the plant down. Again, I think we go back in the story here, Lemon Kiwi, where when QOR is actually able to get these plants, they're not really in strong positions to play in these scenarios, because Evictics are doing an excellent job shutting down these early rounds.
Just the trade-off between these two duelists, like, you would think not having an op into B main like that, it would be trouble for the defense. And they brought the fight close, and Trader has talked in interviews of how well he works off of Shaw's and how they enable each other. And well, they enable to win. This is 6 unanswered rounds from Evictics. A lot of information. Evictics get this AOR pretty consistently too.
Yeah, it's on the clone though, so it should get traded ready for the walk across towards B main. I mean, he saw them. He knows this hit's coming towards the B site. The interceptor's ready for Scotty to try to help out, but Traded only has the op. He can't stall that well.
Surely someone crosses that sight line.
I take it back.
Playa does. Reinforcements there, but QOR are going to kick it into gear. Especially Kumi getting the Odin towards the back, a lockdown just to give some security to QOR, because like you said, on these post plants, QOR have just been immediately bought into that there's just no comfortability at all. Now this creates a stalemate. Now Evictics going off of Scotty. Evolution. Now with the neon wall up, it allows them to check these nooks and crannies, but it's taking precious seconds away, and the spike is within sight. They use the Cosmic Divide to maybe force a defuse, and QOR now have to step up and prevent this from happening. They don't hear the double swing that Trey receives beautifully, and Evictics continue to streak.
It's just so beautiful. But you had to use 2 big ults on the retake for Evictics, but why the hell not? It just confirms these rounds, and you're snowballing a lot more since your gun round in this round number 3. It works out. You're getting very close to cycle more ults within the last few rounds of the half. Just do it. Just try to get the dominant retake style that you're really good at here for Evictics, and just guarantee these rounds. Look at the evolution, not getting hindered by any of the util thrown in the post plant, so it forces the last 2 core players swinging through the Cosmic Divide. And you see the lineup from that player of Evictics to allow for them to get the 7th round on the board. Just so nice to watch this team so far. They've definitely turned things around since the midway half point of the Swiss stage going into the playoffs.
Yeah, Evictics have hit that perfect strat at the end of the season. A 4-match win streak to qualify, taking down NRG Academy, taking down Note. And the first bloods in their favor really helped things out. It's been a pretty one-sided affair at these A fights, and Core need everyone, especially Note, which that Cosmic Divide could have helped things. And, well, they still got Smoke. They still got an op. They still have a chance. Ooh, traded. Careful on the approach. Kumi doesn't want to fully commit, especially when you could get one shot at any time by that op. Clone gets shot, and Core will try to take positions to stabilize and protect the planter. Evictics just want to line up their crosshairs. Dre is going to smoke off the turret, but he's kind of in a mess towards spawn, which could get Core to look towards the flank.
Should be ready for it though. Dre did a small mistake. He recalled the smoke instead of full smoking, so they know he's flanking.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, make it for an entertaining series. This win streak had to end someday, and Core do so with 4 players still intact, so it's not over yet.
And getting value off cycling and attack site off. So Smoke walking down, realizing here that Evictics are so good at retakes that they just want to play the walk contact the whole round. Smokes gets the perfect opener. Flya gets, I think, 3 kills with the operator right after, as he went for Smoke rushing in with the Phantom to create space towards the A site. So, I mean, it's the first look that we're able to see on the side of Core that gives them value on the wall contact. Instead of going with rifles, it's with an op. You're counting on the one that could hit a shot, miss a shot, TP away, and you try to compensate into the next layer after that. So I think that the strategy will continue that side for Core. Look at Smoke walking solo. Who's helping him? Nobody, right? So he's walking down, trying to clear out towards Art, has the TP to get away with. This time, they're playing double up on defense for Evictix to try to shut it down.
Core are walking into those double ops, but they are in pretty passive positions. Shaw's is gonna stay patient and stay ready. Core are not gonna walk into the other op because it would have been hunting season for sure, but they will follow in the footsteps of Note. Pulls them towards the B side, and that's where that Vito has been hanging out at, so that's something Core have to expect.
That's the funny part though, because the 2 ops that are using are both watching the same site. So one watching towards Art, the other one watching towards Long. So if you're pivoting everybody towards the B site, there's no other op that's watching the walk contact down that spot. So you do have an opportunity, an advantage for Core to walk contact into B and do some damage.
Scotty could do some damage here. Ooh, just the elbow, but Kumi spots him first, and Scotty tries to teleport out. Raccoon will trade off when he can. And Scotty's got all the maneuvers to escape, but can he pull a rabbit out of his hat? He can't prevent the plant, but he could wait for the rotates to come in and have a better chance. But now it's taking a lot of time. Doesn't want to get seized. Good dodge from Scotty. Core know where the hit is coming from, and Flya throughout the Nightfall. If a little bit nervous before versus 3 and time on your side, Core should feel comfortable. Wait, not anymore. Nightfall thrown out. And all the pings, you have the info, you have the advantage, and Evictics are gonna bring speed as the name of the game to pressure out Core and to put them out in the open. Fly at 10 HP.
Oh my God.
Just Shaws hits him with a drive-by. But the post-plant star is good enough, and Moose confirms the round.
Perfect lurk by Moose as well to get that fight back onto that spot and even get the backstab, staying confident, staying alive, and making sure that his teammates will be able to stay alive long enough for him to get a tremendous value off that lurk back from streets. But I think, again, the issue comes down to, yes, it looked really good for them to play double up in the first place, but they're not shutting down both extremities with it. So you saw exactly what happened. You walk contact, the one gets spotted into Scotty, he's forced to TP out. So that means there's no more crossfire set up in the end. So even if Raccoon tries to swing out and gets one, he's going to get instant traded. And Raccoon, unfortunately, got 0. But hold that thought. There's a big fight towards A main this round.
Oh, and Shaw's gets concussed. It's not going to be enough for this Yoru to decloak. Just really wants to be able to sandwich this team in, but the rest of Core are separated by a smoke. It's not really going to slow down Kumi. Conversion pass to avenge his fallen duelist. And Core will work this from front to back, but Shaw's is getting a lot of ball penetration there, so it does decent damage. But Evictics still only have one share. Hey, getting the Cosmic Divide out is always nice. I like that call from Note, especially with how injured Core were from the wall spray downs. Scotty, this is doable. 1 versus 3. Flya is leaving the scene of the crime to do an ultimate wraparound, since they have time to do so.
Scotty knows this.
He's still got that post plant stall with notes, so or can kind of go grab some lunch. Round's feeling over. Flya will take matters into his own hands. So what a core comeback after being down 2-7. They make it less painful going into the second half.
Definitely great salvage on the half for Core. You're also happy that you won the pistol round, because if not, it would have been a whole different story. Maybe even a 10-2 scoreline going into the end of the half. But great shots coming through. There was good delays from both the duelists on the one end and then the Neon on the other from Shaw's. It almost allowed Trey to get 2 picks out of that one, but Core had too much in power of numbers, and they were able to convert that round in the end. A 3 versus 1, and now they have a fighting chance. Winning another pistol here puts them back into the game. But Shaw starts things off with a Frenzy, no armor, so they're not really buying util for Rate Boss on the side of the attack. But man, maybe Shaw's at this point doesn't really need it, because his slide tackles has been very, very good on this Neon this whole map.
Yeah, get him into the NFL with these tackles, man. Shaw's is no joke, and how he's so supported from his team, but he's looking like he took some bullet holes to the chest, and it doesn't matter. Scotty is better at his entries, and it's a bulldozer of an offense for Evictics. And Core will have to wait on the other side, and in this dugout, Smoke, okay, maybe tags up Scotty there. And Core has something to work off of. Now here's the careful swing. Kumi finds traded. The Evictics want to get eyes here. They use the Prowler, but the timing's a bit off, and Core punished them. This retake is huge for Core. And Kuhn's the last one. Make it 4 for Kumi. Says no to Evictics, and Core keep it within 1.
That was so close. But what a big round by Kumi. As well as we're just talking about how Evictix is so good in the protocols of retakes, post plants, etc. Now they're playing too far into the line, which was also a pain point of G2 going to a kickoff of this year. What really changed the tempo and changed the pace and saw a dominant and resurgence of G2 was them changing their playstyle of being like, okay, well, if this happens, if A happens, you got to do B. If B doesn't happen, you got to do C. But this time they're just throwing a, let's just F it and run it down and beat our opponents. And now you're able to mix a little bit more in the bag right now for G2, which allows for them to get that second seed for Santiago. I want to see this come out from Evictics a little bit more to keep Core in the loop.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the pressure that Evictics just created at this choke, and even spamming through the smoke, still got Flya. Now Core just barking at the other side and still getting decent value. Evictics, though, has secured half of the site through smokes, and as those dissipate, Smoke
Spike planted.
trying to give them just that.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my god, we're swinging into Marshalls. Be careful, this guy don't miss. Okay, he missed there, but he, you know, I'll give him that. He 360'd into it, but Core have won both pistols, both anti-ecos, and they've just tied it up.
But did 3 drops from Evictix onto Core get a plan on top of that? The only thing that's not great for them in the end is that it's both duelists on the side of Core that's actually farming up these orbs, and they're the ones currently heating up for the side of Core as well. Note after that defuse is 1 away from his ult, and Smoke after these kills off the Marshall I think is 2 away after this kill and his death. So they're in prime position right now to start cycling their rounds on the defensive in their favor, unless Evictix is able to find some sort of solution coming in from here. But in these moments of chaos, I love the entry that started from Shaw's, but then after that, there's still great util to stall the Evictix hits that allows Core to really stay in this game.
Taking that back.
I don't blame Core for like, all right, it's all up to you, Moose. Maybe you can get run over by util this time. Oh, you got the Nightfall hit, nothing, just a blind ult, and Evictix full send. They usually expect a party at this time of day. And Core will just play for the full retake, and kind of difficult to do so with lots of sheriffs, but they got a Stinger, they got a Bulldog. They have a lot of confidence, and that's sometimes all you need in Valorant, because look, Core already back on the site, no kills. Now have to go play hide and go seek against an Ares and a full crossfire, almost crossfire setup. Evictix had their duelists sort of leave the scene, now coming back in. Core tried to play 5v3 here, and Core and Note Has some kickback to it. The defuse almost scared Core there. Or Evictix, I should say. What a bloodbath. And somehow Traded's the only one left.
Node got a 4K out of that round. 3 kills with the Sheriff, 1 with the Spectre, and almost got the 5th kill with the Sheriff on that 1v1. Yeah, I am also having that meme of the three question marks over that guy's head. Being like, how the hell did that happen? Because I was going to mention, Evictics had perfect pathing on how they executed towards that site, using both duelists to pass through with a smoke to take over arc control so that it could guarantee a good crossfire setup in the pulse plants. But then Core went for, okay, well, let's tap the spike and flood all over util towards main, and then have our shooters take everybody down. And Node did exactly that. Look at what you have now in your gun round for Evictics. Yes, it's still pretty decent, but now you're playing against the Outlaw because you've lost so many players in the first place. Dre and Trader are one-shotable. And if you lose that round, you lose an you force yourself into an eco, and then Core, they retake the lead instantly.
All right, Moose has to keep changing positions, but this time in a position to get a cutoff here.
Trades 13 HP out of that spray.
Yeah, true. Okay, Node. Ooh, it's crossed up by Shaz. Where are your ankles? Shaz not even gonna get caged here. And the double up from Core does get eventually traded and overwhelmed, and Evictix set themselves up for a successful round. Create more of a gap between them and Core, because remember, Evictix has picked this map before against Core, and well, it went Core's way, unfortunately for them. Trying to rewrite history, though.
Yeah, and again with a different comp. Whilst you had a Chamber and a Sage for the side of Core, Evictix was also playing a Tejo and a Yoru. And I think they realized playing a Tejo and not playing with a Waylay, not like an NRG style, maybe didn't allow for them to be as oppressive as they wanted to with the comp, because you can't saturate to play a combination to get space the way that you wanted to. They come out with this one right here that allows for, looks like players to play into their comfort picks, because Shaw's, how he's moving around with his neon is superb. You're just talking about breaking ankles and throwing his opponents for a loop. He's doing exactly that in his duels. Just beautiful to watch here from the side of Evictix's main duelist. But at the same time, Core are doing an excellent job keeping his game very close because of these pistol rounds that work out in their favor, all thanks to great shooting, right? There wasn't anything macro-wise that allowed for them to be like, wow, man, this is good macro. It's just Kumi getting a 4K on pistol, Nope getting a 4K on the anti-eco, and then they're just or at least on their eco rather in that round number 15, but overall they definitely have shooters across the board for Core.
Evictix know to invest in the Shaw's stocks, but wait, a shotgun up close could be troublesome. Kumi don't want that smoke. Recalls right into the hail of bullets from Shaw's, because man, Evictix, they love map control. They love speeding up, and Shaw's just takes out everyone in his path. And Moose is usually the last one left. 1v4. Not seeing too much action over at B. Evictix just really like this A site.
Yeah, that's for 2 rounds now, Moose, getting 0 action on that B site. And I need to look back at the replay. I was like, how the hell did Shaw's get so much value and spacing on how they entered on that? Because they took art side. And if I'm looking at where the X's are at versus how they scaled across, I wonder if they just left that gap for Core. Nobody's really playing for art control. And if you're going to give up all that space for art and connector, you got to play way more passively on, you know, dugout or flowers, or just brute force your way and fight A main. You can't give up that space if you've already given up so much on the mid round, or sorry, on the mid sites, in the mid corridors. So yeah, that just allowed Evictix to really crunch up on Core. I think a lot of backstabs in the process.
At least had time to go for a workout at the end there, but we'll hopefully do some heavy lifting in the coming rounds. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Evictix have picked the smaller site, the one easier to get into, and Shaw's can just slip across. No one can really punish him. He's 19 and 11 for a reason. Now he's got ult. Like, I don't see I don't see Core standing a chance against that.
That's why for Core, they have to fix something that's broken, which is leaving all these gaps on their defense, right? So if, again, I think the game plan to start, if you're going to fight for control on A main, because you have that opportunity with the double duelist, do it. That's perfect. But then find a way to escape. You know, Kumi could TP back, Smoke could TP back, and then you could play the retake on site. You can't be in a position where you're fighting for map control and then give it up to get to leave your backs exposed into the areas that you leave unguarded. So they have to talk that through a little bit more here for QOR, and hopefully that fixes things up on the defensive side now against Evictics, who again are just simply walking down against our opponents, running it down.
Yeah, QOR have that more bait and switch style, but if it just gets speed ran by Neon and traded that really are gate crashing in, they're speeding into them. You don't, these windows, these gaps that you leave behind, they're going to be quickly closed up by Evictix. We're going to maybe check out B for the first time. There's an op from Smoke. Let's get pressured out of position.
It's a big round coming up here for QOR because it's a invested op in that round, and the money's not great if it loses here for the defense.
Dimensional Drift calling out one and not really waiting for that information. So Evictix still gets so much out of Traded's ult. They get these power positions. There's nothing really stopping them. Nightfall as QOR are revealed. The only chance is if Kumi would pop the convergent path, but you need information to work off of, and just blindly through the smoke. We'll get one. But man, Evictix are just walking all over them. It's just a tempo that QOR are not used to playing at.
Yeah, and a double dive too was perfect. So the TP was set up towards that back. They wall up, they flash, and then double one TPs, one slides to take full control of that back site. Even if they lost Scotty in the process, at least it forced out the shot from Smoke. And as he reloads, two players are just crunching against him, and there's really nothing that QOR could do on the retakes. It was just very, very nice. I just simply talked about after a timeout, it was an important buy that they invested into. Now they have no choice but to play shotguns. And desperate times, desperate measures, mid control. So Evictix seem to understand that. They default towards the spawn. They're using their duelist to take extremity control. And that might start the push here towards this B main after they lost the first one, Scotty, to Moose.
It's just nice to have an opener for QOR. Seems like it's been the other way around.
That's true, yeah.
Something positive, you know, to just throw out there, except now B is completely open. So having to work through there with two Buckies is not going to be very fun. Gamble doesn't work, and Fly doesn't help. Maybe a Nightfall would have been nice, but hey, you invested into the future. But if Evictix go to match point, the future's not looking so bright.
Yeah, hoping for OT pretty much at this point, and you know they're definitely going to go for this, right? The buy that they have is to be able to buy into the next.
Oh.
That's a great start.
Great start for Moose. Stay at the top of the tower. Cosmic Divide. Evictix weren't expecting the greeters to be that close. And whoa, Smoke with the Bucky is nasty. Flooring Shaw's on the slip up. And QOR go out with a bang. That was really nice.
Two Bucky shots too. First one on the slide, second one with the one trying to trade with them. And that's good on Smoke to stay up in arms and alert, knowing that there's usually somebody falling behind the slides from the Neon. But from Raccoon's position right there, it looked like it was free kills. Yeah, great picks coming through. Now QOR, I mean, it was a gamble that, I mean, not necessarily a gamble. You're hoping that you're able to convert that round because you had such a small buy. Now they stay in the game. They have a chance now to use these ults. Investing in the future, it was.
Shaw's is making such a difference that QOR need to really prioritize on silencing him and prowlers and everything. Shaw's will finally just take a second to breathe, and that's when QOR snuffs the breath out of the rest of his team. Evictix being met with a lot of resistance getting into A. It won't be free this time. I like that change up from QOR. Investing a lot more out of Flya. Always have the Nightfall, but you definitely don't need it. Now that Shaw's is dead, you don't need it. And QOR will go back to back.
And when Smoke is able to get 2 kills with a Shardy, a Bucky, and then op kills like that, I think we need to call a timeout somewhere from Evictix just to try to stop somebody who's actually starting to heat up on the side of the defense and smoke, and also at the same time realizing that their fast tempo is just being shot through smokes, and they're getting value out of it here for the side of core. So yeah, an important timeout coming through. We're gonna have a hero rifle for Shaw's because he could buy going to the next round. And then for the rest of the team, what could do with this? Do they have any ults that they could cycle through to try to get value out of Shaw's Phantom? If not, well, lots of that responsibility will have to come down to Shaw's himself, who's been very good in these first round openers, first kill openers for the side of Evictics. I think out of the first bloods that he's had, they've converted so many of them, actually the majority of them, into their favor here for their attack side. So yeah, there's probably going to be a plan drafted around that Star Duelist.
There's so much to build off of here, especially because both these teams have encountered each other already in the regular season. And it was one of those maps was on Pearl, which is funny because it was Evictix during the regular season that picked it. Here in this series, it's Core that pick it. So strengths have definitely changed, and Evictix have grown a lot since that start of the season. Like I said, ending on that 4-match win streak to qualify here. But just at the finish line, this is where even the best of teams can trip up. And if you're Core, if you can get Evictix in a position where they have to slow down, they have to respect their utility, and you may just be able to humble someone like Shaw's, who has been so uncaged and so unleashed. Now he has to make contact with Moose's turret first, and like that more safer play from Core to track where Evictix is going.
They were definitely trying to go for a connector controller. They were pinging all of that before to say, be careful of this spot as they're going to split across the B site. I think they're definitely going to try to use this Cosmic Divide to split towards this B site if they can.
Anyone else?
Oh no, through walls.
Okay. Oh my God, Smoke. He is heating up for sure. He always had ults if things did not work out, but now Core can invest into a marathon, and this guy pulls off a 4K. He's insane.
Well, smoke usually means that fire is coming, and it's a heated smoke for sure. On the defensive side with the operator, with any snipe, with Bucky's too. But look at this first kill. Never saw his opponent. Walls came up, he just counts 1, 2, shoots toodaloo. That's your line. But he's doing an incredible job on the defense so far and keeping Core in this game. If it's not for smoke so far, I think this game would have been already be going to bind. We have to identify that now. This timeout goes for this round here. Try to shut down Smoke, who plays another aggressive line. Oh, and that TP is perfect.
Oh, but the chase is on, and Shaw's has found his prey. Flya trades, and that's what you need for Core. Some kind of pushback. You cannot cower. And now the spam through the smoke. Smoke himself as deadly as ever with the op. And look how hyped up they're getting. They have just tied it up 11-11.
Yep. The first kill was perfect, but then when you look at what happened for the rest of the round, you had 2 players being stalled out towards Art. I don't know if it was based on util or something that slowed them down. Look at how they're just still watching towards middle. The other 2 are running through the main smoke without the support from any flashes from Art. And they were just not coordinated for that pincer maneuver towards the end. So again, it's another one of those moments where players are playing out in the open with the Odin from Fly on the A side with Smoke. Now being able to just move back in with the confidence that he has on the op so far to shut down Evictix on that round and tie up this game and also break the econ of the attack side half this time around. They have a chance here to take the lead and to close out the first map with their map pick.
After being down 5-7 at the half, or catching up, like a strong chance of going to match point. And the timing of the fadeaway there. Scotty, the first victim, first blood for Core, and Kumi is on a rampage, and the Evictics are all broken up. It's the 2 duelists that have to salvage it, and Shaw's the stinger. Is still alive, and now the spike is out of sight. It's still in mind here for Dre with an op who'd like to bring this into the next round. But fighting with it, not so cool. Maybe options on the ground. I think that was a bulldog though, but
Give his weapon away though. He has to stay silent inside this smoke. He's trying to create an element of surprise by recalling that smoke back into spawn and now hoping to isolate 2 fights here as the smoke dissipates. But smart for Core. Turret's going to be able to spot him.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the timing too.
That's what happens.
A lot of guns got dropped, considering differences in weaponry of how that round started.
Yeah, the only tough part though is that it's 5 rounds won in a row by QOR since what, their timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one before that at that round 17. And then suddenly they're flowing with money. So despite the half buy from Evictics making it very expensive, you're still in an incredible buy for QOR in this last round of regulation. Advantage though for Evictics because they do have big ults to work with and have been very good with the ults around the overdrive of Shaw's. And if they actually go very quick and get this orb into the A site, this might be just an easy take into playing a 5 versus 5 retake on A.
Yeah, 5-round win streak, and Evictics don't care about a timeout. They just want to go, go, go. But Shaw's has been stopped just when he thought he had Flya down and out of life. 19 HP. The plot armor is strong, and the plant is down with the cosmic divide. QOR can have smoke. Go through with the dimensional drift, but how far deep does he want to go? It just helps QOR establish within the site. Doesn't know what's waiting for him on the outside. Oh, the flash out. QOR, we're kind of delayed fight, the refight, and it's successful for at least smoke. You wanted to dwindle Evictics down so you could try and get a defuse. You need it to be clean though. And Scotty is on the off angle, and Raccoon is by his side ready to trade. No. Trey has to do something to make sure they're not on this defuse. And we're going to OT.
It was looking like QOR would have had that in the bag here in this post plan because Flower was watching towards Flowers the whole time with the Odin, knowing that Scotty was, or somebody was going to be lurking for a backstab into Flowers. But I think a slight moment where he looks into his radar or something because he looked like it took a while before he shot. And that gave a fighting chance here for the post plan for Evictics to win this into OT. Thanks to the Dre swing. They all bait each other for 1v1s, not go for instant trades because you're just trying to play to your advantage, the time on the clock. But so far, since what we've seen was so clean from like retake plays from both of these, or at least from Evictics to start, now it comes down to W gaming on Evictics on the other side, denied by QOR on the defense. But starting things off, though, the macro's back. An op early in the hands of Evictics. Shaw's is watching that towards Art. And a little bait and switch here once again.
They don't know traded is here. Here's the flash out, confirms one, dips
Beautiful.
out, gate crash, and Scotty can still anchor in and leave if he needs to. Or trying to get mid control too, and that's where Raccoon with the Odin can really punch back. Uses the Haunt to enable himself while QOR trying to dismantle the Sentinel, and they're successful. Blood, sweat, and tears. QOR may just be crying after this if they drop this offense. They really adapted well near the end of that first half.
Spike planted.
Plan gives them a chance. Flash out to enable moves in case Evictics were ready to walk out, but a lot of scaling that Evictics need to do, and that's time wasted.
Trying to push towards spawn.
All right, smoke versus traded. Doesn't fall for the clone. Dimensional Drifter, he moves us at 13 HP. What do you expect him to do? He's just gonna watch it go by, and Evictics on match point.
He got a little bit out of everything from Evictics that round. Trying to fight against your opponents, not giving them any space, and then also being very protocoled in a retake. That's been their bread and butter for Evictics on this whole map. On the attack side, though, they're getting shut down by their over-aggression or trying to find these early picks from Shaw's and trade it, working in tandem since a couple of rounds that were finally seems to be figured out by QOR. And they keep this game close. This time it feels as though they just want to play some regular Val. Aggression towards the B site to start, a late lurk towards street. And almost literally at the beginning, Scotty wanted to go with this into a lurk as well, but he's going to join the rest of the team. They need his interceptor for the hits.
Smoke. Oh, clips the wings of Shaw's, and maybe that was the Guardian Angel you needed for this round. If you're Evictics, feels like a lot of those rounds were won because of that Neon. 25 kills. I mean, the evidence is there, but Evictics will look
They want to change it right away, right? They see the op, avoid the op, get the hell out of there, and try to pivot back towards the A site while you're cutting noise, right? You need this window to get through into the A site. Now finally Flya with that Prowler It's bots 1, but they still do not expect this. With the second one here from the alarm bot, they should start rotating some players right after. That's where Moose finally sees it.
Yeah, the A side for the defense is quite thin, so I like that Fly has just decided to fall back and regroup with Kumi. I have vision on both sides, so the Evictics that are playing with their time with 40 seconds left.
Looks like they want to finish B. But the thing is Scotty's going to try to peek into B main where there's an op, so he cannot be the one playing contact in the first place.
30 seconds left.
I feel it feels like they don't know what they want to do yet. Core is giving them so much space because they could just play power of numbers and just play a flood retake no matter what happens. So there's 20 seconds left. Everybody's separated. It's going to get very chaotic when they're going to try to plant the site.
Evictics are so used to being able to run this playground, to run anybody over in Core in this dugout. Look for Kumi. He's kind of concussed right now, but emerges as the victor, and that gets Core continuous in this series. They're still in it.
And that's the lineup of the haunt here from Flya from Flowers. I think he pinged 2 players, and then no matter what, you get an Odin spray. Kumi's hiding inside the pit, the dugout. They could get a crossfire set no matter what. And again, I think it was one of those rounds where you felt like you had some good entries, some good inserts across the map, but you're not able to pull any rotates out of that because nobody's continuing to push forward. You're just kind of afraid to do these hero plays in these moments where then it becomes easier for Core because you're just getting, you're just punishing players that are playing Fnatic style in the end.
Oh, okay. Moose just gets a drive-by win against someone from Evictix running it down. Oh, of course it was Shaw's. I had to check. Core now delayed on their entry. Walking into a bunch of setups here from Scotty and the spam too. Core have time to play with, and Dre's watching, the spawn.
He heard the footsteps coming back towards him, so he has to isolate fights. There's one.
The elbow caught first. Wait, Dre is farming. That is huge. We're equal 3-3. And Moose has the lockdown, so they can maybe just re-hit this with the lockdown and try to guarantee themselves some space. Okay, tucking away into the back area here. Scotty is going to be isolated and actually detained, trying to use that as bait, I guess. You have traded in the wings, and here comes Raccoon with the Odin. And also the Prowler. Doesn't hit anything from Core within the site. They're playing from a distance at a crossfire. This is for match point. Moose breaks in with the 3K, and it was the lockdown, and now an ace that could win it, and he pulls it off!
Moose rolling back the years, angry towards the site for the team and showing that he still got it. A nice little ace on a 1v1 where, again, a very well protocoled and iron out Evictics are so good in these retakes. And one of the most important retakes on a 3 versus 3 is squandered by the impressive plays of Moose. He swings out at a timing when the interceptor comes out. There's no util to support him. He's basically trying to be the baiter. Or the baited, sorry, for his team. He has no choice but to swing out from the default spot because the win con is basically, I think, smoke towards back of pillar. Yet he's still able to get some kills, stay alive in that corner, and win a 1v1 and put Core at map point where now Evictics are looking for a 4-man slam into this B site.
Core won their last OT defense, and Node is ready to cut off Shaw's at the ankle. Scotty trades and does more. He just slams every angle. Fly will just try to spam through the smoke now that that's gone. So are the rest of Evictics hiding and playing in cover. Be a chance. Traded just has to win his one, and Scotty is relentless. And already for his own ace, it seems almost an ace for ace. We're tied yet again.
Big impact kills coming out from Scotty as well, trading out Shaw's, who again, this time, should I say on the second half until now, he's been shut down really on the space that he's trying to get. But staying outside, staying into high gear, knife in hand, just so that the rest of the team could follow through and trade out, especially if it comes down to like a glass cannon op, will allow for them to get some instant space taken off these trades. And then Scotty gets a big 4K. It doesn't matter that his ace got stolen. They want the rounds back in their favor here for Evictics. They're trying to upset Core's map pick. We're now going for a little bit of a conditioning. Oh no, that's a mistake. A big mistake to start.
I don't blame Core totally, because usually the maximum Evictics have only had 2. It's usually just traded in Shaws. They had a whole school firing squad ready for Core this time. Both teams have won their attacking rounds now in OT.
Yeah. The idea though was trying to sell this fake into the B site so they could pull rotates and walk contact into A. With him dying and then now Traded moving all the way up towards B main. They know this no matter what is finishing towards A. And they've been very good at stalling and fighting against the Core hits. On top of being good on the retakes.
Oh, what a peek from Smoke. Shaws was holding the ankle, and I don't think he blinked that time. Now Evictics have to work their way in. They're completely smoked off. Their only chance is Traded, and he's already been marked on the flank, so he's going to try and tempo up. It's Core just careful just how aggressive Evictics are. But really aren't so now when Shaws isn't the one skating in and Core trying to suppress all the angles, still haven't planted. And now Evictics know they're weak. They smell blood in the water. They're gonna pick them apart. Moose and Note now just don't even care about the plan. They're just sick and tired of Evictics watching them do it.
10 seconds
Oh,
left.
and Moose delivers on a crucial double. Traded in a 1 versus 2. Has a quick decision to make against the lockdown, has to try and fight through it. I don't think he'll have time. Oh, he destroys it just in time. And now Core know he's close. Traded under duress. A bad position. Especially the crossfire. Moose and Note can help each other out. Oh, the spot into dugout. Wants Moose to retaliate. Duck's giving up chance to clutch. Oh, he's so good. Evictics on match point.
Oh, that was insane by Traded. They were so good at anchoring towards that back of the site before and forcing Core to just play under pressure with 14 seconds left on the clock. Yet Moose stays stoic and almost flips around back in the favor of Core until Traded comes in with a clutch and a 1v2. That is a backbreaker, especially when Moose gets those 2 kills and gets the ult to guarantee the position where the last player is at. And look at him play. The isolated fights, jump spotting. You would never expect somebody to jump spot to make some noise to give his position away, yet he did, and he clutches that out and gives a chance for Evictics to close this out on their attack side at round number 30.
Very much a slowed down approach from Evictics. Just making sure there's no desperate walk down from Core and Smoke with the glass cannon up. Does the Prowler access him? And it does, and that'll force the gate crash out. That's something important for Evictics to have heard, is that up on B, and they don't want to mess with that.
This is huge though, because the Prowler forces out the TP and they insert a glass cannon op on the attack side. So they are conditioning Traded to try to fight a re-swing from the op on that side. They need to make some noise now onto the other extremities. Get into arc, force the op to peek out. Unfortunately, one gets sprayed through the smoke. And there's that
Charles is being
walkout.
put on a leash. Like, he has just
Agreed.
not been getting away with these first bloods anymore. Core are kicking back and now making a 2-peat, knocking out Evictics cold. And this is just going to be the series that never ends unless Evictics pull a miracle out of their hat. Raccoon has to be careful, and man, the bait and the switch with the team works. Trying to make the job easier as Moose falls back. Tries to maybe set up a pinch here with Flya, and it works out just to spam through the smoke. Flya doesn't need to see the problem, he just needs to address it. Even Moose does the same thing. Dre's on an island, and that's just it. Plant's cool, but nothing else. We go to round 31.
A simple round of both teams trying to find their timings. At that point, again, I think that at least to start the macro is they're trying to force some rotates out and then hopefully get a pick out of middle here for Evictics. That will force then Smoke to re-peek and re-swing into the line of the B main. But as Shaws gets picked out and they're on a 4 versus 4, they still have to try to find some space somewhere. So Traded walks down, tries to find the angle, loses the op battle to Smoke, and then everything becomes kind of convoluted on trying to finish up towards the A site. But so far, both fades, Raccoon and Flya, with an Odin into Flowers, have gone so much value into spraying back into the cross line to cross over towards the A site for an attempted plant. But we go back into Deuce. Evictix back on the attack. A little bit of a change of a look, though. Working for middle in the first place and a late push back into A if they want that. But with that Prowler that went in so deep, that's going to give them a tell that they've already lost the A main control against Evictix.
Evictix moving where this, yeah, and Evictix is changing where this 3-stack is, and the stack, at least from Core's side, vanquishes mid. Evictix tried to 3-stack B, now they 3-stacked A, and they're just not getting the hits this time, but maybe could collapse onto Moose being left behind. But he could just be in a safe position to listen in on the rest of the map.
Look at this. They're being pinned out by an alarm bot and a turret from Moose. So him staying in aircraft up on that side for Core, they don't know it yet, but they're about to go into a 3 versus 1 B site hit. Trina has no choice but to maybe TP out and play the flood retake or go for the hero play. Hero play it is.
Oh, it is. Takes down the hero 2 from Core. 30 bomb for Smoke. Traded. Now gets to just kind of dance around inside of the smokes and use it to his advantage. Flashing out, finding Moose. And Evictix have had so much good stalls. I mean, Traded kind of wins the site by himself. Jesus.
Dude, everybody's just getting 4Ks and aces in this overtime. Who's next? So far we've had what? Smoke, Traded, Moose. Whose turn is it
probably,
now?
I don't know. Well, probably not Shaw's turn. I wonder if he's going to turn up again too, because he was kind of let loose at the beginning, and then Core, well, fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Or duelists with their own duelist.
And the crazy thing is that Evictix has been holding on to this timeout and the overtime until now. So usually round of regulation is 24, starts at 25. We're now going into round number 32, right? So we're able to absorb so many of these rounds on the OT to try to figure something out for the attack side of Evictix. And the last time that they tried the call to insert a not versus op, it didn't work out. So maybe it's to, again, try to find ways to activate Shaw's, put him in the best scenario as possible for him to get an opening for his team. If not only being selfless because he's getting picked off, but now to try to activate him to get an entry, to get a first blood, and to give a player advantage to start things off here for Evictix. And if I'm looking at it right now, they've been posting Smoke nonstop towards this B line on the op at the very beginning. Do they want to avoid this at the very beginning now for Evictix? So here he comes. Smoke has the operator, dropping a 30 bomb casually. But where do you want to start for the attack side of Evictix? I'm fishing for clues here, Panda. Oh, wait, that's not a panda. That's a tacti bear.
Close enough.
But there you go. See, they're leading towards the A side to avoid the op at the beginning, and also using Shaw's very quickly at that spot. They hear the TP and a late push into the B street. So all of this great condition to kick things off and hoping and getting an entry and a site take on B.
Shaw's going to be left solo to be feasted upon, but hey, it keeps Core busy. Evictix need to make the most out of this, and they're sending Scotty towards the defensive spawn. We're cooking something special here for Core. They got to keep their heads on a swivel, and Raccoon finds himself without a head after Smoke, and you always are going to trust him with an op. Is really blossoming here for Core. We're going to go into even more extra innings very soon. Evictix has not been able to turn around these 3v5s.
We'll catch them.
No choice but to walk contact and hopefully catch some players off guard. The first TP now gives a tell of that hit. There is that push out. Beautiful. Another extra inning.
More extra innings, and Kumi just gets away with it, dashing out. And we did say this is gonna be a good playoff bracket, y'all. The map 3 in our first match to our first map of this series, a rematch that's going into extra winnings and innings. And Core were the ones that won the last encounter in a sweep and on a repeating map. This is crazy.
Yeah. And I gotta say, at least to kick things off since that timeout, everything was working perfectly. I felt like we slightly overheated with Shaw's into the site, Because as you've already created all that space and got the info on art, you had players inserted into streets. You know that they're playing passive A site and there's basically an opener for them to take. If you're going to commit towards the A site to use the fast lanes and the walls, then have some players with you. If not, at this point, you have to stop. Force Core to use their util against you in the mid round to get info. We'll hold that thought. Maybe it's something for them to revisit later on. Easy kill to kick things off. That's do not like that. Do not like that.
Scotty visits the grave while Evictics have to make up for that with a fight towards a main. Prowler does get a sense for Raccoon to push up Shaw's. I'd love to maybe enable him more, but Raccoon has nothing left to give, and Shaw's is trying to give them kills, and man, that was a lot on Shaw's play, and he did his best. He ate his veggies, but Core...
Sliding out 4 players! That's crazy!
Yeah. I'm glad he at least got one.
Player standing.
Most people will get 0. And right now, Core have 0 people on the site. So Traded is shutting the door on this.
Oh my god, and the clone is being used as a pendulum swing. That is insane. How did that happen? They already lost first blood on the B main long, where I was like, this shouldn't happen at this point, and it almost feels like fatigue is starting to settle in to all of these players. Right? So you're walking up contact for Scotty, you're getting full punished, and then you slide outside of 4 players where it's a 2 versus 4 because Raccoon was there to support. And then somehow as they're moving into the A site, Traded still gets 2 kills. And I take it back. I think he slid and it double swung off a Euro flash, if I'm not mistaken, from the back of default, which maybe was the call for them to swing for that type of play, but it was way too late. The flash went behind everybody on the attack. That said, though, you salvaged the round. Advantage back for Evictix. And you avoid the op once again at the beginning.
Smoke's the only one buying the op these days. Evictix have abandoned that endeavor. And it's kind of the repeated Odin buy from Raccoon to just try and spam through the smokes when needed. Ooh, little peek there from Shaw's, and to capitalize on that, you got Kumi on the back foot, and that's still enough to inspire Evictix to blindly walk into a trap. This is where they've been stuck before, at least in the later rounds. Can't just say Shaw's go kill, because he's gonna go die.
Yeah, I mean, go slide in, but he already used it, I think, at the beginning to try to get an entry. But the fast lane is what I'm talking about. That's the next thing. Re-hit towards that site, try to get that entry.
And well, Traded cleared the left side. You need someone to address the back side, because that is the biggest problem, and his name is Flya. The Odin hoses down Evictix. We go into even more rounds.
Overtime.
Wow. We didn't try to keep it simple as well. They felt as though Core gave a lot of space for Evictix to move into the site, yet after the fast lane, nobody really followed through, and then you spread out on equal sides of the fast lane where there's no extra util to try to blind those players in the back of the side. It almost felt for me, as we sit into the POV of Kumi and Flya, that it was easy for them to just hold mouse 1. No real util was holding them back, and they're able to tie up another scenario.
Something's got to give. A mistake has to be made. It's how are we trading rounds? And at first it was defense, and the offensive rounds were being won. Now it's defense. It's just all over. Core being so conditioned to expect the fight from Shaw's and Raccoon on this side, and you want to keep as much of this util too if you're Core to actually get onto the A side, A site, I should say. As man, Raccoon is. He has to be pressured off this angle with this Odin.
Try to late push into punishing Moose. There it is. Shaw's back on the board.
Looking like the Sahara Desert out there, but he is so back. We're so
Just
back.
finally found the oasis. It was parched for a kill for so many of these rounds, but I was gonna say that it gives a great opening for Evictix to start working around that map, especially as they took down the Senti util. And we're still peeking for info. All right, well, that evens it back up on a 4v4. Silver lining, though, is at least it could go for a big flank in the retakes, because they've already dropped Moose at the beginning.
Someone has to peek the op, I guess. Raccoon is out of options, and Core are just gonna have to hold down. Evictix Ready to swing off some flashes there from Traded, and the op is getting noisy. Kumi has a 1v1, an important one. Silences the GOAT. QOR have a real chance on the post plant having these numbers. Just no util for Evictics to stand a chance unless Dre wants to pull off some heroics in a 1 versus 3. He just gets spammed through the smoke.
And our first attack win in a very long time, it feels like, right? I don't know. There's been too many rounds of Valorant played so far. Yeah, look at that. In 6 rounds, finally a 7th one. Strung through here from the side of QOR. And again, fatigue is definitely settling in there, as you can see. Everybody's peeking 1 by 1 in the retakes when we're commenting how good they were so far in this map for Evictics, sorry, in these flood retakes. And that's why and how the experience of players like Fly and Moose really starts stepping up here with the experience that they've gotten from the VCT stages and grinding this game since the game first came out. Leading now the charge for the team on defense.
Jaws has to be careful. He's trying to bait and switch and thought he was going to be able to slow down a bit, but this is the pass repeating itself. It's QOR smoke up. Odin through the choke. Shaw's dies. The Evictics are cooked, but Traded been able to take that mantle. He's got flash. He's got a chance, and he's going to gate crash next to Scotty to give multiple angles of attack. There's still an op in this picture.
And they don't have it for Dre. This would be so difficult to entry. I think this is the win con already. QOR probably should be able to take this. Perfect numbers in that site. They can't really sell a fake anywhere. They're all so focused to work towards A.
Kind of a 4v4 because Moose is on the other side, and doesn't matter when Smoke's on duty. Evictix still gonna flood in and try to make room for the spike, and man, they just barely get away with it. Oh, a nice little step from Dre. Adjusts, kills Kumi. We could be going into more innings. There's Raccoon 5 HP, and it's just up to Dre to do it all on his own. And against Moose here at the back site, they don't know where he's coming from. Raccoon goes exploring. Moose wins this 1v1. Could win it for QOR. And his back was shown in the
5 HP.
No way. He's on the spike. Raccoon, now it's the mind games. He's 1 bullet away and catches Moose at the perfect time.
Not another player doing a highlight reel in overtime, and this time in a form of Dre. I told you we're going to go down the line of who's next to go for hero plays. And it's Dre finding so many entries in a post plant. Look at this. It was a 5v3 at this point. Yet Dre is able to just isolate so many kills. Raccoon, who almost got spammed down by the Odin, by the way, from flying flower pots, survives it at 5 HP and clutches it. That's crazy how these rounds are going down. And they waited just to re-hit towards that side. So as I said, there was no stars left. They were waiting for one to come back there for Dre. And he smokes up the fireplace, smokes up the flower pots rather, and they're able to move into the site right after. That was insane as a round, and we're back into playing deuce.
Traded bought an op this time, so that'll help peak the other op. Scotty won't be first blooded this time, at least not for free. More of a buddy system for Evictix.
I think maybe that's what they need. Instead of walking up for info, just get a freaking opera there.
That helps. Look at this buddy system again. Shaws can play off of, play off of Dre. Dre plays by himself, doesn't need it.
An early player advantage too. And they have the trap here towards short, so they're gonna know that Fly is moving down. And they hear the info towards the A main, so they know this is gonna be a hit from QOR into the A site. Evictics getting ready for it, just trying to hold back towards the spawn. You got pinged out, man. You can't swing out. Raccoon just got punished.
Spam through, and Kumi looking to punish Dre, and spotted Scotty. Nope's out of there. Good decision. Need to play your life, but I like where Fly is. And
they're picking it. They know.
Watching that. Traded. It's the one shot to end all of their worries, but their worries is also diffusing the spike, and Evictix has to get active. Not gonna wait forever. Here is the flood in. Note within the site just gets crossed up, and it's all down to a 1 versus 1. Spike getting diffused. Playa gets caught jumping around, and it's QOR on match point again.
And that would have been such a huge round if Shaw's was able to win that 1v1 because he needed that confidence in the OT. He got 2 immense kills as they're flooding back into the site. And as I talked about them knowing about the late lurk from Flya, they waited so long for Evictix in that window, saw nothing. They're like, well, crap, he's got to be playing out toward Art. So as Shaw's is running up to re-clear it, he hears the footsteps of Trader running away, and that experience comes in from Flyer one more time. And he's able to win that for QOR and put them back in an advantageous position.
The last time Evictix won an offense, wasn't it off of like a 3v5? There's been so many now that it's like Shaw's was trying to speed up, gets cooked at A main, and then Evictix had to pull off some heroics, and they're gonna need that or the series is over, and he gets concussed and traded. Gets them back in control of mid.
Dude, with how Shaw's is shooting, I feel like at some point he's got to stop running it down like that. Keep a gun out. He like just slid, kept out in the open, didn't have a chance to rotate or switch back to a weapon to try to punish towards that stream, but at least they had the buddy system and trade that out.
They need a way. Flya is just gonna be at the front.
That spike.
And Evictix don't have the spike. This could be over. Flash out, traded, looking for a fight. Scotty got the gloves out. And QOR, not even gonna watch the spike. They're just gonna try and play the mind games and wrap around, knowing with the time left, they're probably gonna plant today. Scotty will be protected for now.
They set a TP at least so they could have safe crosses. Now the crossfire set up in the end. Uh-oh.
Traded has to do it. 1v2, make it against Kubi. Oh, and it's not gonna happen. QOR have done it again. The pass repeats itself, though in a sweatier, bloodier fashion. Still a win.
20-18 for the last round for QOR to be able to finally swing the map in their favor. But man, did it really look like it was Evictix coming out fully prepared to win this first map in a dominant fashion, maybe even the series. But grit came out from QOR towards the end. That second half was huge. The op was a huge pain point to Evictix, where they had no answer until Smoke was playing on that Yoru outlaw operator, and that causes the downfall in the OTs to happen. And finally here for QOR to close out that first map of the series.
That is insane. I don't know how they just pulled that off. And we have just such an incredible series ahead of us. And the winner of this faces Sad, the #1 seed from the regular season. But up next, we have Bind. So if you guys love Double Duelists, I'm sure we're going to be getting even more of it. But you're also going to see more of the desk. So don't go anywhere.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot.
Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him.
1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. China definitely gets one in the back, but and no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
What an incredible first map to be kicking off our series between QOR and Evictix. Evictix, strong start to way to kind of correct the wrongs that we've seen here in the past here as they face off here last time around. Then we get into the overtime of doom. We moved on with our lives. We got married, had kids, sent them off to college, and as I laid on my deathbed, I got to watch QOR take the final round 20-18 to take Pearl. Right, let's just start at the end there, because frankly, I don't remember the first half of that. That was an insane map that we witnessed.
Yeah, was this a Marvel film? Because I swear we saw the amount of hero plays that I've witnessed in that OT alone is enough to make a 2-hour montage, I think. It was crazy. I mean, it really was crazy, but I want to circle back. I want to go back to the beginning of this game because a part of me feels like if QOR had not won both pistols this series, we honestly wouldn't even have been in this situation. It would have just been an Evictix clean win. Like the read that they had, the style that they were approaching it on the defensive side was just so on point. Felt like they were reading QOR perfectly, and then somehow QOR managed to recover that into a 5-7 finish. And then from there, we got into the second half, and that was kind of the madness. And then the OT, that was the full-on madness.
Yeah, insane too, because it was what, like 7 rounds in a row of which we did get to see Evictix win, and I completely agree. It was the pistol rounds that really just led this team down the gutter, not even able to get it twice right in a row. So I don't know, it felt, I wouldn't even say it felt messy. That was kind of exhilarating. It really felt like no one was being led astray. It really was just a battle of who can secure those trades the best, and then at the end it really got to who is more durable at this moment to kind of continue this OT. But I thought there were really cool moments, right? Like I really give some credit over to Dre, despite that loss here for Evictix. I think Dre had some really cool smokes going on, and you know, there were occasions where we did get to see Traded like weave in and out of their smokes that were surrounding the B site and the A site. So all in all, you could see like the strategies were really trying to work itself out. It was just really just a game of endurance here.
And it was just incredible to see how it all played out, because as these rounds of overtime keep stacking up,
look how small the symbols are at the bottom.
Pausing my train of thought. I have not seen a timeline that long at any Challengers match. That is just wow. I just need to soak that in. That is incredible. But I mean, we get to that second half where it's all OTs, and it was so interesting because you just never knew how they were going to go, because at any point, any person in the server was capable of making those pop-offs. We had highlighted Evictix as this team that has those heroes, right, that really can just pop off at any moment. But QOR, their own rights, also had those. I mean, the Moose was loose during that. Like, we got to see some crazy pop-offs from him. Like, you mean, like, this was just intense. Like, at any moment, there could be a new hero, and that was what we really needed.
Yeah, it wasn't even just Moose at that point. I think everybody got loose. We're spinning the wheel. All right, you hero play for you, hero play for you. You're up next. And make something happen. Scotty 4K, Moose Ace, traded 3K clutch 1v3. Like it was just crazy. But it was fun. I think I agree completely with Gompers. That was really fun. A little too long for my personal taste, but you know, it was fun. It was fun. We got to see a lot, and I think honestly for me what was very apparent towards the end when all the strats and everything was kind of exhausted is very obvious the level of individual reads and the intuition that these players have, and kind of the team play that we got to see from them was so on point. Even when mental exhaustion was probably kicking in for them, it truly was extremely fun to watch, and it was extremely eye-opening to kind of just feel out these players' intuition and kind of how they get those micro reads in those situations.
All I regret from that match, we got to see so many things, but we did not get to see either one of these Euros, as we talk about our head-to-head, manage to drop the 40 bomb, because unfortunately we had to close out the map eventually. But man, were they putting up numbers and really trying. I mean, Smoke was someone that we highlighted as someone with so much potential, right? And Gompers, we've gotten to see it traded on these bigger stages, which is really exciting. And I love being able to see this back and forth and their own individual step-ups.
It's kind of cool because in the beginning we talked about like, oh, Smoke is a newer duelist. You know, they're just getting into the role. No, that role was theirs from the moment they were born, genuinely. And I say this like wholeheartedly. Smoke was killing it on the duelist role. They were absolutely locked in. Like their eyes were. I think Roy said in the green room. I don't think they blinked once. Yeah, they were so locked in, and it really did show. Like no matter how intense the game was, Smoke every single time on the camera looked like they were genuinely playing Valorant in their head. Like they had the gun in their hand. I don't know. Like it was crazy. And all in all, I'm super excited to like continue and see what the other maps are going to look like too, because this was incredibly impressive from someone who's like getting adjusted to this role.
No, I think Smoke reached like the technological singularity. Like he was in the game already. Like he was living through his eyes that we were seeing the video game. But I think it's crazy that we got 38 rounds into this game and Smoke still opened up a quarter of them, or sorry, like almost 1/5 of the rounds. Like that's so crazy. The consistency that you can have for both of these players so deep into the game to drop 160 ADR for traded, to drop those numbers for Smoke is so crazy. I don't even know what you're feeling as a player at this point in time. I've competed for over almost a decade, and I don't even know what you're feeling if you're Smoke and traded right now, because you're popping off, and for Smoke it probably feels great, but you're also like, oh my god, let's not do that again. And for traded, you're like, well, I'm feeling great, but I just lost the map, so I don't even know what either of these two players are feeling. So yeah, there's that going on.
Yeah, to have pop off like that and lose the map after 7 rounds of OT is a rough one, and we'll have to see if Evictics can bounce back as we eye up the second map in the series. It is their pick though, so that'll be at least a little bit better fared. But yeah, Bind. Oh, actually, Bind, when we're seeing the duelists pop off Gumps, I think that one's going to be a lot of fun. And this is the one map in the series where we haven't seen these two go toe-to-toe. So I think that's going to be really exciting for us to be able to discover.
Yes, and that might actually be a big reason as to why that map was so long. Like they were just repeating. In the beginning, it was strats that we did get to see Evictics kind of apply towards core, things that they maybe hadn't been able to try, counter-stratting, right? And then it became the same thing, similar things where they were now really adjusted to each other. They knew the iterations, and so I think Bind's going to be quite creative. We're going to see something different. Obviously, for core, this is a map of which they've played once, right? 100% win percentage, but their attacking rate is insanely high. They did so good on the attacking side. And I mean, like you said, right, double duelist and being able to kind of play with the Waylay. Actually, I'm sorry, they don't have double duelist here last time that they played. So yeah, the chamber kind of coming out on Kumi. So that being a big difference, but in my opinion, it's something that, you know, we did get to see some op action, and I'm kind of excited to see how Kumi's gonna kind of apply that into what a potential victory for core. This is their second map, so anything can happen.
I mean, talking about the agents and everything else, I'll have to see if anyone has switched it up, because we did get to see a switch up from Victus in the first series, but it obviously was a map where they didn't quite get the win last time around. But this is definitely a map that looks a lot cleaner for both of these teams. So as we head into the agent select, Roy, we'll have to see if any team is trying to opt to switch things up a little bit. But being able to see something like the chamber come out for the side of core, oh, I'm excited for it. We get to see the run back there, and I think we're sticking at our usual.
We're sticking to our
comps.
guns. I mean, yeah, I would not really expect any changes, because I feel like both teams are playing quite well. I think the only difference is the controller that's being chosen for core has changed. I think they played the Clove last time, if I'm not mistaken. They're swapping over to the Brim this time. For me, though, the name of the game here, again, we saw the recipe play out on the last series, right? You need to be proactive on the defense side. You need to challenge space. You cannot get corralled on sites if you're core. You definitely do not want to sit up passively on site and try to defend against Waylay, Yoru, Fade with full util. It's going to be hard. So a lot of pressure here is on Kumi. A lot of pressure here is on Smoke to be creative and kind of disrupt the flow of Evictics. So you definitely do not want to get stuck on sites. So my eyes are on that to see how it will play out in that first half.
Yeah, for Evictics, they've played this comp, like a total of 7 times now previously. So I do feel like comfort does lay a little bit more on their side, but we've seen like trading is the name of the game, right? Being able to give the assists to your teammates, and they're really just playing. Oh, okay, flex.
We're getting a money spread? Oh,
yes.
okay. Who's doing the money spread?
That's wild.
Train of thought gone, guys. That is a stack. Where's he getting this from?
Oh my god.
Okay, all right. Well, someone's feeling confident about this series. Come, trains of thought aside, let's get into it. That first map was a banger in the series, but taking the loss after 7 rounds of overtime, it's time to see if this is where the Team Evictix can be bouncing back against QOR and their stacks of cash. Let's get to it, Divine, with your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Okay, Evictix have bind, QOR have bans. That's all that matters.
Yep.
Can we get some of those?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out of work. But yeah, it is gonna be an intriguing one for sure. But both of these teams not showing anything new in terms of their comps, so no changes from the pro side. But I think I agree with what Roy was saying. You have two teams that are confident and comfortable in their agents and in their compositions, and there's no real way to really try to approach how you want to play the bind. It almost feels like this current meta, you almost want to favor a lot of double duelists because you're able to catch a lot of teams off timings, and you're just playing off, you know, kind of just pugging it really and ranking it again with some teams. When you're playing against a team like QOR that has a lot of experience to play against newer players, it's definitely a tough matchup in the end. But I'm not disregarding Evictix in the first place. They're starting on the attack now with a little bit of pressure into long to start on B. But this is definitely going to be an A side finish where it's nicely red to start. It'll have to come down to Scotty once you start seeing potentially a TP back into the A site.
Well, No doesn't have a Molly, but he has a Bandit. We were excited to see more of that. It's gonna lurk in the smoke too for that moment to pop out and really show it to Evictix. And smoke is on the waylay, which last time that was Kumi's thing, and kind of that bait and switch can still happen with a chamber, and Evictix just are all surrounded and now have to fight through the smoke. Oh, it's chaos. Everything's on the floor, and QOR have their backs against the wall. They get cleared out.
Triple flank.
Still have the plant. The wall remains up here for Scotty until QOR cross over, try to spam on the boxes. Shaws will watch carefully on that approach. QOR are left with half the numbers, but Kumi is going to confirm that on the recall.
Last player standing.
Oh, good read by Trey.
TP'd out in the open for a free kill, but at least gets info, right? So Moose now spotted. Comes a bandit kill and a pistol round win for Evictix in the end. But the idea was quite there for QOR. I love at least that for Evictix, once they started using util from Raccoon to clear it towards Long B, clear it towards Hookah, and there's been no pressure or reaction from a short A or Showers, that they potentially are going for a bigger stack on B to confirm those 3 players on that side. So they walk up, they get the entry onto the A site, and by not hearing TPs, they expect that it's from spawn or from short. And they utilize the wall to their advantage. Their own wall forces a player to drop down, make some audio cues, and they got ready for it right after to clean up the round in the end. And it's also, thinking about it, Shaw's stepping away from a Neon from the previous map, going into the Waylay in this round could still be quite effective into the space that they want to get here on the attack site hits for Evictix.
Yeah, because now he doesn't have to full commit in. He'll have a get out of jail free card, literally.
Yeah, but recall out in the open on pistol.
And yeah, speaking of the pistol, that's Evictix's first pistol win.
That's true, yeah.
And oh, you got the 3 stack, the Kumbaya, and Traded is about to break down the pyramid. And Shaw's helps out too, but hey, works out for Evictix. Break down that structure quickly while Moose and Flyer make their way from B.
It was a nice idea. Try to go for a triple man stack and a family photo to try to catch some players off guard who are trying to potentially contact play. Just what Energy likes to do here, just stacking a lot of players in our eco and isolating one angle. But nice scaling by Traded to only spot one first and isolate that fight first, going for the flash right after. It's just really nice heads up play by Traded, who continues to be very good in carrying this over from the first map into the second one. Now Fly is going to die to Spike. Note's going to try to TP in the last second to die into Showers. and then Evictics will be moving up to a nice little anti-eco, right? They're going to have all 5 players alive. They're going to have a pretty decent buy going into the next round as well, because there'll be a Phantom and a Guardian. Shaw's, yeah, maybe died towards the spawn, but I don't think he had the best of weapons anyways. And then most likely in a bonus round, you're going to leverage him to, you know, double dash, be a sacrificial lamb, so it's okay.
And I like that the Dusk highlighted like smoke versus traded, because it really came down to them like, and focusing on traded because he's off 3-0, 34 kills, 4 first bloods is incredible for how that map broke down. And now it's coming down to like a marathon, not a sprint, with how I'm sure exhausting that map 1 was, going to 30+ rounds. QOR still ended on the same note that it started when they encountered each other in the regular season. But Evictix getting a pistol under the belt surely is going to help things if they can convert now this bonus. Scotty, almost got finished off there. And now Evictix going to scale up quickly. And it's a double kill. Was 2 defenders right in front of U-Haul. Leaving Noted out to dry. Maybe can try to get towards the backside. No, can't escape into the smoke or U-Haul. And Evictix will have an open-ish site to plant with.
And Scotty still manages to win a duel against Flya back into hookah. So Flya was walking down trying to clear the left side box, but Scotty went all the way down the ramp of sands to watch the angle and wins it in the end. But the big question mark in me yelling out the what was, how the hell did you get the pick through the smoke there from Shaw's? I felt like that he overcommitted to continue to spray in there out in the open instead of recalling, yet still gets the kill onto Kumi, who's trying to support his teammate back into U-Haul. So that gets done. We are basically going for the Kumbaya as well on the attack side. You're trying to pray to the Valorant gods to bring luck back on your side and try to push this into a 3rd map.
I thought Moose's camera was frozen. He just doesn't move. Didn't really need to, but I thought, hey, you could talk about the next rounds or anything, but maybe someone else on the team's doing all the yapping. But I'm sure, like, even after Moose's really sick ace on Pearl, he was still like, okay, next round. Like, just another day for Moose. Such a calm guy.
Has a beautiful gym setup, though. I kind of missed my own basement gym setup. I need to get that back up.
Yeah.
My basement's got to stop flooding in the first place, but that's a different story. But what's really good for Evictix is now they also convert a bonus on their side too. So this is a different look from what we've seen from Pearl, and also to see how this first map finished, where they should have had that in the bag, but they didn't, yet still are able to win a bonus round on Bind. It shows how such a young team still has great great calmness to them, to just turn the page around, turn the page over, not think about that first map and focus in the present.
The dog from Flya B main that marked 1, and Moose forces Evictix to recover the spike. So QOR is actually going to teleport in and try to crunch down on Evictix. And Scotty, at least makes it kind of winnable with the flash. Does not affect Evictix too much, but it is costing them warm bodies. And Scotty is feeling the heat on this one. Here comes 3 people swinging into him. And in fact, it's a thrifty for QOR that I just noticed. I thought Evictix were going to get away with a win streak.
Yeah, no, not with a bonus round win for Evictix. So that was going to put QOR on an eco in that previous round, and with the eco that they just won for QOR, that just resets the scenario, right? So it goes back into, okay, gun round available now for both teams, and see how they want to play this round and carry it over. And Kumi already comes out with an operator on defense this round, and strong holding towards A, because Evictix have been going for slow creep ups on the walk down towards the A short after setting a presence on the extremities. So it's a guess here right now for Kumi to place the operator at that spot. Instead, now Evictix going for extremity control, and the jump spots 2 actually. Don't know if they saw that there was an operator there. Traded also doesn't look up. Ooh, actually maybe the op wasn't spot in the first place for the jump spot. This gives an opportunity for Kumi to be on that spot and get a pick here.
Yeah, I just like that Evictix are working for more information. It felt like Pearl was so go with the neon, and now Shaw's can still go in, but preserve his life. He got the convergent paths and a prowler. Core will still pick one off on the entry while just waiting for that to expire. At least it gets Evictix in a position to plant, but nearby is Core knocking at the door, and smoke. It's found through the smoke. They get a crossfire at the backside for Core, and works out well, decently enough, I should say. Kumi, the op is being heard. Fly is on the flank, flashes out, and keeps Evictix on their toes, and they got nothing going for them. The traded will try to race them into B.
They'll get slowed down though by the turret. Oh, brace it. That's actually very nice. That allows for him to reposition himself after the plant as well.
Oh, 10 HP though. You're not going to get a chance to leave the situation, I think. Only has to choose what angle, and all traded. What a swing into dimensional drift. A 1v1 against Flya. You already know he's out of flashes. Uses it to reposition. Oh, Flya has a good read on where it is based on where the plant is. He's more than halfway, and nice swing from Traded to clutch it for Evictix.
And that's exactly what I was talking about, counting the 4.5 to 6 second window. Because at that point, or the person gets off the spike or chooses to fully commit. And when you're fully committing for the defuse, then you just swing on that moment and you catch him with his pants down, with their pens down. It still becomes a gamble, but it's a gamble that worked out for Trade in the end. Look at this right here. Fly was about to get off it right away, but then was too slow in the end. A nice little clutch by Traded on that 1 versus 2. Beautiful work by Evictix, by the way. They tapped the spike twice on the A site and forced players to point inside the Brimmy smokes.
Oh, Flya counting his lucky stars after that. And then I guess I would think Flya wants to flash back against that, and Kumi makes up for it. Not a save. This is really good for Core. Just not able to actually get those. Well, maybe Flya did, got the upgrade, but Evictix got hookah control, so there's something there.
We got to come in Flyer one more time, but we'll hold that thought. He's trying to anchor up towards that site. Just got dinged through the wall too, and that softens him up a bit. It might give a chance for Evictix to re-hit towards this B site when this wall comes down. Oh, never mind. Wall bang through smoke again.
Oh, if Dre would want to use the old 2 versus 4, you know, 2 of them still have pistols.
They found my trap.
Core's just gonna sit there and wait. So the ball is in Evictix court on how they want to address this. And the open sight lines is how you do it. You have the Fly elbow sticking out, so it gets Evictix's attention. God, I hate that. There is the ult though from Note. Dre has one of his own, but at this point, 20 seconds left. Evictix have to make a decision. And Core is just not going to peek them quite yet, at least not solo. There's the walk up. Oh, Scotty just heard it. There's the timing. Oh, wait. Evictix clutch it.
Good save in the end. That would have been very painful one more time, where they would get not necessarily thrifty because you had a Phantom in the hands of Fly and an ult in the hands of Kumi. But that would have definitely started hurting the econ again, where you might see like a slow comeback of Core towards the end of the half again. But just that, want to come in how Flyer played that round. Breaks all that util available for Kumi to not force a TP out. So you would think that hookah is clear. So as Shaw's double dashes in, thinking that it's opened up, well, Kumi was just winning there with the op. But thankfully it came down to hero plays on a 2 versus 3. And the Evictix are able to maintain their lead. Weapon rifle round for Core once again. And we do have the ult available for smoke for the convergence path right towards the short A.
Whoa, bro. That's a big hug. That was a big hug. Oh. Well, he gets squeezed, and now Core getting squeezed too on B after Dre pops the ult within the site. Now Moose tucks into elbow, waits for reinforcements. You have smoke that can unleash a conversion pass to try and fight through, or at least really put the advantage back into Core's favor. But with the Viper's pay, now you're just going back to spamming through the smokes. And Evictics protect their own, the Nightfall too, to kind of get some information on where QOR could be penetrating from. And this is insane. 2 versus 2. The pit is down. And Moose, he's not done yet. But he does have to get the defuse. Oh, you heard the gate crash to the right and doesn't have the fuel to kind of isolate that 1v1.
No, there's no time.
One enemy remaining.
Good effort though. 6-1. This is the kind of starts that were really inspirational for Evictics and on Pearl, but QOR caught up in forced overtime and ended up winning.
Man, they did a great job though, at least for stalling out the convergence path on the retake from Smoke, playing inside the pit from Scotty. And as they tried to move through, well, everybody was getting decayed in through that and slowly falling one by one. But you still have power numbers towards the end, and Evictix was able to close that out. I gotta say though, it almost felt like the play around Shaw's with the dash, it looked questionable in the first place, but I think they were trying to go for that hinder into the orbital strike, which is probably the cause into the agent switches coming out here from this comp as well. Moving away from the Clove, bringing in the Brimstone, so you could have those high impact rounds going into the, okay, we have a Brimmy ult available, let's try to leverage that into a Saturate plus a Brimmy ult, kind of like how the Fade used to roll that that was coined by 100 Thieves, even when they were so unstoppable on Bind in the first place, by doing like a Seize Fade, a Fade Seize into a Brim ult. But you know, it definitely shows that it's not the most comfortable, I guess, in terms of agents for Shaw from how he was dashing previously in that hookah. But hey, at least he still got the round.
Definitely more selfless to have the Brim. We have the Stimmy, of the Orbital Strike, Molly. I think No can definitely deliver on the fragging front, as he has. He were to whip out the Clove, but it's gonna be more standard. And pretty standard start for Evictix, and they're still just don't care about this pit at all. The disrespect is crazy, and Shaws bites the bullet, courtesy of Smoke. That'll set Evictix behind, and QOR are feeling comfortable, and they're gonna send those B defenders back to where they were.
Yeah, and pardon me, I had my controllers mixed up for sure. Note was the one that's switching out here from the Clove over to Brimmy, but the point still stands with the combination from the Whaley in Brim.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, crossed up and nowhere to go. Kumi, 3K. Okay, I love to see that. And it's kind of the Smoke show last map, so I love to see Kumi a similar-ish role of that bait and switch agent to stop to Evictix trying to flood in. So
Can't believe they're winning these eco rounds for QOR. That is their only 2 rounds that they've gone so far in this half off hero plays. Even Kumi picking up the 3rd kill in the end. I'd love to see if we have that on the replay, because that happened off screen. Maybe all of them jumping one by one outside of the smoke into from hookah into sight, and Kumi just had open seasons on to all of them. But that said, it became easy kills. Evictix, thankfully though, with the actually no, look at the buy. It's actually not good at all, despite them getting 6 rounds in a row. So the round stayed pretty close towards the elimination rounds, and then there's no way really for Evictix to run away with this half. There's actually already a chance for QOR to come back in this game because of those 2 thrifty rounds that they've just gotten.
the Prowler doesn't access U-Hauls, so Moose with the Judge could really pack a punch. And who is gonna be the one to check this? Evictix. Ooh, okay, punish on the Moose with the Bucky. Definitely more bang for your buck. Evictix gonna circle their prey and wrap around, and QOR gonna tuck into showers to gonna hide away after they got seized, and oh, they're marked, and QOR just advances a unit and shred through Evictix.
QOR stayed stoic this time around too, learning from previous rounds where Evictics like to tap onto the spike and just start fighting within the smokes. Especially it comes deadly when you're bringing Buckies into play within that previous round. And because nobody was really pushing out from the side of Evictics towards showers, and they were really fully committed towards that short A side, it almost felt like they had to go for a gamble and hopefully catch some players off guard. Fortunately, they didn't. And Core is now 3 rounds away of tying things up in this half and maybe even finish it on a 6-6 off out and available for Kumi, holding it down a passive line, at least towards B.
Back in a flag.
There's a go here for util.
Shaws with the double dash 360, just full scout drone mode and flood into you. Oh, hey! Smoke is like, what, got down to 20 HP on the delay. Eyes wide, bullet holes wide too into Evictics, and he almost gets away with an ace. Cornered like a dog. And Shaw's in a 1v4. Thing has been humbled enough, and he could pull off some heroics too. We saw it at the beginning of Pearl, but it ends just as quickly as it started.
What a shutdown from Smoke over towards that U-Haul. And currently, because of those 3-4 kills, it's skyrocketed him back into the first place of the scoreboard for the defensive side. And yeah, you definitely need a timeout here. The first one being called by Evictics on their attack side, and they're starting to realize that they're running into very similar issues as they did on Pearl. As soon as the Yop comes out and available for Kumi, they're like, okay, well, let's try to find ways where we could try to maybe entry towards the sites and by avoiding the Ops. And this time they walk into Smoke, who's been red hot since the previous round. It doesn't matter what weapon he uses. So now they're facing 2 different roadblocks. How do you actually topple down the defensive lines of Kumi and of Smoke at the same time? And if they do want to play this a little bit more slowly like they have here for Evictics, you need to start playing inserts. I think extremity control should start getting very important for their side as well, so they could do these fast TPs to go for these late minute site hits on their side, while still being able to avoid the op in the first place. So they have the perfect comp for that. They have a Fade and Yoru to take showers control quite early. They have Prowlers to drone up towards that side. They have hookah control if they want to insert an early hookah control as well before going to the rest of the default. So that's some of the things that has to be discussed, some of the avenues that it could try to approach here into round number 12. Because right now they're on an eco and trying to make things work on a 5-player hit on a site.
So you want to give the Bucky to trade it if he has a dimensional drift? Maybe plan A is just for Shaw's go kill. Love to see more of kind of the early glimpses we saw on Pearl. So Shaw's go, Shaw's no kill, Shaw's get information, Core respect it, and back out of sight. So keep it simple.
But
Evictics, yeah.
Shaw's not watch flank, so 2 flank come through. First kill.
Flank bad. Evictics, no space. Big ol'. And Evictics now just get ran down.
1 enemy remaining.
Go down to Spike, and just like that, Core keep it within 1.
Do some damage if you can, but he won't. The dog is going to do enough to get the audio cue, and Noda gets that pick. So yeah, again, it comes down to this last round. Thankfully, too, with the plant that you have for Evictics, that's 300 extra credits across the board. That allows for you to even get an operator if you want. Trader could do that on a glass cannon if they want to try to utilize that against like an op versus op like they tried to do on Pearl. But I think at this point, when you have a dimensional drift available too, that will probably be your first line of attack to try to figure out where the op could be and try to figure out how you use util to flood around that, because this is perfect for ult to doing the slow field across that and then Brimmy ult on top of that. So they have great util to really pin down one opponent and take him down, which is Kumi right into the sights of the dimensional drift to start.
Traded through U-Haul, back sight, Heaven smoked off. So secure enough for now for Evictics, but a 5-man retake with conversion paths available and an op that's about to go unsmoked. So Evictics want to get out of sight, out of mind. The flash, the drop down, the core rally, and Evictics try to fight back with some Nightfall. Try to take away some of the tools from Core, and okay, another U-Haul fight, and Smoke is still the king of U-Haul. Evictics by time with the orbital strike, but Dre is taking some pot shots through the smoke. No one can really see each other, but you gotta know where the spike is, and Scotty is just clutching without needing to see a target. The fuse now as time runs out for Core, and Raccoon has to finish it off his own way. 7-5. Man, that ramped up 0 to 100 there at the end.
Oh, you definitely knew it was going to get chaotic with all these ults available for even post-plant retakes for the side of core. In the end, and it almost looked like 3 players are just converged down and not moving it around. I wonder if they got hindered or seized too by Raccoon's seize, and then the overall strike just slightly missed. They could not get true value out of that. But in the end, it comes down to spray smokes, and you'll count your lucky stars for the side of Evictics. They don't allow here for their opponents to tie up the game to a 6-6 half into the second half. And if things continue like they did here on the beginning of this map, winning another pistol here, an anti-eco, maybe even a bonus, put them in a comfortable position to have what it takes to push us over to split.
Toxin screen down. And a lot of success at A, but now it's Core on the pistol, who converted both of those on Pearl. Flash out, quick fight, quick duck away, and just to spam through the smoke. Good Valorant. Now the recall out as Core leave Moose stranded, and wow, nice double shot there with the Sheriff. Traded as consistent as ever. This may just let Evictix get away with both pistols. Now you just gotta fight through the smoke. You can't wait forever, and then you just walk right into the hands of Evictix. So 2 pistols converted.
Yeah, and Traded feeling that round 2 to get that that double pop shot. The re-swing is perfect because even if he gets killed, that's information of where the last 2 players are at. They still had power numbers on that site, where it almost looked like it would have been for Core. Because if Core actually did get that pick onto to Traded or even towards Elbow, that was probably a guaranteed round for Core. So you needed some heroics to come out once again. This is what, as Roy was mentioning, almost looking like a Marvel movie. This is part 2
Toxins going up.
of more heroic plays. An early Prowler to get information towards Spice, which sees nothing, so... Oh wait, the push from Shaw's.
A gap, a bird, then hit Shaw's. Who's he gonna cut off? Well, Smoke is leaving bodies in the dust, and Shaw's does an even bigger dent into Core's lineup with the spike down too. Playa doesn't have a dog or a flash to suppress Evictix. To be watching this like a hawk.
And there's no push out from Kumi to flank all the way across too, so it'll come down to a showdown into short.
Doing a thing.
Shaw's getting a 4K into that one. We'll talk about how that first 2 kills were beautiful. But Kumi could still turn around over in his favor.
Ace, yeah! Woo! Oh my god, oh my god.
Pat the confidence, you definitely need it, right? When you were red hot as well, just like Smoke on Pearl, and things kind of slowed down in the second half in OT. Now you'll take this. Now this was beautiful. Shaw's pushing down, and he sees that his opponents, the mirror matchup, the Whaley goes into U-Haul, and he just waits for the recall. And when he recalls, he actually slow fields right into there and saturates, so that guaranteed he gets the kill into Smoke right after when he throws that. He even gets the bubble onto Note and gets a 2K piece, and that allows here for Evictix to have a pretty decent buy once again in their bonus round.
Shaw's is so back. The Marshall, didn't expect that. You take it though. Absolutely. Now Evictix need to start building some momentum from that. Scotty has been really such a good anchor at B. Raccoon will insert with the judge, so if the Core were to want to act upon this, it would be painful.
Yeah, especially if when Flyers left the area, is going to regroup with Kumi for them to go back towards the A site. So if Moose goes for a late lurk top B, that's a free kill right into position where Raccoon just went towards to. So they're in a prime position once again for Evictix. They haven't heard any second wave of utils, so they have 3 players in the right spots on A.
Hey, good thing Trade is back here. He may just need that flash to fight through this, and Core just walk into a death circle. And he got the information. You got Core running with their tail between their legs. And it's Moose on his way to be part of the funeral. 1 versus 3.
You saw where Scotty's body's at, right? So he got caught rotating back, but at least it's info. That's a big kill for Raccoon, and yeah, great hold. So that's another bonus round for Evictics, just as we were mentioning before. Pistol round converting a bonus round for their side will put them in a prime position to push this over to split, and everything falls into place like dominoes perfectly for Evictics to get that confidence in. But I think this is twice now that Smoke goes for that pathing with the waylay dashes and doesn't really turn around while he's dashing across to get information of where players could be at. Remember Shaw's a couple of rounds ago on that short A side forward position. Second time, it's another player out in the corner at the boxes. He gets the info. It's a free kill. And now QOR back on an eco and split into B.
Oh, okay, they do confirm that kill on the Raccoon. Okay, was spotted in hookah. And the pain train continues, and it's got no stops until Traded pops out. QOR left with only 2. And Kumi can maybe try to grab an upgrade, and he does, but as he's grabbing it, Evictics are already flooding in, and Shaw's with a great finisher to get Evictics up to 11.
Yeah, a nice little double dash turnaround shorty kill, and the one that was low HP as well. So this was a different type of round for Evictics, bringing out the experience at the ranked games. Every single one of the players found individual timings instead of playing off each other and play like the clean retake that we saw on Pearl before. So that really threw QOR on a loop on how they were trying to exit that. After this first kill, it comes down to those hero plays, right? A flash on the wall, he gets one. Dre's not waiting for his teammate, goes through his own smoke, and then it trades out the 1 versus 1 in the end for Shaw. So that works out. We talked about the confidence, right? They turn around the bonus round. They have great money to work with. Now here comes round number 17. Contact play for Dre to spot some players, and they ult through that, but it stays quiet. QOR is playing a 2-2-1 all the way back towards spawn to kick off the round.
And Shaw's is eager for a fight. Like, he was already, like, aiming the conversion path towards Showers, ready for the call, and it is Raccoon just spraying through the smoke.
Still waiting.
Score down 1. Now it's a pivot towards A, and Shaw's is scanning through. Already gets information in Showers, so now they can put their attention to A short. Trady could be isolated by the Viper wall here, and it's the Seekers that will confirm that presence, so Traded needs to be careful. Conversion paths from QOR, not really acting on it, or from Evictics, I should say. Just kind of slowing down QOR and making it less sexy to speed on up, and Kumi just on the top of his perch. Now that is the start they needed. The odds are even, and Kumi walks into the Traded sightline. Moose wraps around, confirms that Evictix is solid as ever. 3 versus 1. Bias caught in the middle. Not any time to, a little bit of time, but not anymore. Hesitation is clear after Raccoon harassed him with util. And it's Evictix getting up to match point. Now this is a, well, way quicker map than that 30 rounder we had.
Yeah, because it did come down to like hero plays and whatnot. And also the silver lining and the positive aspect of it is that now that we switch sides, it's actually QOR on the attack. So they're not going into like a smoke operator or something like that as well. And I think it goes back to what Roy was mentioning at the desk. And we've mentioned in the cast on the first map, if Evictix actually won pistol and anti-eco on Pearl, I think it would have probably been 2-0 at this point, because that's what allowed QOR to really stay in the game on the second half of Pearl. Now it's Kumi on the op on the attack side, and they're playing another one of those slow defaults, but a walk down instead from Evictix.
Jesus. And Smoke, you can outnumber him, but you can't outgun him. At 5 HP, I think a Fly can outgun him now, but they'll have to tuck away, but he still made Evictix kind of regret that.
Well, at least we've known that these players can definitely do big hero plays. And Dre's in a good spot to punish Kumi. Sees a gun.
Oh, God.
Easy kill.
Playing duck, goose with the bullets through the smoke, and he just gets more out of that. 2 versus 2. And QOR going to plan B and have really no tools on the post plan for this.
Spike
At least they have orbital strike too for the retake though. A molly and an orbital strike. So they clear out elbow. Smoke cannot push that because he's low in HP, and now they could just start flooding into the site. Nobody's playing out in the open except for Smoke.
One enemy
still
remaining.
Smoke.
Gotta just play time. Oh. If anyone should be peeking, it's Smoke at 36 HP, and now won't be doing anything.
Oh, no, they'll be doing something. They'll be going to play more rounds in the third map of Split.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Wow. With a flawless second half for Evictics. Oh, you had more in the tank there for Core. That was insane on the retake. Successful every time.
It brings to a very interesting point, though, as you just bring this up, because you would think the gas in the tank is for the veteran players around Moose, around Fly, who's played on a VCT stage, and not for a team like Evictix, where most of the players you haven't heard of this time around going to Challengers, a team that's gone through the open bracket to make it to this very moment and potentially get an upset win against Core as they push this into a third map.
And if you thought the first two maps were chaotic, Split is going to be even more of that. And was expecting the well, at least we got double duelist out of Evictix, and you got some shades of duelist out of Kumi. He's had some huge moments on that chamber, and it's just one of his best maps for sure. Excited to see how this series is going to end, but 13-5 is a statement. Like we pointed out, the pistol's so important for Evictix, but can they do it again on Split? We'll find out after this.
This is sad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot. Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him. 1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Chai now definitely gets one in the back, but no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
To just stand it down.
With the first map of the series being a marathon, had questions heading into the second map of the series, but Evictics, this is a strong map for them. They started off strong, and they're going to sprint to the finish line. 13-5 to be closing out the second map and send us into a third. I mean, Gobs, this was just night and day, and Evictics, like, this was a crazy step up when they could have been burnt out from that first map.
Yeah, and it was worrying me a bit because the attacking side, it was going really well in the beginning, obviously winning out all their pistol rounds, having a good time. They were incredibly dominant, right? Getting their post plans, right? Enabling, like, it was perfect. And we switched over to the defense, and that to me was a little scary because, you know, we obviously saw the performance going on to Pearl. You know, opposing side's not really doing the best, but then they dominated, winning every single defensive round possible. And I think that in itself really just went to show for Traded. I think Traded did an impeccable job at keeping this team together, gaining some of those entries in the attacking round, and then kind of just closing things out. So I don't know, especially with like the long match that we saw on Pearl, to be able to pull through with the 13-5 and now like just have the energy to go to that third map in itself is pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, the stamina that they have, and especially Traded, like the fact that he's performing so well in the second map it deserves so much respect. But I think I can count on maybe on my one hand, maybe both hands, the amount of matches that have been lost where the team won both pistols and both bonuses. Like statistically speaking, you are at such an advantage, and I feel like if you're QOR, you at least needed one of those 4 scenarios. Like you either need one of the pistols or one of the bonuses if you want a real shot. Otherwise, it kind of just felt really stuck. And on top of that, the two of the rounds that QOR won on their defense side were thrifty. So like those are just not good facts if we're looking at just straight gun round success. We're just looking at overall domination, if you will. It was all Evictics all day.
I mean, this is what I wanted to see coming out from the team as well. You knew from the first map that they definitely had the skills to go toe-and-toe, but to see that night and day difference and to see that this was more of a struggle here for the side of QOR, I think is definitely really good for Evictics going on forward in the series. And being able to see how Gomps they versed around the map, everything else, like, this was really nice.
Yeah, they played Bind, guys, like 16 times within the past month. This is their map, despite like the amount, I guess, the win streak that QOR has had, which I believe they only played it once. So like at the end of the day, is it really a win streak? But when you play a map so much and you're comfortable, when you play a map so much and you're comfortable, and like they've already changed. I mean, they have Dre on the Brimstone, which had a 41 headshot percentage, by the way. Like it really just seemed like it flowed seamlessly. So 13-5 doesn't seem too out of pocket, and it's cool. Like now we get to go to that third map and see a little bit more.
Wait, I did not realize the first kills were so QOR-sided. I mean, call me crazy, but I mean, now that in hindsight, I actually do remember a lot of QOR first bloods, but 12-6 and still winning 13-5 is crazy. I don't think I've seen a stat like that before. That is complete dominance on the scoreline on one side for Evictics, but when it comes to the first, when it comes to the openers, it was actually completely QOR-sided. This is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I looked to double check, triple check. I still can't believe it. That is frankly absurd. Like we've had a lot of firsts for challengers today. First map, then this. I have not seen a first kill that's just so disproportionate to the map score in a hot second over here, guys. But I mean, that just speaks more to the testament of Team Evictix and like the type of players that they are. Looking over at the stats, when we had highlighted the individual hero power that each person has, even if QOR is up a man, even if they have numbers advantage, I mean, if you have those hero factors, Roy, like Evictics always have a way back into it.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the stats that we highlighted coming into this game, right? Is their ability to claw back disadvantages. We saw it here in action. This is the reason why that stat exists, is the fact that there's so much individual hero potential for Evictics, and it feels like no matter what happens, there's always a comeback mechanic happening for them. And if Traded is alive, they're definitely not discounted whatsoever.
This will be a really interesting one now headed into the third and final map of the series, because we got to see so much individual power and even just really great team play coming out from Team Evictix. But headed into Split, again, this goes back to, like Pearl, a map where we have seen these two teams face off before. It was a core win, but Gompers, that was a core win by overtime. So when we already had a rematch that was so close, like, are we about to get the 40-round map incoming?
Record.
Yeah, I think this is just like another iteration of, well, they've picked this map before, so obviously Evictix, you know, not banning this, kind of keeping this out in the open. I think this was kind of like the hope of maybe Split could be that potential third map, or potentially Bind, leaving that up to choice. But obviously win percentage isn't necessarily too high. I believe it's like at a 45%, but they've played in different tournaments. They've gotten experience with other people. So just having that variety and then playing against core and having like really challenging moments, but then pulling through the last second, I think the mental's high. And I think now going on to Split with the double duelist that they tend to run with Traded and Shaws, and how that partnership tends to work out, this to me is such a good chance for Evictix to close this out against core with the way they've been playing and the synergy that they showed on Bind.
For me, the one thing I'm looking at is core's success on the defense side on this map. Like, I mean, in terms of recent meta, in terms of recent performances on this map, it hasn't really been a defense-sided map, even though historically it was at one point. I feel like this map is quite balanced. Like, you can get a lot of rounds on attack, you can get a lot of rounds on defense. It really just comes down to, you know, certain situations. But I feel like core has been extremely consistent with their defensive side on this map. Probably comes down to the fact that they run the double controllers with Astra, as well as the Fade that has the stopping power, and they also have Veto on top of that as well, a Sentinel. It's kind of unusual on this in the current meta of this map. So I feel like there is a lot of defensive tools that core could rely on, and probably is a big reason to why they're having a lot of success on this defense side, and they're starting on it here.
I think what I'm really curious about heading into this map is, last time when we got to see the Pearl and Split coming out from Evictix, this is where we saw them play a little bit more into the Tejo, etc. And that was something we saw shared on Pearl and Split. But they switched up the comps dramatically on Pearl. So now I'm curious, going into Split, where it was already so close, is that something that we see changed up again on the day? Because this is a team that has had a lot of growth heading into the Agent Select to find out. And sure enough, Roy, a lot of changes in Bound.
Actually, if I'm looking at this correctly, this is the exact same composition they chose last time. There's no changes here for Evictix. They're running the double duelist, they're running the Waylay, the Yoru. It makes sense for them to keep it as well, because they've been so successful with the dive comps. So I think overall it makes sense why they're playing it. They're very confident. And ultimately, core is going to come down a lot of that pressures on the first half, guys. I talked a lot about their ability to be very strong here on the defensive side. That's been where the successes happen. It's also been a little bit weak, historically speaking, for Evictix. So if you're core, you just got completely dominated on the second map. You need to come in strong. You want to get that early momentum going in your way, and you want to shut out Evictix from feeling good right now, ASAP.
Yeah, big shutdown, and Note kind of heading over to the Astra. I'm liking this. I'm excited. I know Note is very prevalent on the Astra, and they did talk a bit about how they are aggressive and they like to play like an initiator, like a sentinel. So starting off on the defense, I think they also had discussed, like, on the defense, they like to be a little bit more aggressive than usual on the Astra, because they like to play with their util. And I think we did get to see a bit of that on Bind. It was, I mean, not on Bind, apologies, in the first map, but I think it just wasn't really clicking. So for me, core going on to Split, being able to kind of utilize Note to the best of their ability with Smoke, I feel like this is going to be quite exciting to see.
Definitely a different composition from when these two teams faced off before, but Team Evictix, they have been evolving the comp. They've been switching it up. This is the one they've landed on, and it's definitely looked stronger. It's time to see, heading into the third map of the series, who can take the win between core and Team Evictix. The map is ready, we're ready, and your casters are as well. Let's send it on over to Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. Yes, we're at the end of the road, and only one of these teams can go to the semifinals to face SAD, our #1 seed from the regular season. And it's been a battle between these two teams, but Evictics leveled up massively on Bind at 13-5. They leveled up massively at the end of their regular season. But can they close it out?
So far, though, from how the maps have transpired in the first 2 of the series, I definitely do think that Evictics has what it takes to close this out. Even if you have core that plays in unorthodox composition going into this map on split, bring what Roy was mentioning, a double controller, and then playing with a veto on top of that, Evictics' double dive could really be a pain point into the single duelist that we currently have here from core. But as they do have a better loadout on their defensive side, and they start off on that side as well. See what they have cooked up against Evictics.
Core sense this already with Flya spamming through the smoke. Evictics make their way into vents, and it was Scotty that had the veto in the first map. Now it's in the hands of Kumi. He waits at the top of heaven while his teammate goes to heaven. He'll just have to take a more passive approach towards screens, giving Evictics full control of the area, including from main. And now alone with nowhere to go is Moose. The right timing on the swing with the Band-Aid. It's deadly at first, and Evictics respond in the biggest of ways. Equal numbers. Kumi is on the approach. Of course, I almost said Scotty. Nope. It's in the wings. Flya with util to spare. Wanted to kind of seize up Evictics in this corner. The plant goes through, or want to win the war, not just the fight. And Manshaws watches the angle carefully. Make it a 4K for the man. Evictics on a good foot.
Wait, we talked about Traded being very consistent and good throughout the series, but if we're in for a roller coaster ride with Shaws, I'm down for that roller coaster of emotions on how good he was from the first map going into the first half of the first map rather, and now opening things up with a 4K in the pistol. And these are, again, going into those moments where it creeps up on you for core. It's like, oh crap, we were able to do so well by winning our pistols in the first map, but now we have yet to win one since Pearl. And the tides turn for Evictics. But here comes another energy style stack. A triple high low on the A side, one to spot towards the main. We're walking contact through the wall. This should be easy for Evictics. Clear your left.
With a more passive approach, and the right click gets one. Kumi with more cutoffs, and Moose layers up. Evictics have to pull off heroics just to even step onto the site. Dre, and in a showdown, 1 versus 1, not knowing where Note is. Time to play with.
It's going to protect the weapon.
Oh, but can't protect himself, and it's a thrifty for Note and friends on core to match it up against Evictics.
It was such a nice try for the read of what we tried to do there for Dre. Because of the stack again. You're getting that first pick. You don't clear out towards that left side, things become chaotic. So you get this pick. People are now going for the bait switches. So you force now the Whaley to go for the chases. Look at those kill by Traded, by the way, no scope.
Yeah.
But then everybody is right there instantly to go for an instant trade for the defensive side. And it came down to that, cutting off the rotate, preventing the Bulldog from being picked up within that round. Yet unfortunately, he loses it to a classic, being Dre versus Note. And now that puts Evictics into an eco.
Oh.
Yeah, easy sprays through smokes. And now, yeah, this might be core regaining that momentum.
And Moose is getting an ace off of mostly spamming through smokes. And
true.
Well, it ends just like that. And he's as stoic as ever in the middle of the map. Core shutting down every lane. And it's taking Evictics like blood, sweat, and tears just to even make A close the last round, ending in a 1v1. And a thrifty now for core to not let Evictics get any wind in their sails. Moose, the second ace of the day. Oh, it's gonna get stolen from him, but a flawless for core with the buy-ups that they had. Armor not even scratched. Huge for them.
Yeah, and you saw that they were desperately trying to let Moose get that last kill, because that would allow for them to get the Viper's Pit very early in the first portion of this half. That wouldn't allow here for Evictics to get full value of their gun buy going into this round right here. As you can see here, there's rage and shields across 3 players, no outlaws. Smoke actually goes for an op instead. So Core thinking that they're going for full shields. Might give him a chance here to fight, but unfortunately here for Evictix, or fortunately maybe, because Smoke's been good on the op throughout the first map, they're avoiding him like the plague. 4 players walking up towards the A ramp, and the chokehold being placed by the veto is what's basically going to sound the alarm for Core to fight back for the A heaven control.
And a lot of A concentration for Evictix, and Smoke's op lives. Maybe a screens hold next round would be more profitable. Evictix able to kind of leverage their Viper's wall to get into ramps and heaven. Core will take a step back, and breaking in, looking to evict is none other than Shaw's, who has been heating up for this squad, but the spike is dropped and no one can get it. Okay, just barely grabbing it there. Traded, tries to stabilize the team, but man, Core's already on top of them. Only way to try to break this up would be Dre, yeah. Easy just like that. Now they have someone watching over them. Smoke wants to challenge with the op. It's a sketchy position to hold when you don't know where Dre just went. That kind of solo pushes here for Core. Not really helping out.
Yeah, and that's the weight of playing these long rounds of Valorant in this series. All from that first map. Now you're not checking corners on the defense even when you're rescaling back to try to retake the A site. It almost feels like because I think you rotated from vents, you didn't think somebody was going to be lurking at that spot. You could see this ping finally coming out. So yeah, that's where Dre came through and killed me. So they have to be ready for that as well. Might be one of those moments if Evictix continues to challenge the A side and avoid the op, then it'll be Smoke's responsibility to try to slowly get the re-clear back into the late lurk on the side of Evictix. And that's one small mistake that came through here. Looking back as you heard the dash and you saw the dash, but you're not looking up at that spot because you didn't even hear a drop back into sight. You should expect somebody still playing on the top of the flower pots, and yet Kumi's not watching it, gets caught off guard, and Evictix is able to evict the A site and get the post-plan victory.
Now that this op is going to be more present at A, it's definitely more stacked towards the right side after Evictix have been paying many visits. After Moose almost got an ace in mid, I don't blame Evictix for, well, I was going to say avoiding it. Shaw's eats a judge, though. Still going to try and thug it out if you're Evictix, trying to prowler through with a judge.
Yeah, I don't know if we missed a saturate too when we're dashing up there, but that's now you're seeing the power of the op challenging a late lurk towards the A side, and now everybody's dying one by one. Should still be around for Core. Unless Dre activates.
Last player standing.
Nope. No, we're in jump spotting getting opt.
Oh. I knew the answer, I just didn't feel like saying it. You know?
Yeah.
And then, and trying to go through on the into the Viper's pit when there could be someone in vents and someone in mail and you're still getting crunched. And I could always appreciate the eagerness, the effort out of Evictix, try and break a setup out of Core, but I'll Core for a reason, and that op is still there for Smoke.
The op at least is starting off on the B side, so one more time Evictix could avoid it, but they are going to tempo a little bit more quickly. This is a half buy that they currently have. They get info on fly up, but they can't really follow up behind that.
Hello there. Evictix flood in and just eats a barrel from Kumi, and Moose watches at another angle, and Evictix get totally stuffed. And now separated from the spike. Don't have smokes there from Dre, but you got a good shot, and maybe that's all that matters. Defenders using their own Viper's wall to kind of reposition. Traded, puts it on himself to try to break up the focus and the crosshairs, but round feels pretty over. Oh, okay. They waited for Dre's smoke to come back up, so yeah.
Spike's being picked up too, and we're actually starting to overheat until unfortunately Traded steps away at the last second and he gets caught. So yeah, now definitely the chances are pretty much at 90% for Core to finish this.
30 seconds left.
Oh, wait. Boost is low. Noda just got dinked down to 10 HP, and there you go.
Man, the op has just been so powerful for Core, and
Yeah.
Trade has got ult,
And
so
you can
there's
definitely
win
see
conditions.
now that for the side of Evictics, it gets very difficult for you to try to slam into sites when it comes down to like util for the interceptor that gobbles up all of that util from Gumi on the A site. So I think Evictics will have to start, you know, defaulting a little bit more, and it might be defaulting into the op and try to push him away, which seems to be where we're starting things off on a 1-3-1 setup.
Be a more bait and switch between Traded and Shaw's when there's the dash in or flashes from Traded on the other side of smokes. Maybe more ramps control for Evictix, but now we're trying mid again as the Haunt claims no one over in Vents, and Moose claims one, and that's spiked down. Not a good position for Evictix when they have two lurkers, but it's gonna let them have it.
Yeah, thankfully for Core, and that's what I was mentioning before with the Waylay being very good on split these days and picked a lot more. A lot of defense setups right now kind of gives away like the heaven control, vents control, and they're playing more passively out towards spawn. Now you can play like a high-low, watching for headshots from the B site, and you give false hope for the attack that they have map control, and that's how you counteract on that.
Man, Moose is so good. Repositions, makes Evictix work for it. And Core Moose works for the ace and gets another one on the day. At 18 HP at that, Evictix are floundering.
Yeah, and a very impressive ace going into this one, because the last one that they got, I think, was an eco, right? So this time it shows that he is the anchor player as well. Can't forget about the 4K clutch on Pearl before. Was that an ace, actually? I think even on Pearl
He
in the
got an
OT.
ace. And there was someone from Evictix that almost got an ace. And
Yeah,
ooh, that was
insane.
a crazy map.
Insane for Moose so far. But yeah, Evictix is starting to see the slip a little bit here, and I guess with them still keeping their compositions, and for both of these teams, there's still a lack of understanding where the defense tries to adapt now against your composition with the Waylay, and they need to fix that a little bit more. I think keeping now the saturate for the actual hits onto the B site, knowing that the rafter boxes is a common spot if you're playing the B site quite passively. I think this type of defense also rolls back the years. I'm thinking about even Absolute Jupiter of Japan in the first place, when they were playing so far back and passively on the top boxes, thinking that you're taking full site control, full heaven control, and you could just split into the sites, and you're getting caught off by these off-angle positions. It's just running back the years, and now the new kids that are playing this game are starting to realize that you don't have to play forward positions every time on split.
Well, Evictix thinking they could flood in, and maybe Shaw's can deliver them a big opener if he can get space enough, close enough to the site where he could dash in and work the Bucky. I don't know, do you invest ult if you're Evictix? Like, you're at such a weapon disadvantage. Here goes Shaw's, and it does not connect on that first shot. That's terrible. And Core, just hold the line, hold the wall, and Evictix hold the L. The spike's on the other side of the smoke, and Scotty's best chance would be to force some repurchases, and even then, money is flowing for Core, and Scotty already has the ult, so coming a more one-sided affair, and now this is a stamina thing, I'm thinking, because Core looked as composed, as well-drilled as ever, and Evictix are trying new things, but the mechanics are slipping away.
Right there was your win con, though. Everything was perfect, right? They haunted for the paranoia. The tethers come through. It should be a free kill, and unfortunately, you're wide off the Bucky shot by 10 feet when you're laying at the feet of Note. And Shaw's unfortunate again. If he was able to get that opener, the rest could flood instead of becoming a crossfire setup for Core on the defense. Now they go back into the ult. Shaw's dying.
First bloods from Core, even in the last map, were huge. Still not enough to come out with the win, despite going down 5-13, but it's still something they bring into this map. Now you got the evolution, and it's gonna go extinct real quick. You know, Evictics are on the site. They could be productive here while they are protected. It all depends if Dre can hold on to the flank, and Moose sneaks up on him so fast. Nightfall's exchange, hit on the offense. Evictics just have to fortress up. They leave Raccoon at the top of the site to greet Core. They were to fight through it, but instead they will fight around it. And Flya picks off one from the perimeter, a Stray left behind. Cosmic Defy now to section off the pit.
Wow.
This is insane. What an investment. And it's still gonna go Core's way. Oh, we're bumping into something. Wait, what was that, Scotty? He doesn't even smile. Okay, a little bit there.
Scotty,
What the hell was that?
Oh my god, that was sick. I mean, that's all luck, but at the same time, that was sick that he clutched it. He snuck through 2 Cosmic Divides, or 2 pits and a Cosmic Divide, catches one off guard. It looks like he stubbed his toe trying to get into this kill, but finally, as he does so, just holds mouse 1 through the other side of the wall. And now the other players get decayed throughout his own pit that lines up 2 kills. That is an important kill and an important victory in clutch for Scotty and Evictix, because Core was running away with his half. Now, economy's still good. They still have to avoid an op this round again for Evictix, who's currently posted up, perched into the B main that is Smoke in an aggressive angle, and once again avoided, trying to punish Moose.
Oh. Ramp completely open, and you have Moose getting flanked into vents, so kind of up to Kumi to not let this be too free and at least have that threatening presence. Keep Evictix on their toes, and they're spread pretty thin here on where their next move should be.
Yeah, it's like kind of stop and go, trying to see if anybody's going to push out after the 4-on-4. You thin it out the defense on middle, so it's just like, okay, well, should we try to push out? And Core decides to wait instead because it's still the attack that has to make the move.
Denies the Prowler and still gets a kill. Noted is just that guy. Now we'll fall back in a garage push. Smoke dimensional trip just to get himself in a safer spot. Leaves Note out to dry. Smoke could still surprise him. Will be on his perch with the op. Smoke's still there. Flank from Flya. And denies any kind of fallback points for Evictix. And they're cornered from all sides. Raccoon shoots a clone, which isn't... It's not the start they wanted. Smoke drops down with the op. It still gets a kill. Pretty insane. 1 versus 2 on the post plan for traded. And he cannot buy any time. The fight will come to him whether he likes it or not. And Core back in the driver's seat.
Oh, very nice in the end. So the idea was perfect in terms of punishing Moose in the first play towards vents, but again, you're still on defense. You're allowing yourselves to play a 2-on-2 on both extremities, and you're letting your opponents come towards you. So if it was actually a challenge towards the A side, they already pushed towards main and they can play the retake. Look at this replay. Look at where the Fade and the Vito are. They're in perfect positions. Like, the adaptation for Core so far in the mid round has been quite good on their defense. And then for the B side, well, they just walk into their crosshairs, and from their positioning, they're able to win these duels. So yeah, tenacity comes back. And as I criticize both the experience of Moose and Flya from playing on the VCT stage, getting dismantled towards that bind map, they're the ones top fragging on split this time around. So their grit to now play a long game to getting smashed, and then bringing that into the experience of, hey, we can always fight back on the third map. That is true experience now from both Moose and Flya.
Yeah, it's just to leave the emotions until the end of the match. Core
correct,
able to get back on their feet, but a gap still remains at this top heaven from Evictix. Been gifted to them, and Smoke will get a good peek here, and he's still getting challenged. Even he won't repeat that. Evictix, one of the best weapons to try and walk into an op sight line with, and nothing is gifted. It has to be earned, and Kumi stays stoic on the A side. Smoke checks every angle, and Evictix get checked at the door.
Last round in the
It's going to be the nature of this game so far, though, as we've prefaced this map. A very strong defensive side for the side of Core because they have so much stall. You're looking at Viper Walls to Astra util to Veto util to cancel out attackers util. It was going to be a difficult aspect for Evictix in the first place, but what really hurts them when you're looking at this timeline is that eco that they suffered in that round number 2. It really allowed for QOR to keep the economy low against Evictics so far in this map. And going into the second half, though, there's still a chance for Evictics to bring us back. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. This is a nice little opener with smoke falling down and a weakened A site.
Kumi has been a really good anchor for this site, but even he is going to choose his battles appropriately and with more friends by his side. Watch this flank, though, something Evictics have to be more aware of and not aware enough. I mean, who expects a moose in a sewer? Works out. All is well for Evictics. Now they got to focus forward. Paranoia right through the hearts of QOR, and that will just freeze them in place. And even then, no, still back on top. Shaw's walks into a 1v2. Even with the convergent paths, it's not enough. And that's just it for the half. 9-3 for QOR.
I like the stall at the very beginning, but everything that happened after that was off. Dre gets a paranoid to delay a little bit more, but the nature of that play was also for the second wave. The op needed to be the second point of contact from Shaw's so that Dre could swing off that anyways. But instead, Dre swings first, he dies. Shaw's feels like he has to make a play. So he ults, hits them both, and then hopefully the saturate is good enough for him to get at least one kill. But you just place the crosshair as you're saturated to get, he runs right into it and he falls down as well. And there's nothing that the Hell player could do. So as good as we commended Evictix, at least I did on the first map for their retakes, the post plant there was not it, unfortunately. And now that ends the half QOR with a very strong lead going into the second half. But now that we're crossing this bridge, Lemon Kiwi, what makes it hard now for Evictix is how the hell do you support your attackers, your main duelists, to get into this A site? The Vito almost has to probably be there with the team, so that your Astra and your Viper could be the lurkers. You need the Interceptor to potentially get rid of Util as you're trying to flit across.
And you got the double duelists on defense, so both teams are maybe going to struggle with those tools at their disposal. He spotted the cross, and Scotty only gets one. It works out for QOR. They're on the high ground. Now have to safely escort their spike into position and traded in position. And wait, a collide with the sheriff. He's still that guy. Smoke versus traded. Who's more goated? And QOR are left. They have to win this fight, and the other guy's busy planning. Okay, but Moose wins it out, so it's all good.
Did so much damage though for traded. This is all body shots that's winnable now for Evictix on a 2v2. There you go. Nicely done towards the end. I mean, the collat was good too, because he did pop shots for the ones that are executing towards the site in the first place. He got the I think the shot on the top of the window towards the A site. So yeah, just very nice stuff coming out here from Traded, keeping the dream alive here for Evictix on the defense. We talked about the lack of util, so you're starting to see for QOR, they know their weaknesses, so they're playing a lot of the buddy system and trying to bait out these players when they're playing similar to what Evictix is doing. Tap it for the spike, forces some players to swing out, and then hopefully win off kill trades against your opponents. Now this is an eco round for QOR, full eco.
Ooh, Shaw's has been so clean. He is turning up for Evictix. First Blood's now more in their favor, and they won both pistols on bind, came out with 13-5. They won both pistols here. They're down 4-9. So different situation to be finding themselves in. It's classics. Those right clicks can still hurt if QOR can get on the approach, but Shaw's keeps his distance and sticks to his guns. As QOR are just getting dismantled. It's gonna be an ace opportunity for Shaw's, although the last player is on the other side of the world.
Yeah. And Shaw's got a 4K on the pistol now, or 4K in the anti-eco. Padding up those stats, we'll take it. And then Flya, well, he's just gonna get an orb. Maybe if he could even run in for a plant, that's a GG. He'll take that any day. And say he hears the ropes, is trying to cut and maybe do some econ damage. But Evictix in a good spot.
30 seconds left.
Oh, there we go. Raccoon is pretty good bait. Ooh. Traded with these no scopes on the Marshall, he does it again.
I was just about to say that was a nice little no scope flick. Doesn't need it. I do that with an outlaw in my ranked games, and I get laughed at by the coach tag. I was like, wait, I thought this is the same thing as a marshal, but it's not. That's it.
Yeah, bro, the same phase.
Yeah. Good round coming through here by Evictics to stop the bleeding. I think this was a little bit, well, how we call it in French, farfelu, a little bit crazy, but at least in the end, it's traded out. Raccoon, oh man, I just realized he's at 1 in 13. Maybe he should have gone for that eco kill. Nonetheless.
It's like he's playing around too much for that scoreline, but
Yeah. This is still playoff, right? Playoff rounds. You need to try to bring this into semifinals if you can as a team that's grinding out from the open bracket. But Evictics are looking to play with conviction here. Fast rotates, already 4 players on top of heaven as Core goes for the A side plant.
Core wastes no time with the map control if you give it to them, and Evictix can try to use teamwork, but Core have better guns at the end. It's still a little bit difficult. Moose, oh, he could have had that free kill on the trade, and oh, not like this. Now you give some very worthy upgrades. Evictix, oh, smoke. Makes 2 fade away just like that. 2 versus 2. Dre versus Noted, and getting right on the spike. Notice time to see if he faked it or not. A successful post plan for Core to get up to double digits.
Left at the wrong angle in the end. Almost had it actually if he looked back into Noted at that spot where he looked at it in the first place, but I had no idea where Note could have been. Ends up being a round here, no bonus conversion, which would have put Evictics in a great spot. And they're unfortunately catching Raccoon util in hand. Looking to potentially throw a Haunt or a Prowler to re-clear towards the A main, but does it out in the open, and that didn't give a chance here for Evictics to really move out for the final blow to try to convert the bonus round. At least it made it expensive. Look at this buy from Core. He's still invested in Guardians and Phantoms into this round. Note and Kumi bought all the way down to 0. Fly is at 100. Only Moose is the one that has money. So high risk as well for Core. They don't want to give a chance for Evictics to really come back in this game, so they're investing into a heavy rifle round, staying landed in spawn.
Comes that fight for ramp. Traded will leave, and Core can maybe collect this orb for Flya, the Nightfall into A. While Evictics poke and prod their way through it. Very aggressive gate crash in, and Smoke is profitable as ever. And Evictix can just sit there and watch. They're completely smoked off. Or at least they're about to be. There was that Nightfall from Flya in case the fight was coming sooner than they thought. All these trades are favoring Core at the end. Raccoon was very injured. So he'll be the first point of contact, or I guess Dre catches Flya early. Core try to get back on the high ground. That's where Scotty get a moment here, but no, Core win all their duels, so it's maybe a deny on the up here. No. Oh god. Oh, Smoke is funny.
Yeah, Raccoon thought that he guaranteed the kill, so he just stopped shooting and went back to a different spot and tried to flick towards a second player that could run him down, but somehow Smoke stays alive, and even Smoke getting kills off the op left behind by Traded, that's gotta be a round that really hurts for Evictics, and I think that might have been a nail in the coffin. You're starting to see here inexperience potentially of playing these long rounds going into the playoffs now really adding weight onto Evictics going into this third map second half.
Who's next?
Tough day, dimensional drift. Smoke getting active, getting his steps in, has already cleared most of B, but lingering in the smoke is Dre. And he gets checked. Good trades from Core. He did not want that to be a carnage. Evictix not given any chances, but Traded is in now with his dimensional drift with the Sheriff. Maybe something else in the back pocket. Will decloak all the way behind Core. And the spike never got planted. And it may just never will in this round. Unless Noted wants to pull off some heroics at a distance. Smoke will assist. Just like that, they'll just kill their way through the round.
Match point.
Just being very unlucky in the end. It came down to a much lower buy that you had from Evictics. So they did try to go. It worked perfectly. I think the the convergence path over with combined with the dimensional drift actually hit 3 players. But just unfortunately, they didn't have the best of weapons to try to convert back into a flood retake or flood denial into the B site plant. And they just lost the fight. Even Dre had a primo position through that smoke in that B main, but he only had a Guardian, so he couldn't really spray as well to try to take down his opponents in front of that site. And now even losing this battle at the beginning, I think this might be it now, Lemon Kiwi.
First blood for QOR, but Evictics, they've fought through worse. A 30-rounder. QOR eventually won in map 1. Evictics came back, taught him a lesson. Find yourself 4v4.
Screen down.
With a 4v4 with a abandoned B site because of the early push from Dre. Now you're playing inserts across the board and you're trying to go for a scout scenario. Smoke just saw one. Okay, 2 players anchored up towards the A site. The wall contact towards mid. Scotty does not want to overreact, so he's going to play the angle. It might work.
Oh, the crosshair was too high, but it's good enough. And Moose still alive with the spike, and high ground has been cleared. Shaw's was maybe the last saving grace for Evictix. Now it's Kumi. Evolution activated. Need to just check that back site. Keep eyes on heaven. Look who's at the helm. It's traded. One a shot, 2, and you got the spike down. It was never planted, but Kumi is still on top of the case. Raccoon is the sole survivor and dead in the water. 13-5 for QOR. They go to the semifinals to face Sad.
Well done by QOR. Again, experience shines from both the leadership of Fly and Moose. So many heroic rounds coming out from almost all 10 players throughout the server. But when it comes down to those nitty and gritty, and when it comes down to the experience of grinding through these rounds, it was definitely QOR that took the best out of Evictix. But you got to commend Evictix. They showed up in that first map. They made it very close. They almost made it very doable in a 2-0 scoreline for the side of Evictix. If it didn't come down to those hero plays, the ace from Moose on Pearl, it would have been a whole different story. But man, props to both of these teams to show that tenacity and grit throughout this series.
And that's all thanks to that experience that QOR have on their team. They keep everyone level-headed and composed and consistent, especially through that last map where it got chaotic. They stuck to their guns, and man, do they shoot well. A big congratulations to QOR, and 2 aces from Moose in that series. So impressive as usual. And that will put them in the semifinals and put themselves in a winner's interview coming up with Sierra very soon, so you won't want to miss it.
This is Ad all day. Renz gets to a very tough spot. Initiating the rest of the push now that the intercept. Giza does find him solo and steps out in front, and he's holding that site too. All to him. 1v. Well, it looks like QOR just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack.
Over towards the A side of this B point. Check now, he definitely gets one. In the back, but no, doesn't get one, and Scotty's got the.
Oh wait, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good, and it's the ultimate upset.
You just stand it down.
All right, a long series, but in the end of it, it's going to be none other than QOR to take the third map 13-5 and close out the series 2-1, putting themselves here within the VALORANT Challengers semifinals. I mean, Roy, getting into that, we got to see literally everything within that entire series of VALORANT, and QOR, they deserve the win.
No, we hit every single bingo on the board, I think, with that series. I think even with the first, if you include the first series, we probably have like double bingos. We're coming out extremely rich. So with doing the money spread, me doing the money spread on stream. But I think Smoke my goat. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of not how I expected this map to go. I'm going to be straight up honest. I thought this was going to be the map where we actually broke the world record for overtimes. I thought this was going to be the kind of the battle of the giants, but it turns out that the stamina, the experience here for QOR has definitely shined, especially with Moose and Flya both, you know, popping off, showing kind of the young guns how it's done, even though Flya is actually still a young gun. But yeah, I mean, it's really just sick to see QOR bounce back after what was a crushing loss in the second map, you know, against all odds. I feel like we also got to see almost every version of QOR. Like we got to see the individual highlights that, you know, that they also showed their strengths in the 3v3s and in the clutch scenarios, and a lot of the stuff that we, you know, we kind of had an idea of what QOR, you know, was a strong point for QOR. We kind of got to see here in this third map.
Yeah, incredibly strong team. I feel like it's also super hard to go through such a long night, and obviously like prepping for today before this, so it was even longer for them. And just pulling through. And like you said, I completely agree. I think Moose really stepped up to the plate. Overall, they stepped up to the plate, right? I think Smoke ended off like 73 and 49. So to have 73 kills throughout the duration of like 3 maps and really pulling through on the duelist, and you could see it in the last map too. It was absolutely insane. I like honestly, what we saw was not what I expected as well. I don't think I was expecting like a 13-5, but they reversed it and they were like, all right, listen, we're not 13-5able. You know, that was just a bad map. We're going to recollect and we're going to go back into it. And they did not seem tired at all. They did not seem fatigued. You could see Smoke smiling the entire duration of the game. They were completely locked in, just as they have been, and their eyes somehow got wider as time went on. So
it's also kind of crazy how consistent Smoke was at finding those first opening kills. And when you even when you look at it on this map, this looks a lot more sane. Okay, you have 13 rounds, you have 13 first kills. This is more normal. What we saw in Blind was a bit of an anomaly, I would say, something that we're not going to see quite often. But yeah, you look at Smoke's record; he's 18-5 on opening kills in this series, which is just madness. And you also look at Moose; he's 7-3. Yeah, he might not have a lot, but in terms of success, in terms of opening round success, I mean, we're talking S tier for these two players. So this is really sick to see. And of course, QOR tightening up on some of the things that kind of went wrong in the second map. But I mean, despite all these things, you still look at the timeline and then you see that Evictics technically won both pistols, except in the first half. It was a QOR thrifty in the second round. But I mean, still, even with both pistols going their way, it still was a complete shutdown by QOR. I mean, this is a statement and a half here in this third map.
And I think that's what QOR needed, not just for the series, but kind of pushing on forward as well, because QOR definitely going into this series, like, it's when you have names like Flya and Moose on the team, I feel like there is going to be a little bit more expectations around them, right?
For sure.
And to see that first kills into how many rounds they're actually able to convert on the second map of the series, I think they needed to bounce back to have some more confidence going within the playoffs. And just looking across the board, I mean, we get to see that, yeah, Moose got an ace, amazing step up, but it was nice to see Gompers across the board. It felt like everyone was able to have performances and have those moments.
Everyone did, yeah. And for Core, I mean, this was kind of like the thread of what had happened from Pearl buying Split. You know, everyone really showed out. A lot of the time it was, right, Smoke getting top frag or occasionally Note playing on the Astra. And now the comforts were kind of really coming out there. And I think obviously Note on the Astra just allowed the team to kind of shine even more with the amount of util they were placing. I thought the smokes were quite different too, which all in all, I want to highlight that slightly as well. I think Note smokes were so weird, but Core had played around them so well. And then there were occasions where they tried to get a little creative with the stuns, you know, and the gravitational pools. And I thought that in itself really allowed the team to feel a bit more confident peaking, right? Like Kumi allowing themselves on Pearl to be a little bit more aggressive, and now going over to Split, where we did get to see Smoke really indulge in the yours. So everyone just complemented each other so well.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke's util is actually so crazy, and it's been something that we've highlighted for, I feel like, even since last year. Like, he's just so good on the controller role. I feel like it fits him perfectly, and his ability to play around that util. But not only that, it feels like the entire team's on board. Like, the creative smokes are kind of name of the game right now when you're playing such an explosive meta, and you want people to feel uncomfortable in your own space. Like, being able to play around these kind of smokes and being creative with how you do things is really just the key, in my opinion. So it's kind of nice to see from them. But yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal performance from Core. This is exactly what we're kind of expecting, and I feel like the next series with SAT Esports versus Core is going to be super sick to watch. So I'm very excited for that as well.
Oh, I am so excited about it. But we can't count our chickens before they hatch. We'll talk about that in a bit. Right now, we have to talk to Flya, get a little bit more insight about that series in our post-match interview. So Flya, first off, congratulations. What a crazy series. You had faced off against this team before in the past. You had the 2-0. Now we get the close series. We had 7 rounds of overtime on map 1. Like, how are you feeling being able to take this win?
Feeling good. I mean, yeah, it was a long game. They made some changes since we last played them, so obviously earlier before it was a lot easier, but they got this Shaw's guy now, so I think it's a big upgrade, and they're a lot better. But yeah, it was pretty much the expected result that we knew was going to happen. I'm glad we got to take a Pearl over, though, because there's a lot of rounds that got lucky.
I mean, talk to me how you're able to then close out that Pearl, because we were all on the edge of our seats. There were so many different step-ups. There were so many different of these multi-kills. Like, we just never knew which way the rounds were going to go. Like, how do you even begin to call that?
Well, I think that from a calling perspective, it was all the same always, no matter what. We kind of knew like what was working for us and what was working for them. It was more so just like the micro on the end of who can convert and who can't. Yeah, the whole adjustment we basically had on defense is just letting them come to us more, because I think the more that we walked forward at them and get like fought mid is when we lost more, so we just played more back. That's the whole thing I said. But overall, we didn't have to change much. I think that they were just playing micro pretty good, so they got some good kills.
That makes a lot of sense. And this Core team, I mean, we get to see a lot of veteran talent on the team. We get to see you and Moose together, which has been really exciting. And then we get to see some players kind of stepping up in their own, such as Smoke. So I want to get a little bit more insight from you about how you feel like the team is now that you are in playoffs and in the semifinals.
It's a very broad way to start. I mean, to be honest, the team was just made from the scratch when I came back from Europe, and we got reached out to play with the core of Notex, Carson, and Kumi, and then from then on, we played with Smoke for a little bit, and I knew I wanted to play with Smoke regardless of his skill set. I know he's like an initial like Sentinel player, but I was confident I can put him on like an op role kind of duelist player, and yeah, that's how we basically started it. But for everybody, I mean, everyone's got a pretty high level and capability of being tier 1. I think that we just did a good job of getting everyone together, to be honest. There's nothing much else about that.
I mean, you guys are definitely putting up games in the server. It's been really nice to watch, but going up ahead, you're up against the team that went undefeated here in Swiss. You'll be going up against that Esports. How are you feeling ahead of that matchup?
You know, nothing's free. You just saw with this game versus Evictics, so I'm not going to sit here and say that we're going to beat them, but I think they're extremely overconfident, and I'm excited to play against them.
Well, we're definitely excited to see it. Fly, congrats on this win. I'll let you rest after a long series, but thanks for chatting.
Yeah, of course. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, for all these teams that are like, yeah, we're the best, we're going to win. He's like, you know what? Like, yeah, nothing's free, but they're overconfident. I'm more excited, right? We can now talk about this matchup. This match is going to be huge.
This match is going to be so good because I feel like both teams are feeling really good. They're peaking at the same time. It feels like a lot of the factors that make QOR special is going to kind of clash extremely well with the strength of SAD Esports, specifically about how well SAD plays their attack side and how good they look with the scope weapons and how good they are at working with Jerwin. And I feel like that versus the smoke kind of like head to head is going to be so sick. And just like the different layers of IGLing between Stellar and Flya, I think in terms of like strategy and in terms of the micro and the macro, it's gonna flow, it's gonna ebb and flow quite nicely. I'm very excited for that matchup. I can't wait to see it.
It'll be so good. Taking a look at the bracket, of course, that's going to be saved for these semifinals. We still have a little to wait until that match because, of course, we still have 2 more of these quarterfinal matchups to get through here. Gompers, Sleepers versus NRGA. Oh, we get to see the repeat. I love that. EGA versus SRB. And of course, this lower bracket is about to get brutal because Evictics, they definitely put up a fight in M80 in a lower bracket.
No, with the going against Evictix, and Evictix looks really good as well. It's crazy because like it really was anyone's game. It wasn't like Evictix was any too further off to beat QOR. It wasn't this. It was the same thing with M80 and SAD. Super close game. So you never really know who's gonna win. So it's quite surprising to see M80 and Evictix down at the bottom. I genuinely thought at least one of them was gonna be able to surpass the top 2, but it seems like SAD and QOR are gonna remain strong. But I'm super excited to see EP versus Energy. See what EP's all about. Whether or not they're gonna fumble the bag or just keep that win streak going, because they really are not to EP on when you think about it. So yeah, I think this in general, you really don't want to miss it. It's going to be long games all in all, but they're going to be exciting ones as well.
I mean, I know that you're expecting either M80 or Evictix to take the win. The only person on the day with a 0% prediction rate, Gomps. I am so sorry, but
bro,
wow,
hold
that's
on, because
crazy.
you guys would have not been laughing if M80 won. They just fumbled. They fumbled the bag last second. And M80, I still believe in you. Please come back for me, okay? Please.
You can have another shot of redemption for those predictions because there is still so much Valorant Challengers ahead. The bracket has only just gotten started. Matches can go either way. It's going to be an exciting time. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. We will see you tomorrow for some more Valorant. Take care.
Tried to capitalize on that player recalling. GMD is a victim. Bonnie is just trying to stand up on his own 2 feet. M80 coming in through A link and sandwiching SAD, but you are fighting back. I think it's safe enough for a plant. Pain is going to emerge, and man, they paint a whole different picture.
It'll be keeping it simple once again. Pop into the site. That kill gives you conversions past, and no, never mind. Never mind. Chaotic when you're going to try to pop the site.
Evictics are so used to being able to run this playground, to run anybody over, and QOR in his dugout. Look for Kumi. He's kind of concussed right now. When emerges as the victor, and that gets QOR. Continuous in this series. They're still in it. And from Evictix, been gifted to them. And Smoke will get a good peek here, and he's still getting challenged. Even he won't repeat that. Evictix, one of the best weapons to try and walk into an